choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week, along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp December 20th.
If you cannot
this still works out, right? All of that in the last 2 minutes just makes a breeze for the first turtle here. So that's already huge, at least in terms of economy. But here in the mid lane, Yumski going to be the focus again. Oh, can he get away? One hit, he's going to bob and weave and survive.
The moves and grooves.
Behind. And yeah, I can see here the Lord is already contested.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like Bray is chilling. He's doing so much for his team with splitting those waves, but once again, the contest for the Lord.
The fight. Oh my god, catches Subin with that Tyrant's Rage. Mortal bombs everywhere. Baby Cake, the first one down. Not a good sign as 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies has already been collected, and Bray gets shut down.
And he did, I don't even think it was Ken who finished off Hessa. He finished off D7, and this allows another free turtle.
So now they're going for it. Certainly he's going to be popped here. Ken able to secure the turtle, but Zip goes down as Chima able to find the kill. Another wild charge comes forth as D7 falls. Tempest Blade's going to be popped here. Ken looking for Hessa. Can't get the last hit though as he falls into the river.
Oh, that split, but all the weakness points. Oh my god, again! It's Prince Fran who comes in clutch and saves the day. ONIC Esports have nowhere to go right now, but Dragon's gonna be taken down. It's a shadow kill over to Harley, as now Mount Venus have to move back. The Iron Hook does not connect. It's gonna be the way the Dragon locking Prince Fran down, and that's a double kill picked up by Dreon, the Lord as well. Dreon is an absolute monster as he's looking to claim a Maniac.
Kind of be a little bit patient, because right now I kind of feel like Rosa as well as Sunshine, they have enough damage. They just need a proper setup. And in terms of proper setup, you shouted out Oheb. If they can catch him, that's great. But it's easy said as that. But oh my Venus, it's all for them.
That's all the damage popped in, and the backline's completely going to be obstructed here by Blacklist International. Oheb free hitting his alien's going to be bursted down. Oh my Rosa getting caught in the fatal laces. Tenzi's the only man left standing. Blacklist International, they take no prisoners.
Series Flashback, the Dark Horse.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
2019, in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Nobody guessed that Todak, a debutant for MPL Malaysia-Singapore, then would qualify for M1. They topped their group stage with aggressive gameplay.
They get a mega kill. They're walking in to win this game. Todak take game 1.
And end up being the second runner-up of the first ever M Series. Fast forward to M2. After dominating the Myanmar MLBB scene for a few seasons, Burmese Ghoul finally shines at the world stage.
And they decimate Brand Esports from underneath their own tower.
It's gonna be Flaptizi who's gonna get caught out here, stuck against the. That's gonna be GG. Burmese Ghouls take the 5th round.
Dominated the competition and extended the grand finals to a full 7-game series. And in M3, North America represents. BTK rises above all expectations when they defeated Blacklist International in the upper bracket.
The break for it. They flicker on for it. They find another kill. That's 2. They can get the 3rd. Mobazane. They have done it.
And pummeled their way to the lower bracket finals without any coach and team staff. M4 is finally coming. Which team do you think will rise to greatness and be the next Dark Horse? See you at M4.
Maybe.
But that's the thing, like, who is your saving grace here for MVG, right? Harley, Joel Crew. Joel Crew is so far away from that. Harley, though, able to survive just a bit. Oh, never mind. Chiku guys from the backside. Now they're going to find Joel Crew as we were just talking about him. They fall here and another one goes down. 4 fall again for MVG, and there's nothing Dragon can do here to defend. It's a maniac for Chiku, guys. GG, well played.
They are resetting here, 13,000 HP.
They need to make a choice right now. I mean, the minions are pushing in into their base. They're going to get backdoored by Kalatizi if they don't choose now.
Oh my god, Kalatizi, will they read this? Junpo tries to delay, but no, my god, 505 trying to fly. Sanford, Yawi goes down, but Kalatizi in the backside. Danny QT, the base echo outplayed RSG.
But we just barely missed it off camera. What happened to Papa Dog?
He just got dogpiled on, and that will be the end of him. As you can see, S11 going for a different approach right here. Jumping in, making a play with the Way of the Dragon as well, but the Vengeance is just tanking so much. Wow! That's Fried Chicken taking 1 versus 3. Erwin is an H target, and Fried Chicken is going again and again. The Lord gets picked up, and they come out on top, and it's so disastrous because the Lord is up at the same time. Incendio is still contesting, but it does not seem possible unless Alien can make something of a miracle play.
We've seen a miracle play by Grok many times before. He's looking for it. He has the weapon mastery for a reason. He steals it for Turkey, for Incendio, to save the game for his team.
I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah, no worries. Wise, killing spree emblem on the Aldous. Sure. I get why, but right now, wait a minute, Naomi gets a hook onto Wise right now. It's going to be Justin who rotates back in. Wise goes in, and it's the first blood over to Justin.
Ken, that was a worth it.
Look at the hook, and Haji tries to run away. I can't get my point out. Justin goes in front, gets the kill.
Dashing back in, Edward using final blow, not able to find anyone, and that's the iron hook again. Naomi's won.
20/30 vision where they just literally see the future.
There's no way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again!
He cares for the future. Whatever it is you want to believe, he has again!
Naomi!
Above the sky!
They are right now, they're flying and they're soaring again! Naomi! What in the world was that?
អ្វីៗគ្រប់យ៉ាងតែងតែប្រែប្រួលទៅតាមពេលវេលាប៉ុន្តែស្មារតីរបស់អ្នកប្រយុទ្ធនឹងមិនសាបសូន្យនោះឡើយពួកយើងម្នាក់ៗសុទ្ធតែមានចំណុចខ្សោយរៀងៗខ្លួន ប្រសិនបើយើងរួមគ្នាជាក្រុមគឺពួកយើងមិនមានពាក្យថាបរាជ័យនោះទេការតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជាទៅប្រកួតជើងឯក M4 It's like a dream come true នេះគឺជាសុបិនដែលខ្លាចជាការពិតដើម្បីមោទនភាពជាតិខ្មែរយើងក្រាបឡើងហើយតស៊ូទៅមុខទៀតដំណើរផ្សងព្រេងរបស់ពួកយើងមិនមានភាពងាយស្រួលនោះទេស្មារតីអ្នកចម្បាំងខ្មែរនឹងតែងតែស្ថិតនៅក្នុងខ្លួនយើងជានិច្ចក្រុម Burnic Flash នឹងចាប់យកឱកាសមួយនេះហើយធ្វើឲ្យមោទនភាពជាតិយើងថ្កុំថ្កើងនៅលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិIf you play with fire, you will get burned. Dear Flamers, see you in the M4 stage.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our hearts and be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it our hearts and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky. destruction now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes, we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
Indonesia. One dream and one goal only. To make sure all the players, teams, and fans alike are on the same page, it is time to reveal the tournament format. In M4, all the qualified teams will compete in 2 stages to achieve greatness. Group stage and the knockout stage. The teams will play a best-of-1 single round robin during the group stage. No team will be eliminated during the group stage. Now, let's take a look at the knockout stage format. It'll feature a double elimination bracket with a total of 22 series. The first 2 rounds of the lower bracket will be the best of 3. The other series will be best of 5. Except for the grand finals, which will be best of 7. Now the knockout stage upper bracket will feature the top 2 teams of each group from the group stage, and the bottom 2 teams will start at the lower bracket. The losers of the first round of the lower bracket will be eliminated. The M4 knockout stage will be spread out across 9 days, where there will be a live audience for fans like you to support your teams. And that's all you need to know about M4's tournament format. Remember to tune in and see you in Jakarta. Dare to dream, dare to be great.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta.
It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game.
All eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
Duma မဖောက်ခဲ့ဘူးတဲ့လမ်းတစ်တစ်ခုကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စတင်ရှောက်လန်းခဲ့ကြတယ်။ချွေးမထွက်တဲ့အားကစားကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စော့ခဲ့ကြတယ်။လူတွေမရွေးချယ်တဲ့အတံမွေးဝမ်းကြောင်းကိုပဲကျွန်တော်တို့အမျက်တနိုးရွေးချယ်ခဲ့ကြတယ်။အဲ့ဒီလိုလူတွေမမြင်နိုင်တဲ့အမှောင်ချမ်းမှာပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ရှိနေခဲ့တာမို့လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ကိုယ်ပိုင်အလင်းရောင်နဲ့ထုံးလင်းဖို့ဆုံးဖြတ်ပြီးဒီလမ်းကိုဆက်လျှောက်ခဲ့ကြတယ်။တကယ်တော့ e-sport ဆိုတာမျိုးကတခြားအားကစားတွေလိုပါပဲ။ကိုယ်နဲ့စိတ်တူကိုယ်လိုရှိမဲ့အသင်းပေါ်တွေအကူအညီနဲ့ပဲကြုံဆုံလာမဲ့ပြိုင်ဘက်တွေကိုအလေးထိုးအနိုင်ယူကြရတယ်။ဒါပေမဲ့အဆုံးတစ်နေ့မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မှာတူညီတဲ့အိမ်မက်တစ်ခုပဲရှိပါတယ်။အဲ့ဒါကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ e-sport ကစားသမားတွေအားလုံးအတွက်ပုံမကောင်းမွန်တဲ့နေရာတစ်ခုကိုဖန်တီးရင်းနဲ့ကမ္ဘာအလယ်မှာမြန်မာဆိုတဲ့အလင်းရောင်အကောင်းဆုံးထွန်းလင်းတောက်ပနိုင်ဖို့ပါ
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause what's the streets is what I made it now. Made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't ever stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky. You're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes on me strong. touch your style. You're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we're gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fire in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished, but they wrong. I ain't never done. Nah. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up. Hands up, all of you get your hands up. All of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel inside. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the fun together. Pamper your soul. Explore the natural wilderness. Satisfy your appetite. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
The first match was filled with tension and drama as Boots scrapped, unfortunately, a crucial error that allowed Echo to gain momentum and ultimately secure the win for day number 6. Arena's buzzing with excitement during the first series of the day, but little did the Brazilians know the Valley Dudes are going to shake the ground. White Chicken has shown that he is the GOAT, with major dominance striking fear into the hearts of the MPL Brazil champions. Ultimately, the Valley's risen the challenge and proved that they are the better American team and sent RRQ Akira, the team that beat them in the group stage, back home. Fans of both teams are on the edge of their seats as ONIC Esports and Echo are prepared to clash. The first match was filled with tension as Butterscrock unfortunately made a crucial error that allowed Echo to gain momentum and secured the win. ONIC clawed one game back as Kyrie, the Sky King, stepped up his game. Ogi Shadow killed the Orcas with Hayabusa, leaving the crowd in awe. But with a calculated move, the Orcas banned all of Sky King Kyrie's heroes during matches 3 and 4, and in the end, it was Echo who emerged victorious, effectively pushing them down to the lower bracket. With only 6 teams left, 2 more will be eliminated today. Only the strong will march to greatness and the losers shall perish. The stage is set. Let the games begin. Dare to be great.
If you cannot
Is it wrong to save him? The war took my family, My friend took everything I have. It's the Society of Dawn that gave me a place I can call home. Taught me to fight. And placed their trust in me.
New mission. Infiltrate the abyssal wings.
Then he showed up.
It seems we can bring back a trusted friend. There's a traitor among us.
Who?
No idea.
Rest up. I'll figure it out.
Cheer up. I've nothing left.
They came along and gave me hope. Attack the headquarters. Who are you?
If you cannot
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes on be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make you proud. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the
time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They've been talking dummy on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop.
Touch the sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky. You're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky. You're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
They say that I finished, but they wrong. I ain't never done. No. So turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All you get your hands up, all you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They've been talking dummy on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop.
Touch the sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky. You're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky. You're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Another day of intense battles as we witness the nearing end of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship here in Tennis Indoor Stadium Senayan in the beautiful city of Jakarta, Indonesia. We've determined the first grand finalist Blacklist International already waiting to compete for the crown. Now we're here to find out who will face them in the final stage, starting with the battle of representing Indonesia. The captain himself takes on multiple opponents to give the kingdom an advantage in other parts of the field. R7 matches his pace with his teammates as they push aggressively to pressure their enemy. As R7 stands, he signifies as the Kingdom's regalia. CW has redeemed himself in his recent match, surprising everyone with his Moskov, even winning one game from split pushing. With his team creating space for him, he will definitely secure the late game artillery for ONIC's victory.
Halo semuanya, selamat datang kembali tentunya di acara yang kalian nanti-nantikan, di mana saat ini kita sesaat lagi akan menyaksikan The Royal Derby atau The Royal Basti. The most awaited day is coming because only 4 teams left with 2 representatives from Indonesia and 2 representatives from Philippines. Here we are, I'm Clara and
I'm Mara. We're excited to have you here in the M room where we're going to be reading your posts on TikTok. We love this fan support from all over the world. So how about let's check out what you guys have to say. Here we go. So make sure to follow us on TikTok, our official content partner. Now right over there, what's that guy saying right there?
oh, it's from Liga Game Esports. We know him.
I'll try to read it, okay? Jadi ini alasan Coach Zay's pakai jacket blacklist kemarin. What does that mean?
Nice try, Mara, but he's Esports legend coach, Zays.
Wearing a blacklist jacket.
Yeah, this is the reason why Zays using blacklist. So he's like salmon. He can read the future. Is he?
We'll find out, because once again, Blacklist has made it to the grand finals, aiming to defend the throne. Let's take a look at another comment.
Let's go.
Keep posting that. Use the hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Also MLBBM4 and Dare to Be Great. How about right here from One Esports Indonesia? I'm gonna try to read it again. Kemenangan dramatis RRQ Hoshi and okay, there you go. You know what? Claire, what I noticed, they have really great fans outside. Every time RRQ Hoshi comes here to play, the stadium is filled. When they walk outside in the pathway, everyone is screaming, trying to get a picture, and the RRQ Hoshi players are just very friendly.
That's right. Kingdom, kalian memang the best. Memang kalian selalu datang buat dukung. Dan mereka juga udah kumpul sekarang. Budaya udah ngeliat kalian yang ada di sini. Dan juga tentunya ada Sonic nih. Ada Sonic dan juga Kingdom. Let's go to the next.
Let's take a look. Claire, you put the next one.
Let's go. Let's go down. Let's go down. Let's go down. Oh. We got, oh, here. Our little girl, Momo-chan.
Oh, is that Momo? I love Momo-chan. Okay, guys. Momo-chan is one of the nicest Indonesian casters, I have to say. Terbaik chat buat para caster. Love you guys.
So, yes, not only the fandom cheering for the team, but also they cheer for the caster with the yell, Momo-chan.
Oh, I would cheer for Momo-chan.
Clara,
Momo-chan is
everyone.
the cutest. She takes care of all of us in here.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at another comment. Again, if you want your comments to be included, make sure to use the hashtag Dare to Be Great.
Mana nih Sonic?
Right here, Bryce Duenas on TikTok says, Echo going to take long and slow to win for this M4. Well, I guess he thinks it's gonna be Echo that's gonna win the grand finals. Echo is doing really amazing. Sanji, Sanford, Yaoi, Benny, Cutie, everyone actually has great roles and they know exactly what to do. They're monsters when it comes to the battlefield.
But Echo has to wait about this first match, first best of 5 series of the Royal Derby or the Royal Bastille. Let's take it out to our caster.
Exactly, Mara and Clara. Here at the analyst stand, we're going to steal the attention a little bit before we jump into the casters end, because only one team is going to be leaving this stadium by the end of today. So, boys, my name's Gideon Q. This is Jays, as well as Trex, and it's time for the hot question. We're going to be starting with both of you guys. Which one wants to take it? Because ONIC or RRQ?
ONIC. I'm voting for ONIC tonight. I'm going
for RRQ if that's the case, because like RRQ, Albert has been performing mechanically strong, arguably one of the best mechanical players in M4. But Kyrie though.
Not just Kyrie, but CW too.
Yeah,
last night.
CW was pretty sick. But guys, if you don't know what we're talking about just yet, hold on to your horses, because we're going to keep you up to date. Let's throw it over to the recap.
Day 7 of the M4 World Championship knockout stage was a display of the highest level of competitive gaming, and both home ground teams advances to the next round. RRQ Hoshi, the local favorites, faced off against the formidable Myanmar representative, Falcon Esports. The Kings of Kings started things strong as they were looking to sweep the series with a clean 3-0. Under extreme pressure, the Falcons capitalizes on several mistakes and turned the tide. Despite the fierce competition, the RRQ Kingdom prevails and denies Falcons' reverse sweep. Next up, the Valley. The West's last hope takes on another local powerhouse, ONIC Esports. The air was tense as the Indonesian champions fell down to the Dark Horse in the Valley in Game 1. However, ONIC Esports seems to have successfully downloaded the Valley playbook, reading their every move, countering their every play, and thus the last non-Southeast Asian team has been eliminated from the tournament. The upper bracket, so is another rematch of MPL Philippines Season 10 Grand Finals. The Orcas cleared the coast and breezed through the Asians in the first game. But the defending champs fought hard with meticulous gameplay and brilliant draft to stage a comeback. And finally, the Queen's Trial and tested Estes took care of business, booked a slot at the M4 Grand Finals. The Agents are one game away from being the first ever back-to-back world champions. With 4 teams left, 3 matches, 2 days to go, and only one team will be crowned champion. Who would it be? Ladies and gentlemen, let the games begin! Dare to be great.
Are you ready for greatness here in Jakarta? M4 is ready. And more importantly, the grand finals, the build up towards it. Oh boy, I cannot wait. But our first match awaits us here. And I cut you off earlier, Trex. Tell us a little bit about ONIC specifically. Why are you leaning more towards them? I mean, we heard from Jays, Albert, kind of hot stuff.
Yeah, definitely hot stuff. We can't give that away from him. But honestly, after watching ONIC last night, you know, before last night actually, I had the feeling that Kyrie may be a little bit limited, right? Maybe stuck. He is phenomenal, but the hero pool, can he dig deeper past the Assassins? And after last night's performance, we saw that ONIC had a lot more aces up their sleeves, bringing out the Lunox jungle, really pushing the team to the limit and showing that their playbook is just so diverse.
I like the aces. I like the aces a lot, but I feel like, you know, every single time we come into an M series, it's just a reincarnation of the grand final moments throughout the year. We saw MPL Philippines grand final happen, and today it's going to be MPL Indonesia. Do you think it's going to be a repeat of MPL Indonesia grand finals, Jays?
I think, Gideon and guys, I feel like it's going to be a lot on the line here, right? RRQ, Hoshi, they have a lot of things to prove, and I feel like this is the exact stage to exact their revenge against ONIC Esports.
Now, looking at the down predictions, it is a almost split there. We do have a little bit more in the favor of ONIC. You know, hold on a second, Gideon. Who are you going for, though?
Look,
you're the man in the middle, but I need a prediction.
I'm glad that Mara and Clara didn't scroll lower because, you know, the audience decides what they want to believe. and they think I'm that biased. But hey, at the end of the day, only one of these teams are going to be coming on. I'm not leaning towards either one of these teams because they have phenomenal junglers, phenomenal players, and honestly, it's so very difficult. However, hopefully you guys at home may have a differing opinion. We'd like to know. Make sure you use those hashtags that will be told later on at the desk. But for now, I don't know about you guys, there has to be adaptation. The meta has developed even more so as the getting closer to the grand finals.
Yeah, I was talking about this, right? Like the fact that, especially in this particular meta, it's all about the draft. But let's take a look at the team players.
Number one, it has to be Clay coming in from RRQ. The mid lane meta has sort of changed from, first picking Eve to using it as a bait to potentially switching over to Kadita, banning out Kadita. It doesn't feel like we're at the end of this just yet.
Yeah, but Clay definitely did a wonderful job. Something they focused a lot on in their game against Falcon was Clay on that Lunox. Now, was it just him? Did they really just think it was that good? Or was it more of, this is all we need to beat you right now?
Well, I hope that it's more because Sans coming in from ONIC, I'm looking at his stats so far, that average GPM looking kind of fine for now, but most importantly, the average GPM is what's shocking.
And apart from the average GPM, right, you also notice that Sans does have a better teamfight participation in this particular chart, but I feel like, personally, it's not the mage that's talking about between these two teams. I feel like it's the battle of the junglers. It is Kairi versus Albert.
You say Kairi versus Albert, but I don't know. I feel like the gold lane meta is still extremely prevalent, and even EXP is a big question mark. How is it going to influence the map overall? And specifically in this matchup, do you have any people you want to have a look at real quick?
I mean, I think CW, I think that's someone to definitely focus on. I think overall right now as we get closer to the finals, teams like Blacklist where everyone shines, teams like Echo where everyone shines, that is what Indonesia is going to have to do. Every player needs to be pivotal. The bittersweet thing is it's Indo versus Indo tonight.
Well, with that being said, let's throw it over to our casters at the desk. Please take it away.
Thank you, analysts. Welcome back to the beautiful Tennis Indoor Stadium in the beautiful city of Jakarta, Indonesia. I'm your caster, Assassin Dave. With me is our one and only Indonesia local, Miracle, as well as the man who can speak 1,000 languages, sounds like LaFell. How are we doing, boys?
I'm excited, man, because, hey, now more and more I feel like I'm going to be an Indonesian caster. Yo, Mirko, put it in. It's like, yo.
Welcome to Indonesia. Welcome
you
to
very
MPL ID season 10.5.
I love you, man.
Hey, love you too, buddy. But we're here again. Dave, how are you feeling? Because yesterday, unfortunately, ONIC, sent your boys home.
Yeah, I gotta say, ONIC, well-deserved. Valley had a great run, but ONIC is just way too powerful. Those plays, the Lunox jungle, today, it's a royal derby, right? One true king of Indonesia will walk out and face Echo. We shall find out who that is. But first, M4 is powered by Moontown, presented by TikTok, the official content partner supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair, and esports charts, our analytical partner, Gank, our official merchandise partner, MeWatch, our media partner, and last but not the least, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. M4 Pass is available now. Complete all active tasks and you will reach level 75 at ease. And for free, log in now, exclusive rewards like Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and M4 Beatrix figurine are awaiting you. So what you waiting for? Get your M4 Pass today. Hashtag Mobile Legend Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, hashtag Dare to Be Great. Wow. What are you guys looking for the match today? What are some things that we need to watch out for?
Well, honestly, for me personally, ONIC and RRQ, I think the analysts touched on it a bit, but the junglers are going to have a lot to say in this matchup, right? Both junglers being their carries, Albert and also Kairi. But RRQ, I do believe in M4, they have actually opted to go for still Clay and Skylar to be the main carries of the team, putting Albert as that utility jungler.
And speaking of that, here comes the team lineup for our Royal Derby today.
Yes, looking at the team lineup right now for RRQ, we got Clay, R7, Skylar, Albert, as well as Vin. Again, looking at all the players, looking at the carries, but we got to look at his setup as well. Vin, a lot of eyes are on Vin. If he wants to go to the Grand Finals, he has to perform today. Now, for ONIC, we got Sans, Boots, CW, Kairi, and Keyboy. And guys, hearing the crowd right now, just looking at the names, everyone is hyped.
I mean, yeah, yesterday we have a Lunox jungle. What else can this guy play? And here we go. The boys are making it to the stadium.
For ONIC Esports, it feels like every single member was able to pop off yesterday up against the Valley, and if they want to win up against the Kings of Kings here and remain the one true Indonesian king, they're going to have to pull all the stops as they make their way up on the stage, led by the captain, Boots.
And ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you in the stadium. It's marching above the skies. Loud, it's actually ONIC Esports.
ONIC Esports again. This is going to be one of the match of their lives. All 5 players need to perform. As an analyst, I watched them play. I would say 2-3 different strategies. What are they gonna do to make sure they crumble the kingdom for today?
The way they play, it starts in the draft, right? With the architect, Aldo, their coach, setting the pieces one by one. But on the other side, it's the same thing that goes for RRQ. Coach Achil is going to have a lot to say here on how the team actually plays together to try to beat ONIC Esports. RRQ, this team, you touched on it a bit, Lafel, but when Vin and R7 performs, this team is on another level. And as you can see here, they're walking up confident as ever in this stadium with the home crowd advantage. A lot of Indonesian fans, well, technically all Indonesian fans for this Indo-Indo matchup.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, now marching on the stage, King of Kings, the Sun Raja, RRQ.
RRQ, the King of Kings. Today, they gotta make good of the name. Make sure every single matchup is a winning matchup. The engages has to be great, but the follow-up, we gotta look at Clay. He performed so well in M4. Will he be able to do the same for today?
This is their chance to be finally the Kings of Kings, right? Live up to that name. Because again, M1, M2, M3, they participated in every single World Championship, but unfortunately, they haven't been able to lift the trophy. The closest they've been was M1, getting all the way to the Grand Finals before losing to EVOS Legends.
I mean, you said it perfectly. Today is a semifinal day. Today is sweat and tears, right? Today is a Royal Derby day. Only one team can make it out and go to the Grand Final tomorrow. 1, and that's it, not 2. Right? I mean, 2 will be eliminated out of the 3 teams playing. I mean, the stake cannot be any higher.
Yeah, the stake definitely cannot be higher. Looking at both teams, none showing, I would say, almost any emotions in their faces. They're coming in stoic, they're coming in strong with their game faces on. Now, we gotta look at the team head to head. In terms of the shape, it's more or less the same, but look at the turtle control rate for ONIC. It's a little bit lesser compared to RRQ, but look at the Lord control rate. It's higher for ONIC. Based on the stats here, it looks like RRQ, it will explode faster, but at the later stage of the game, ONIC, they will get control.
RRQ is a very skirmish-heavy team, right? They really like to go for those early fights, especially around the turtle. That's why you're seeing a bit better of a stat when it comes down to turtle control rate. Thing is, for ONIC Esports, they're a bit more dynamic in that sense, where they can go for the skirmishes early on if they get assassins on Kyrie, but they can also play the late game. If they put something on Kyrie on something like a Lunox, if they put CW on something like a Moskov. Here you can see, with the game win rates as well, favoring ONIC Esports, but the average kill still favoring RRQ. It shows the different dynamics both teams has to play, and the different dynamics that they've shown here at M4.
Absolutely, and now with 2 teams getting ready to play the game, let's talk about the win conditions, right? The key to victory, what our 2 teams need to do in order to get an upper hand in today's matchup.
Okay, this one is going to be kind of difficult, but one of their key to victory is to bait Sands to commit and overextend. And I kind of feel like this is one of those things that people don't talk a lot about in M4, where teams, they know not just how they play, but they know how they think. So it's like, okay, this looks like we're in a bad spot, right? Come after me. But then all of a sudden, you get the whole crew behind your back. So this is something that we have to pay attention to. Will Sands take the bait?
That's a big question. Because Sans is an instinctive player, right? He doesn't really think a lot, he just does whatever he thinks is right, but he doesn't think. So it's kind of a curveball there. But here we are also going to take a look at the keys to victory for the Indonesian champions.
For the ONIC Esports, touch the sky by shutting down Skylar. Woo! And that's going to be a difficult task to do, right? Skylar's position is always very, very good. So what do you think right here, Lafel?
I think they can do it, but I'm actually looking at support Kyrie, the ace with everything they've got. Now, is it really a good meta just to like protect your ace? Or is it time to evolve and say Kyrie is our ace, but if you just go after him, then you're gonna leave everyone else open.
Right, absolutely. Now let's take a look at an audience prediction as we are here on the desk right here, and to think about what the audience think, what the viewers are thinking of the chances between RRQ and ONIC today. I mean, obviously those two teams have done a lot of homework to know each other better than anyone else in the entire M4 so far. What do y'all think?
For the audience prediction?
Yes.
Am I gonna predict the audience prediction?
Yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I think
you're young, you can do it.
I am young. You're old. Anyways, here, ONIC RRQ. Honestly, I think the audience prediction will slightly be favoring ONIC Esports here because of just...
Really?
Yeah, wow, what a surprise.
You're local, man.
You're local. Hey, first time they met, well, not first time, but last time they met was in the grand finals of MPL Indonesia Season 10. ONIC Esports were able to take RRQ down convincingly, 4-1.
But RQ has been evolving, man.
They have.
This M4, they're looking stronger than ever. Looking at here, Coach Arcadia, making sure that the way that they play the game is clean.
Are we gonna see a Lunox first pick today, you think?
Nah,
That's what RRQ has been doing, though,
That's
right?
what RRQ has been doing, yeah, this entire tournament. And ladies and gentlemen, we shall find out the mystery today as the first game of the Royal Derby draft begins. Are you ready? It's time to like, subscribe, and turn the bell to all notification bells. Here we go.
Oh, this is going to be a big one here. RRQ on the blue side. First pick. Bans coming out very fast. Faramis, Fanny, and also the carry taken away. ONIC Esports opting to go for the 1-1 and the Joy. Now, an option to ban is either the Kaja or the Glue. Do they want to let these two heroes go? Nope, they banned the Glue.
Ooh,
wanting to give the Kaja over to RRQ.
Okay, let's try to read the draft because from RRQ, the bans that they have here, Fanny, as well as Carry, this shows that their backline is going to be relatively squishy and they want to have a very tanky front line. Having the Faramis kind of shows that they don't want to be lumped up, but looks like it has been read. Hayabusa here being picked up rather early alongside the Hilda, so not a lot of counters early in the jungle.
And Hayabusa is a really good pick, you know, it's
Especially
taking out
from Kyrie.
Especially from Kyrie,
yeah.
and you have the Hilda to compensate that, right, in the early game to help with the Hayabusa early game farm, to get a lot of vision. And on top of that, Hilda can actually go to her jungle, you know, just trade a lot of HP to get you low. So what do you think about this combo so far? And RRQ to take out Beatrix and Fredrin.
I think it's a solid choice here for RRQ, noticing again that the Hilda has been taken away from them. A hero that usually Vin plays to, again, negate or shut that assassin down from the get-go. They go for a Fredrin here, which is a very solid flex pick in the jungle in the XP lane. RQ can utilize this to play around in the second phase, and for the Beatrix, just securing a comfort hero for Skylar here. Also forcing ONIC Esports to maybe put some emphasis in the gold lane now that the Beatrix has been picked up.
Now, speaking of Beatrix here, let's take a look at a quote from Bong Chan. It looks like there is a possibility that Indonesia will go to the grand final, so they need to be more focused. The advantage of being in the lower bracket allows them to learn many things. What are the many things that I think they learn?
Okay, so every single losses, they know that
What's a loss?
this hero works or not. Okay, stop it, Mirko.
Hey,
I
in
love
M4,
you. I love you, but stop it, man.
Rafael,
What?
in M4,
What?
L doesn't mean loss.
L means Lafel. That is
No,
correct.
no, it means learn.
Now, okay, going into the draft, I already forgot the question, but I too want to see Indonesia in the grand finals, man. We gotta see both going head to head. Okay, Lilia being picked up, a lot of lane control. This is very good because just in case the Hayabusa does not do well in the early stage of the game, it gives time for Kyrie to find angles, and it also gives time to whoever their gold laner is to scale up. So right now, based on the draft from ONIC, they are preparing for the worst, but they're also setting up for the best.
Absolutely, their team synergy is already showing, right? You got early game protection come from Hilda and Lilia, and you get the gank, the flank from the Hayabusa played by Kyrie. So, I mean, Miracle, walk me through the draft. Walk me through the ban right here. What do you think RRQ should do next?
Well, for RRQ, right now they have a solid front-to-back composition built for themselves. I think getting some more backline threats away from them would be great, right? They've already banned the Yuzong here. They might actually be able to go for maybe the Claude ban here. If they want to give the Beatrix as much time as possible to actually scale up to get to the point where this Beatrix can start to deal damage, which is that item power spike, then RRQ might need to ban a few goal lane matchups. For ONIC Esports though, it's very clear what they're doing right here. They want to shut... Hey, called it. Hey, they want to shut Finn down. Franco, Grok, right? If Finn doesn't get the comfort hero, and remember, we said this earlier, if Finn doesn't perform, RRQ doesn't perform.
Now looking at the draft, because they, okay, look at this, right? ONIC, they have the Hilda, they have the Lilia. Does this smell like an early invade? Because again, Lilia, level 1, I'm already strong.
Yep.
Hilda, I just exist and I'm strong. They're gonna dive in, but diving into the Fredrin, is it a good idea to do that? For them to really execute as well? I'm looking at the EXP lane. What is a very oppressive EXP lane so that they can push 3 people in?
You see, the thing about second pick is you can save the EXP lane for the last pick, right? As a counter pick right now. And here we go. We're actually going to go with the goal lane first, which is going to be a Harry.
Like you said, save the EXP lane for later so that he knows what he's really going up against. Because, like you said, Mirko, Fredrin can be flex. Could be EXP.
True.
Could be jungle. Did you know, is it not local to call him Fredrin?
It's pretty local, man, because Fredrin's on the desk, not in the game. But hey, RRQ now. They gotta stay focused here, right? Do they want to go for a roll? Whoa, it's a Paquito and a Kaja pick. But for ONIC Esports here, honestly, looking at the Kaja and the Paquito, earlier I was thinking about, you know, what hero can Boots really play? I was expecting something like the Lapu, but now that the Kaja's been picked up, you might want to go for something like a Benedetta, a bit more room to play with. Then you have that eye for an eye as well that can, you know, really stop a lot of the CC coming in from the side of RRQ.
Because right now, I think Paquito might be the jungler, right?
Yeah.
Now, if Paquito is a jungler, doesn't have a little bit more early game damage, early game rotation. What are y'all thinking here?
I'm looking at the screen and I don't see any of our... Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Oh,
well, like we said, right? Like we said. Okay, looking at the draft.
Whoa.
RRQ, they got a pretty beefy front line. They could force fights, but okay, so it looks like Albert will be using Fredrin in the jungle. So this is going to be a more tankier build for the Paquito, but going back to my point, this might be a game where we could see a very early first blood, especially if ONIC wins the EXP lane. I kind of feel like that's the go sign. It's like, yo, I'm doing good, let's go in.
Yeah, and also this is looking like Team Hawk style, right? What is going on? Are we going to have a really early invade? Is Masha going to give up the first lane and just run to her jungle and try to, you know, mess around in your head a little bit? I mean, what is going on here?
It's more like Todak, right?
Right,
what Todak did to ONIC
Longar,
in the group stage. Remember how they beat ONIC Esports?
Yep.
Going into the jungle?
I remember.
Yeah, I remember that too. It wasn't a fun day for me. The Hilda and the Masha just constantly being in the enemy jungle, forcing those engages and invades.
Oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Royal Derby Game 1 as we come to the land of dawn. Are you ready? Here we go.
I'm ready.
I am ready too. Now I'm ready to see what kind of rotations will they go for, because again, I'm looking at ONIC. I kind of want to see them go as aggressive as they can, especially once Kyrie gets level 4. I want to see how he can really impact the lanes.
Huh, you're right. But early on already, you can already see Keyboy in the enemy jungle, putting some more pressure down. Even though Fredrin's not there yet, Albert's going to take some time, but this is why I really like this matchup. Lilia versus Yve in the mid lane for the Lilia. It's because in terms of poke, in terms of wave clear, Sana's going to have a better time early on.
Here comes Lilia. You see, the thing about Keyboy is because he has the shield with the bush, right? He can just go in, trade HP for free, and then when Hayabusa gets the early game farm, gets a level 4, it's massacre time, it's assassination time.
Yeah, right now I'm actually looking at all the lanes. Keyboy is being very aggressive, but looking at the EXP, it looks like Boots hasn't gotten any kind of advantage going up against R7, and that's kind of like stopping a little bit on their aggression. So it's Keyboy just going in, just seeing where Albert is, and just giving information, not really trying to slow him down that much.
Yep, just a little bit of trade on HP, but Skylar is already low though. Hayabusa is on the bottom side, he's looking for something. Again, when we have Assassin in the jungle, I feel like trading on the sideline is always going to be a lose for you, right? Because then Hayabusa can just come in and harvest the kill.
You're right, especially with the high and dry, he is going to actually opt to go for the XP lane a bit more, and maybe perhaps the mid lane. But in the gold lane, you can really see a little bit of a skirmish here. CW, Skylar, Vin, and Keyboy just going at it. But obviously when it comes to trades, Harith has the better time.
Yeah, looking at all the trades, I'm also looking at Turtle. Turtle will spawn very, very soon. ONIC, the way that they're drafting, I want to see how Keyboy as well as Sans is going to like make sure everyone is separated, giving time for Kairi to actually engage the Loom. Because right now, looking at Keyboy as well as Sans, they're pushing everyone away. This is what I want to see. But R7, will he try to contest this?
He's winning lanes, man. Keyboy in the midst of it all here, already invading, buying a lot of time and dealing a lot of damage onto Albert. Kairi able to take the Turtle down. Vin with the Divine Judgment earlier on, not really going to be able to find much. That's just one on the board for ONIC Esports, and Keyboy is still looking to just invade, being a nuisance in the enemy jungle.
I feel like ONIC definitely started off with on a really good note, right? They played really aggressive. You can see Keyboy was on Fredrin the whole time. Make sure he didn't even get close to Turtle for the contest. And what a great opening for ONIC here. What aggressive opening.
Yes, it is a very aggressive opening, but I kind of want to see more. Looking at the items right now, the Hayabusa, I feel like he's just waiting. Okay, now he has the Fury Hammer as well as his attack speed boost. So if he wants to go in, it's still not enough damage. So I kind of feel like the side lanes, they really got to set something up. And ONIC for now, it looks like they're just focusing on farming. So they're looking at the big, and never mind, R7 goes down.
This is the problem with going for a Paquito, a hero that you can kind of say is off meta, right? But technically the Masha is too.
Look at Masha just crawling the gold plate. And it's all gone like that. I mean, that's so much gold for Masha right now. I want to see how much farm he has compared to Paquito at this point on R7. Oh, here we go. Look at Keyboy. It's being a nuisance, right?
It's so annoying.
It is annoying. You're annoying. But right now, up top, CW is taking a lot of damage.
Very low. Pops the Savant Force, jumping back in. Kairi with the Shadow Kill. The Skylar flickers forward to gun CW down. Getting a trade for himself.
I mean, if you're going to die anyways, might as well take someone with you because, again, it's just 2 minutes. And within these 2 minutes, not a lot of fights is probably going to go on for him. So I feel like it is worth it because you just want some more items on yourself. You got to find a way to get gold.
But at the same time, Skylar did end up burning that flicker, right? That gotta be a signal, because all the pro team to keep track of your flicker timer. That means like within the 2 minutes, Hayabusa can easily come top again and find another kill potentially. But here, 8 seconds into the Turtle, Keyboy already just being Keyboy on the hill.
He's got to be very careful though, up against Vin. He knows his timers really well. He knows that Vin doesn't have the Divine Judgment just yet, so he is able to actually go in like that. Now, you can see the setup being provided by RRQ as Boots tries to really start to nullify this setup. R7 with a knockout strike earlier on, taking 1 HP bar from Boots, but he gets it back. Sans and Keyboy opening up the map. Sans in the mid lane. Oh, it's gonna be Vin who jumps in. Divine Judgment finding Sans, and Albert picks up the kill. Now it's gonna be Retribution, and Kairi steals it away. Has the Quad Shadow again. Keyboy in the midst of it all now against Clay is gonna be caught down. RRQ trading 2 kills in for a Turtle. But R7, he's going to be caught near all alone. Boots and Kairi, the single target damage is going to be enough to take him down. Kairi with a very on-point Quad Shadow to read that movement out. Doesn't stop there though. CW wants to jump in, but it's a Savant Force again. No Divine Judgment, he steals the purple buff. And it's absolutely worth it now for ONIC Esports.
Oh, it's definitely worth it because, again, looking at the gold itself, 1.7, but the pressure that they're putting, this is good. Boots is all alone. He's pushing. Right now, ONIC, they're dictating the lanes. They're dictating the river. So they are controlling the match. RRQ, they got to respond. Right now, Vin, as the Kaja, it's your job. How do you engage? How are you going to proceed with the fights? Or are they just going to wait it out, make sure Skylar has like, what, 3 items, and then decide to go in?
See both. Oh, here we go.
Gonna be caught down. That's a lot of ultimates burned down. CW wants to dash forward. Not sure about that one.
Kairi.
But he is forced to back off. Kairi now, knowing there's no Divine Judgment, might want to go for something more, but he decides to go for the wiser option, backing up.
But I feel like both teams have late game insurance, right? You have Masha. By the way, Masha and Paquito, both a little bit off-meta characters, but both can be scary late game once they get those core items. Especially Masha, build full tank, one-shotting Skylar if he finds the opportunity. You know, you have to time the Wind of Nature perfectly, and it's usually pretty hard. With that being said, ONIC's ranked first in unique hero use with 34 characters.
Wow.
I mean, that's something. And one of those characters is the Lunox. Looking at the game right now, RRQ, it does seem like they want to pressure the goal lane. They want to make sure that they get some structures for themselves so that not only do they get goal, but they also need map pressure, because the thing about Akaja is you're the more scariest when no one sees you. And the way that you make sure no one sees you is less turrets, more bushes. So for now, RRQ, they need to set the map in their own favor.
But it's also really hard, right? Because, I mean, Hilda's always on your face. So how do you stay hidden? Oh, here we go.
Finn for the Divine Judgment on the CW. Kibo's gonna be caught in the real world inflation as well. Albert knocks him up, picking up that kill with the Appraiser's Wrath still intact. He did not use that Appraiser's Wrath. ONIC Esports still desperately trying to save this tier 1 turn from going down. Boots gonna be shredded down, but it's gonna be Kyrie jumping in onto R7 for the Quad Shadow. Jumping back out. That cannon in the mid lane is going to be taken down here as ONIC Esports are able to disengage, but that 2,000 goal lead is slowly but surely disappearing.
They feel like ONIC's getting this objective, but at what cost, right? Every time they get a turtle, they lose 3 kills. And this time, not only did they lose 3 kills, they also lose a lot of HP in the mid-tier 1 tower as one of the most important objectives on the map.
Hey, they lose it because of Vin, because we talked about it. Vin, he has to engage because everyone else, you got that, that's cool. Kyrie is looking at Clay and he thinks you're cool.
Oh, that's a shadow kill over to Clay. The RNG favors him, but Clay gets out. No flicker burnt. That was really crazy. A good move by Clay, though, saving his resources.
And also interesting, Kyrie was saving the Retribution there. You know, you could have used the Flame Retribution to get a lot more damage in. And also, like, because if you don't land a skill 1 high booster, sometimes the shadow kill itself doesn't do that much. Even you can see even on Clay. And if you see Clay also built some tanky item, the tanky boots in early game, I think this is helping him survive a lot.
Yeah, looking at the items as well, looking at the Harv already having the Calamity Reaper is already very, very strong. So I kind of feel like if he wants to go for more damage, he's just going for the Holy Crystal and Kyrie just poking people out. Speaking of items, looking at Matrix, just by having this Blade of Despair is already a huge power spike.
He's already building towards the Hunter Strike, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe even the Haas Claws here early on.
Oh,
that's going to be Kyrie looking for Vin. Oh, that's a very good engage by Kyrie, but it's a very good disengage from the side of RRQ. ONIC Esports now collapsing on Albert, but his time connects there on the back line. CW's going to be got down. Skylar is massive as he picks up a triple kill to push ONIC Esports back.
Dude, with just a little bit of penetration with the Fury Hammer, the Blade of Despair, right now RRQ, they have a very beefy front line. They're just pushing everyone away. Don't touch my Skylar. This is my boy, and my boy gonna take down your boy.
True, and when you gotta be really, really appreciative of the reflection time, right? I mean, he was holding the Divine Judgment until Haya jumped in. I was like, okay, this guy's gonna miss it because Hilda jumped in with the ultimate, the power of wilderness. He's gonna get it. There's wombo combo, but nope. Look at this beautiful Divine Judgment getting Kyrie, and that is like a split-second decision or action there.
Yeah, look at this instant replay. Look at Skylar's positioning, and look at ONIC. They're not focusing him at all. He's free hitting all the way through. 9 minutes in right now. They start the Lord, and Vin
again with the Divine Judgment flicker combo. He finds a pivotal member for this Lord dance. Kyrie gets out. They concede the Lord, and RRQ takes the lead.
Dude, right now, like I said, RRQ, they've evolved. They've seen the meta. They've understand the meta. And right now, Vin, 0, 1, and 9. An absolute problem for ONIC. Not to mention as well, Clay, 1, 0, and 8. He's slowing everyone down. And now, ONIC, they're in the back foot. 2,000 goalie for RRQ.
And also, I gotta say that, you know, RRQ definitely figured out how to play against ONIC, Kyrie, Assassin, right? I mean, they have the Hayabusa. We've seen what Hayabusa can do, but somehow I feel like Kyrie in this game is not being close as effective as when ONIC was playing against Echo.
And now, if you take a look at the items too, right? The Harith is severely underfarmed compared to Skylar LaFell.
Yeah, and you really don't want that to happen, especially with the Lord coming in. This is just an elemental Lord, so ONIC should be able to do it, but Vin pushes someone in.
Boots already with Thunderclap onto Skylar, who's still going to be able to dash out. Kyrie now onto the back lines. Clay's going to be taken low, but he has to flicker to get out. Vin with a Divine Judgment, buying a little bit more time onto Kyrie. As that's going to be the shadow kill, taking him down. Albert down. Boots in the midst of it all now against R7. Clay pops in the real world relation. Boots going to be able to actually jump in, but that's going to be Skylar who actually takes Kyrie down. As well! Skylar's a monster in this game. He does not miss. He even reads out that Keyboy is in the bush, but he doesn't find it just yet. Keyboy now hunting Clay down. Actually goes on to Skylar, but Skylar is godlike. You can try to deal damage to the man, but he will not fall.
Excuse me, that's a tank. I would be fine if it did that to CW. But that's Keyboy. He's a tank. Right now it's 1, 5, and 2. But all hope is not lost because there is a good sign coming in from ONIC, because in that team fight, CW finally finishes his Holy Crystal. The damage now is going to be real for ONIC.
You know, just now, before the game started, we're talking about win condition, the key to victory for ONIC is shut down Skylar, right? I mean, we talk about how good Skylar usually positions himself. Last team fight, you saw a perfect display of that, you know? This guy, you had a Hilda chasing him, you had Hayabusa chasing him with the Quad Shadow, and somehow he gets away safely and turn it all around and solo killed Kyrie after Kyrie used the ultimate.
Skylar is feeling it. He's in the flow state right now. Maybe it's because he's up against the Sky King,
So
and he's Skylar.
Exactly. Di atas
Langit.
Sky King, ada Skylar.
Oh,
here we go.
Let's see if that's true here. So far in game one, it seems like it is, right?
Yeah, look at items right now, LaFell. I mean, why don't you go ahead and break it down for us?
Here's the thing. Looking at Skylar, he hasn't built his Wind of Nature yet. Once he has that online, it's going to be more and more difficult for Kyrie to do something about this Beatrix. And he just completed it.
Yeah.
Kyrie just completed the Blade of Despair, but it's not Kyrie's job now. It's got to be CW. So ONIC, they got to make sure CW is able to dish out the damage safely, because the Wind of Nature will not do anything against the Harriet.
True, and also, like, it's going to be really hard for Harriet to get the job done. I mean, at this point, if Harriet jumps in, if CW jumps in, it only takes a, what, like 2 auto attack from Skylar to completely eliminate him? Speaking of that, here comes the Lord, and RRQ once again takes the lead on the Lord.
It's free. ONIC Esports have no way to really contest for this, but the concealed play is going to come down here. Keyboy decides to go away. Better choice, honestly, looking after RRQ has taken that Lord. They didn't really even spend any resources, so not a good fight to take if you're ONIC.
Again, right now, ONIC, they got to set the map in their own favor. But looking at R7, he's checking every single bush. He's making sure no one can flank Skylar. Because look at this, he's getting caught.
Keyboy has to get away here. Kyrie jumps in. No Divine Judgment will mean that he is going to be a bit freer when it comes to those engages. But with one basic attack, Kyrie was taken down that much.
Yes. You know, I was actually surprised that Skylar didn't Q-shot Boots at this point. Because, like, this guy almost full build. At this point, he's a fight decider. And speaking of fight decider on top side, R7, Luna, do something here.
This Paquito pick is going really good for RRQ now, as R7 is going to be able to actually zone the other members away. Lord marching down, getting the turret very low. Boots now in the midst of it all. Flanking around, going out to Clay, but will be caught in Divine Judgment now. Skylar fronts him back, Thunderclap over to R7. The real world inflation is going to be able to zone sounds away. That's going to be Boots in the midst of it all again. Going to be shredded down. Kyrie jumping in with the Quad Shadow. Praises grabs all the times, but he's still able to survive. Skylar is still alive. He guns them down again. And RRQ wins the front to back.
Looking at the team fight, Kyrie was waiting. And the thing is, Skylar did use his Wind of Nature, but he's like, I didn't get my shadow onto Skylar. So it's like, you know what? Clay is Clay. I'm going to take down Clay. But even Kyrie at that moment is like, I'm brave, but I'm not that brave.
Yeah, you can take. You want to take what you can get. Speaking of that, here we go, mid lane.
The Thunderclap doesn't do enough damage. Skylar's going to be able to sustain back up. Then jumps over the Divine Judgment, finding Suns! And Albert jumps in as well. Kyrie looking for R7, but he's going to be able to get the knockout strike down. Nice! Kyrie goes in for shadow kill. R7's going to be taken down. Kyrie was He takes Skylar down. He takes another. Finn now going to ball. His immortality's been popped out. And Kyrie picks up a triple. He wants to go for Albert right now. He jumps over Quad Shadow once again. Albert versus the world. Clay jumping in once again to help his jungler out. But RRQ decides to back off.
This is why he's called this guy King. For you to be a king, you don't bow down to anyone else. I dare to say right now, if he's not the best Hayabusa player, I'm just going to say he's the best player overall. This guy's mechanics is out of this world.
I mean, Miracle, I use your words, I think Kyrie's, this Hayabusa is a pretty local home. I mean, like,
He is local.
He's so good on Hayabusa. And just now, baiting on the Wind of Nature, knowing that he didn't have it, he jumped in with his Shadow Kill to find the kill. Was really good.
And what makes it crazier is the fact that he has no defensive items, dude. He's going full offense mode. He knows he's the best Haya player. He knows that he needs to make the plays happen for his team.
Like Leo said, you need to know the rules for you to break the rules. And people say, Hayabusa late game is not going to be a factor. Nope, never mind. Kyrie, all of a sudden, just in a few minutes, he completed 2 items. And now the Lord is set up. This is 16 minutes. This is going to be a very tanky Lord. ONIC, will they be able to contest this one?
Okay, RRQ spotting Boots. Skylar moving back. Boots gonna be zoned away. Lord Dance completed by RRQ with a reset here as R7 goes back to the mid lane. In the bottom lane as well, you can see the setup already by ONIC Esports. They're trying to find just an opening here to find a good flank.
You can see RRQ is very, very disciplined, right? They saw Boost in the flanking position, about to reach Skylar. Like, okay, we gotta stop this Lord because we're not in a good position here.
But
and
look
that just shows the quality of the top tier team. Here we go.
I don't know about this. Boots is all alone. RRQ has read it perfectly. Divine Judgment to lock him down. Boots now running away. Baiting out the Divine Judgment is Boy now. Looking for the flanks with CW. R7 is going to be in that bush. Albert jumps in, knocking CW up. CW is going to be careful here as he pops into the Bond Force. Sans still dealing damage. Kyrie jumps in with the Shadow Kill. Vin's going to be falling down. Unstoppable picked up. R7's going to fall as well, but he flickers out to safety. Sans with the Winner's Truncheon doesn't have the black shoes anymore. Sans will be taken out. It's a 1-for-1. The roamer for the mid laner.
Right now again. Look at Keyboy. Keyboy finds Skylar. Skylar's all alone. Even Keyboy's doing a lot of damage.
Not as much as Skylar, though. He's here to come and play. And Albert picks up the kill onto Keyboy.
The Has Claw and the full effect, right? One SMG auto attack, you're back to full HP effectively. I mean, that's something that you just have to be worried about. Speaking of mid lane.
Zaman Force popped in, gonna be able to dash around. Now onto Clay!
CW! Now it's the double kill, but Skylar says no. I'm the better goal lane in this match, in this game.
Yo, right now, Skylar, he's walking around and he's collecting kills left and right. Boots, Kyrie, you're going up against Skylar. Can you guys do anything? Look at Kyrie, look at Kyrie.
Oh, look at the damage coming through. Boots gonna be taken down with nature.
Oh, there is Skylar, Kyrie! Does he do it? He does not! Albert secures it. Skylar will be able to eliminate the ONIC members.
Oh my god, what a play. At least a attempt from ONIC to try to get a Lord and also try to kill Skylar. Beautiful timing on the Wind of Nature there to keep himself from harm's way. And at the same time, secure the Lord for the side of RRQ.
Looking at the items, CW should be strong, but the damage coming in from this Beatrix is not fair. It's like, we gotta change Beatrix over and over and over again, but still somehow Beatrix is like, yo, look at that shot. Look at that sniper shot. Keyboy going up against R7, trying to survive, but the Lord is marching mid. This game looks like it's all RRQ.
Oh man, Lord. With the enhanced Lord here, Kyrie still respawning. No purple buff for him. Boots now gonna try his best to actually act as front line with the Thunderclap now. It's gonna be Kyrie taunted down, taken out by Skylar. CW with the Zaman Force, not gonna be able to find anything as Vin jumps in with the Divine Judgment, finding CW. It's a double kill for Skylar. It's a triple kill for Skylar here as it takes Keyboy down and they secure game number 1 in the Royal Derby.
Oh my god.
RRQ, man. Skylar ending the game 17-7.
Wow.
KDA. I mean, he's probably going to be MVP, but let's talk about this scoreline again. 17, 1-7. Some people aren't even this old yet.
You're right. 17 kills in a lower bracket match all the way for... This is top 4, by the way.
Top 4.
They're up against the Indonesian champions. Skylar was able to do that.
Now, all I can say is RRQ did their homework today, right? They come in.
They did way more than their homework.
More
they did
homework.
Extra task, the extra
they went
credit
to
as
tuition.
well. They went tuition as well, yeah.
I know, they had a secret tutor session as well, right? That was absolutely insane what they did there. The contra played by Win, the reflection time, we'll talk about that so quick, so fast. What a play. Skylar's perfect display of skills. RRQ draws first blood. I mean, going to the next game, I only have to think about, okay, do we still go with Hayabusa? Do we still pick the assassin? Because it's not working out in the game 1.
I kind of feel like the assassin pick is good, but I think they kind of underestimate the damage coming up from Skylar because it's not like they didn't try. Hilda jumped in, Masha jumped in, Hayabusa jumped in, and then they're like, okay, as I'm about to approach you, I died. What's going on? Like, that's kind of not fair. And the thing is, Skylar even started like early. He just had a Fury Hammer and the Blade of Despair. Just one core item.
How does he snowball that much from just a little bit of gold? He had a BOD, sure, but he was still in the same amount of gold. Like, if you take a look at the item builds there, the gold for both of the gold leaders was the same.
No, during that time, even ONIC had an advantage.
ONIC had a 2,000 gold lead, you're right.
See, the thing is Skylar was a silent killer, right? He stayed quiet, he stayed low, right? Pretending that he doesn't exist. And Kyrie wasn't focusing early game, right? Like he was just having a free time at it. He was taking 1 minute at a time, slowly but surely. And next time you see him, he's a monster, right? He's starting one-shotting you and taking away all your relatives. Oh, actually.
Whoa. All your teammates, not relatives.
All your teammates.
There you go.
Yeah, so it was a little bit too much. But ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the next match, before we go to the analyst desk, we want to talk about our sponsors. M4 Battle Night goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game. First off, complete battle tasks in the game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like most from the chest. Aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day. So play matches and you will get the team star protection for 3 matches and double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. What the hell? That's a lot of free stuff. We are not stopping there, guys. Free access to not yet.
What? Really?
I know, it's crazy. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that very day. So save the date, log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the match, and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 Championship together, including with your friends.
Am I your friend, Dave?
Yes.
Marco.
That's why I'm gonna let you touch my Beatrix figurine.
Oh, you have a Beatrix figure. You're right. I'm gonna just steal this one right here.
With that being said, we got to know what the analysts want to say about this game, and pretty sure Skylar MVP. What do you guys think?
Thank you so much, LaFell, Miracle, and as well as Assassin Dave. What a game, a #1 in this best of 5 so far, and we're absolutely giving the fans here in Jakarta what they so desperately want. But my God, Skylar, absolute genocide throughout. We're gonna be talking about a little bit of the games. My name is Gideon, this is Jason, as well as Trex here at the analyst stand. And once the items come out, we can get a little bit more in depth. But walk me through this draft. We haven't seen Paquito in like kind of forever though in the EXP lane.
Well, I think it gave the exact answer that RRQ needed there. It was the perfect amount of CC, but also the perfect amount of damage, and it was something that was able to deal with boots. It was something that was able to stop that cut from happening, stop them from getting to the back line, and it ended up being the perfect defense for Skylar.
And now let's take a look at the RRQ items. I think the most important member that we have to take a look at Skylar. Look at the items that he built. There was a lot of switcheroos around. I think there was a Wind of Nature, and then once the Wind of Nature is down, switch it into Immortality. But another key item that we haven't seen from the Beatrix so far is that Demon Hunter Sword, because nowadays a lot of Beatrix focus on the BOD and then go straight into the Malefic Roar, and then they kind of skim on the attack speed already. And not only just that, the Hunter Strike allows Skylar to maneuver even better. One shot from the SMG allows you to just get out of anywhere quickly, because there is a Marsha on the other side, and that is literally the bane of any Beatrixes.
I mean, we see the bane of any Beatrixes so far, but the fact is, like LaFell said, Kyrie, Keyboy, sometimes they even throw boots, sometimes they even throw sands at Skylar's, and he's still able to make it out. And it's a combination of that DHS as well as that Haas's Claw. But Vin's performance has been quite outstanding, and I think RRQ's protocols into the way they kind of play the map has changed.
Yeah, I mean, Vin, right now on that Kaja, we've seen it for a while now. I've been talking about it on the desk to the analyst stand. I feel like it's not something you want to give to him. He knows how to find his target, he knows who he needs to get to, and he always does. Definitely one of those people who creates the picks for his team. Now, Skylar, though, as Dave said, the silent killer, was able to farm so well throughout the early stage of that game, and then once we got to the mid phase, completely turned the things over for his team.
Honestly, if we check Ancestry.com for Skylar, I'm hoping he comes from a lineage of headhunters, because he does not miss, not a single one. Every weapon maximized and utilized to its very best. But our MVP, I mean, nobody's gonna question it. Give it up for Skylar with an almost perfect KDA, 17, 2, and 7.
That is a very high kill participation, 92.5%. I think that was 17 kills all across the board in the favor of RRQ Hoshi. But apart from that, the reason why Skylar was allowed to become that silent killer is because of the rest of the team as well. Trex, you mentioned about Vin, right? The fact that he was given the Kaja. I think what happened was ONIC is just super tunnel vision on top of Vin. There's always a threat of the Divine Judgment that just scares away everybody. You can see even Kyrie, practicing a lot of discipline to try to avoid that. And because of that, Skylar was able to farm safely and then just escalate out of control.
I mean, I'm totally on board with this, but let's not forget that Clay's real-world manipulation is really useful in a couple of senses because you can at least stop a couple of people from aggressing at the same time and actually break up the engagement tempo. And let's look at Skylar's heat map from 5 minutes to 10 minutes so far because he's only pushing his way. I'm staying in the gold lane. I know what I'm supposed to do, but if you need me, I'm going to make my way over to mid and make sure that I hold that priority.
Yeah, I want to say this is the point where he really starts to catch a gold lead here, right? He's coming down to the mid lane clearing waves. He's going back to the gold lane clear waves. He even pushes a little bit into the cut there. This is about the time I think they take that first tower on the top side. And this is when, right around that 10-minute mark, is when Skylar really just comes online here. Now, you did mention Clay, and to go all the way back to the items, there's something he picked up that was very different. That necklace of Durance. And you don't really see a lot of mages pick that up nowadays. The Dominance Ice does such a better job, but every time he lays down this real manipulation, Boots is not able to withstand it. The rest of the team, all the Hawes Claws, anything you have, it just helps create the pressure.
I think apart from that, it's because the real world manipulation, you basically just spread all that damage all across the board. And if you notice from the side of ONIC, you've got Keyboy, you've also got that Masha, right? That does have some sort of regeneration. That amount of that NOD literally just just not say stop, but reduce the amount of healing that ONIC can enjoy. But apart from that, RRQ, you can see CW also, starting to scale up just a little bit towards the later part of the game, but Skylar is already a different beast.
Absolutely, his DPS was ridiculous. Every moment you think, hey, maybe CW is going to come back into it, he requires a lot more time compared to someone who's playing on a Beatrix. And I think, as you mentioned before, I think Clay was doing a great job at zone control, forcing people like Keyboy actually having to go for a flank rather than running in straight, and even the Masha. So I don't know about you guys, this has been a really good game for RRQ, but this is only the first of many. I'm expecting the full series here. ONIC's adaption though, what are we thinking about Trex? Where do you think they're going to pivot towards to?
I think ONIC definitely has to switch some things up. I definitely feel like even though RRQ won that game, the way that Kairi plays, we know that anything can happen. That last Lord, it could have gone into their hands, but I do feel like ONIC maybe need to make it a bit more simple. Don't rely on flashy plays because right now RRQ is keeping it steady.
All right, boys, we're excited here at the Analyst Desk. Let's throw it over to the casters.
Well, thank you, analysts. But ONIC's all about that flashy plays. Who do they have? The one and only Kairi, obviously. But ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, TikTok Live Carnival, cheer up for M4 Watch M4 matches on TikTok. Participate in the cheer up for M4 activities by watching M4 matches on TikTok and using M4 exclusive customized gifts to cheer for the teams. There will be a chance to be on TV and win abundant gifts. That's when you talk to your parents. I know.
Valley?
Yeah,
dude,
absolutely. Take a sneak peek at M4 events and be the first to receive info about all the rewards you can get. M4 Pass will be available on December 20th. Exclusive rewards like Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, M4 Beatrix figurine, emote, secret statue, spawn effect, recall effect, avatar border, and troll effects awaits you. That is a lot of
That is a
stuff.
lot.
That is a lot. Yeah.
You're a lot.
You can. Everybody's a lot. You can get all the special skin War Lion for free.
For free?
Yeah, by completing task 2. I know.
just got it.
It's crazy. Starting December 24th, M4 support chests will also be available in the game. Open it to get loads of M4 Pass experience and stand a chance to receive a mysterious gift. On the way of M4 Final happening on January 15th, expect to get an avatar border for free. In the M4 Battle Night event, unlock a skin chest by completing tasks and pick a skin of your choice within the chest. Hashtag Mobile Legend Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, hashtag Dare to be Great.
Well, both of the teams are daring to be great right now, right,
Yeah,
Dave?
I know.
And you actually wanted to talk about the brackets here because guess what? Royal Derby now, but someone's waiting in the next stage and then later on even in the grand finals.
Yes, I was about to ask LaFell for the very same question.
Oh, yeah?
Because after the Royal Derby, the winner have an even harder task. They're tired, exhausted, just want a brutal battle, have to go against Echo. What do you think about today's entire bracket?
Oh, today's entire bracket, like you said, is brutal. But the thing is, if you want to succeed in life, sometimes you got to sacrifice. You got to sacrifice your energy.
Reach.
Your sweat, tears, and some sweets, because you got to control yourself. But I kind of feel like if RRQ wins the entire match, goes up against Echo, they could do it because Skylar, like, okay, right now looking at the hero pick recap, we talked about this off screen, but 160K on Skylar. Now here's the thing, right? I've heard, this is a weird criticism by the way, but I've heard criticism on Skylar is that he's too safe, he's too careful, like he doesn't dish out that much damage. But in this game, I gotta say, it really looked like he's not afraid. He doesn't have fear. I'm gonna say the N-word, but like fear is for nerds, man. Fear is for nerds.
The nerds.
True.
Nerds.
In previous broadcasts, we talked about sometimes when you go against hyper carry marksmen like Skylar, the best enemy for them is themselves, right? You might have to just carry the vengeance, you know? Just let them slowly but surely or maybe quickly end their own lives in the game. So that might be something that you have to do, because last game, we found out despite all this dive with Harith, with Haya, it was not enough. Just one Hat's Claw solved all that problem, Mirko.
Yeah, I mean, again, the sustainability, the lifesteal coming in, especially when you're that far ahead, when you're dealing 160,000 damage, yeah. Why do you need defensive items? No, just go for more sustainability. And like you said, man, he is a Chad. He's not a nerd.
He's a Chad.
He's a Chad.
Giga Chad.
A Giga Chad. You can call him that if he actually wins the series, and he does that constantly, right?
Okay, so
right
either Sky Chad or Chadler.
Chadler sounds better.
Chadler.
Right? Chadler sounds better. But let's talk about ONIC Esports, because yesterday, too, against the Valley, they actually lost game number 1.
Yes.
Adaptations and how much they learned just from one loss, especially considering ONIC usually takes game number 1 as more of an experimental game, in a best of 5 especially.
Yeah, we see how much they can adjust or how it can change, right? We even seen a Lunok jungle for the first time ever in M4, which is absolutely crazy. And that's why ONIC is ranked number 1 as unique hero used in M4, right? I think the number shows 34 hero totally used so far. And that's insane. Most of the teams only use a few characters and rotate them back and forth, or maybe have 2 drafts set up, but not for ONIC. They can flex anything they want. That's why when you look at a draft, it's so unpredictable. You can have a Lunox jungle. I mean, what else can you not do?
And that's why I didn't like the Hayabusa, Hilda, Lilia picks, because you know where all these 3 heroes were gonna go. There was no flexibility at all. Meanwhile, RRQ, they could use the Frederick, they could flex it, they pick up the Paquito, making RRQ or making ONIC think that, hey, that's gonna be Paquito jungle for sure.
Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, we're walking to the second game draft. LaFell, break it down for us.
Okay, right now I'm already seeing the Joy ban, so if they want, because right now, maybe they're gonna try to open up carry, but they should try to get carry, or dare I say, even Beatrix first, because Beatrix, there are ways to counter, but because the Joy has been banned, it's gonna be a little bit safer for CW to stay behind and not getting like harassed.
From what we've seen though, on esports, usually when they get first pick, they don't care about the carry. They let it go. They have a Moskov to counter it later. They go for the Yi first pick. That's the prio. And I think in game 1, 2, you could see that Clay really was able to get. Oh, there you go. They respect it. That means they want the carry now. If they don't want the Eve, right? Now RRQ are forced to either ban the Kaja, carry.
And there are a lot of other choices. No, Fanny is still available, right?
Fanny, you're
and
right.
we all know how scary Kyrie can be on the Fanny. It's Fanny, Kyrie, Kyrie, Fanny. It's one of those 2 words that go back hand in hand. Or Candy, carry, I don't know. The whole point is there are a lot of good characters available. Kaja, Carry, Grok, Valentina. I mean, like, you have to think about what do you ban, what to take.
I mean, if all of those options are open, might as well just open all of them, because for RRQ, I kind of feel like, personally for me, their prior really should be the Kaja, because if Vin gets a hero where he can comfortably engage, that is a difference maker. And I guess it's like, maybe, no, he understands. RQ wants the Kaja, and if RQ wants the Kaja, ONIC can take the Kaja. So it's like, let's not ruin it. And there's a lot of things open. Faramis was not in our conversation.
Definitely not, man. I mean, it was banned out by RRQ in game number 1, knowing how ONIC Esports utilizes the Faramis in the match against the Valley. It was insane, right?
Yes.
But here, with the Faramis picked up, we're leaving a lot of crazy heroes open. The carry, the Fanny.
And also, with the Eve being banned away, Faramis just seemed to be a much better choice, right? Because Eve actually counters so many characters in the game. And also Faramis is really good against carry. Faramis is really afraid of high AoE burst damage, like Brody, like Irithel. But against carry, who's more single target, like it's one of the things that just, okay, I can run you down, and you all of a sudden you have to change targets. All at the same time when you change targets for your passive, my entire team is running you down, right? So here we go, let's see. We have Hilda, we have carry being taken out by RRQ.
I want to see the next two picks for ONIC, because if you have a Faramis, if this is going to be a Faramis mid lane, building a little bit of damage, right? It could be a possibility where they just dive in, get something like a Lunong's jungle, an Amon jungle, anyone that can go in and burst, because if Faramis can prevent you dying once, you could have the initial big burst of damage and have someone clean it up, because that's what they did yesterday.
Yeah, and also, by the way, Fanny's still up.
I think they need to pick up something like a Grok here. The
Yeah.
Fanny's going to be way too hard to pull off up against a
Exactly.
Hilda here. So
Yeah.
I think picking up a Grok would be dope. They go
we
for the
go.
Grok and they go for the Beatrix, taking it away. Well, they don't need to take it away, but securing CW's pick in the first phase, knowing that RRQ will probably try to nail down that gold lane hero pool.
Now, I just want to say that, just to show you once again, RRQ is prepared for this draft, right? They picked the Hilda, which counters all your jungle assassin. Yeah, you can go ahead and take that, but we're going to use the same style to actually just like, oh, here we go, the Valentina.
That's a good pick. That's an
That's
amazing
a very
pick.
good
Oh
pick
my
against
God.
the Grok. Now it's like,
Yes.
you're not saying, I like your skill, can I borrow it? Let's see who gets the better ult here, because RRQ right now, yeah, very good draft. The only way I can see ONIC for now, like kind of countering a little bit, is if the Hilda goes in a little bit too deep and then just use the Shadow Stampede to pull it back into the mid lane turret.
And now guess what? RRQ are going to ban the utility junglers, right?
Yes.
They want to play an assassin. They want Kyrie to play an assassin too. They have a Hilda that's built to go up against assassins. Now you might see a Barat's ban. You might even see, I don't know, what else does Kyrie play? Fredrin? I have never seen him play
Fredrin has been
Fredrin.
banned.
But Fredrin has been banned earlier.
Chow.
So they go for the Cho first. And I think after this, we're going to see that Barat's ban.
Because with it makes a lot of sense, right? They want to take away the early game aggression that pair with the Faramis, that can help Beatrix get to the late game. So with the Chow ban, it's very logical. And I think the next ban might still targeting the supported roam position, you know, because they really want to make sure that, okay, if you pick anything to help the early game, nah, it's not allowed. No, Assassin, we don't really care. We already destroyed your Assassin last game, which is the #1 high boost that we know in 4. You know, but it doesn't matter. You can pick anything you want. We have the Hilda. We have the carry. And by the way, if a carry gets to the late game with the Wind of Nature, it doesn't matter what assassin you play, right? Here we go.
Skylar set the record in M Series for the highest number of kills. 17 opponents playing Beatrix and M4. So this is the highest record in M Series history.
In a single game. In a single game,
Wow.
17, that is a lot. And actually looking at the draft, just the first two picks of RQ, let's talk about this. The Hilda can counter the assassins in the jungle, so you want to go for a little bit tanky. And then you got the carry. You're kind of like countering both sides of it. It's
Yeah.
like, if you pick Squishy, you're going up against the Hilda. If you pick Tanky, you're going up against the carry. And then now, with the Valentina, moving forward, any big ults that's changing the flow of a team fight, the Valentina has access to that as well. The way that RRQ is drafting, they're setting up to counter almost everything that ONIC could dish out.
At the same time, it's just what RRQ has is the balance, so like you said, right? Tank, we can counter a tanky, we can counter a squishy, but you have to be worried about, okay, if they dive, at the same time, who's going to protect the carry in the backline? You know, we know that Kyrie like to play assassins. If they dive onto the carry with the mechanics, now there's a good chance he will get the carry kill.
Whoa!
Wow. Okay.
Charisma pick for RRQ Hoshi.
Is that the first time?
No. 3 times it's been picked up at M4.
Knockout
But now-
stage?
I think, yeah, first time in the knockout stage, right? I do believe we saw these 3 picks in the group stages. But now on esports, how do they respond to this? They need, I mean, technically the Grok can be a roamer now, but honestly, looking at this composition, RRQ have so much lockdown, but very small range, right? Very short range. On esports needs to either outrange them or play the long game. They need to be able to maneuver around RRQ. They need to be able to bait out a lot of these abilities. Something mobile. Maybe for a roamer, they can pick something like a Diggy. Maybe if they want to get out from the lockdown.
We see Ling.
I don't like it, but
Ling.
honestly, even Faramis could be a roamer, but I hear Jawhead. Is that Jawhead? Yes!
Wow.
They're picking up the Jawhead.
Fanny.
And they're picking up the Fanny. Okay. Let's talk about this. Because again, Faramis can indeed pull the Hilda around. So if they manipulate it enough, they could counter this kind of engage, but it's easier said than done.
Very.
To pull it off, because again, you also have the Jawhead, so a lot of pulling around. it's high mechanics, but if they can pull off, I mean, come on, this is the World Championship, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch for sure.
Come on, it's Ling time.
Yeah, it's Ling time. You know, the thing is, like, it's gonna be hard, right? Just like I said, and also with the Hilda, his job is not to really dive onto, right? He's more scout. You go to your jungle, find out where you are, and if you don't have that many people, you have someone who's isolated, that's when he'd go in and be annoying. Right? You find a lot of people just runs away and it's unkillable.
Okay, so right now, like, okay, we see the box epic, but I'm just gonna say, during the group stages, talking to Coach Aldo, he said he actually wanted to pick up the Jawhead to fight against the Hilda, but the players were like, we're not that confident. Whatever happened between group stage and now in knockout stage, where Coach Aldo says Jawhead, and then they're like, you ask for Jawhead, you get the Jawhead. So this is one of their secret strats to go up against this high engaged kind of composition.
Now, I like the Jawhead. It's the first time showing up, right?
Yeah,
4-4.
Debut.
Overall. And that's so good because we like flexible draft. We see Moscow coming out and winning, right? We see Lunar Jungle coming out and winning. Jawhead coming out, this might just be a successful debut, ladies and gentlemen. As we walk into game 2, you can see the audience right here. This is a packed stadium today.
It is, man. Indonesia versus Indonesia in Indonesia. It's bound to be packed. Even outside of the watch party, you can see all around. It's time.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's walk into game 2. This is RRQ taking ONIC. RRQ 1-0 in the lead.
Now we gotta see, because again, we got a Fanny. Do we want to go in early, or do you want to play it a little bit safe? Because, oh, look at this. Vin, as well as Skylar, they're already scouting it out, but 3 members of ONIC, they look prepared.
Very, very prepared, right? Oh my god.
CW.
They instead actually go to the gold lane. CW with low HP, pops in that regeneration, but he's only gonna get all the way to a quarter. Keyboy forced to rotate up into that gold lane. Skylar is there, still able to clear out the waves. Now they might actually be looking for a dive here, but they need to be careful. Level 1, Keyboy just helping CW out. CW gets out, recalls away, shows respect.
Oh my god, what aggressive early game from RRQ already. Just, you have the Fanny, okay? All right, I'm gonna take the aggression to your home turret, right? I'm gonna go ahead and go and do, here we go. Keyboy doing a little bit of damage, throwing each other away.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
That's a lot, oh my god.
Okay, now, okay, I'm looking at the minimap and looking at how ONIC they're moving. Wherever Kyrie is, there's gonna be 2 other members there because again, they wanna make sure we gotta secure our ace. And looking off ace, Kyrie using an assassin emblem, high and dry. We gotta see if he can actually isolate anyone to really have full potential of his emblem.
I mean, it's gonna be towards like it's gonna be an early game where he finds isolated targets, right? Mid to late game's gonna be kind of hard, but at the same time, I think Kyrie as in mechanics and always looking for the backline. Speaking of backline, here we go.
Kyrie already with that purple buff, looking to go for a few kills early on. That's the main reason he went for the high and drive. But now it's gonna be Sansu who's gonna be caught out. Albert finds him with a shield unity, and Clay picks up first blood in the mid lane.
Unfortunately, but Clay took a little bit too much damage. And now RRQ, because again, this is a pretty tanky lineup. Looks like they're really trusting Skylar to dish out all the damage. Boots, he just wants to see what's going on around the turtle, but he's getting punished for it.
Saw bro get smacked in the face.
That's Terizla power for you in the early game, especially in lane. He knows he's going against a Grok, which is not going to be too much trouble. I mean, it's more peaceful just shoving the lane with each other. But Terizla is a tank killer in a lot of ways, right? Because he's really good against clumsy fighters like Grok inside lane.
Yeah, speaking of which, he even have a Fury Hammer, so a lot of penetration there already. And speaking of penetration, RRQ is penetrating Kyrie's jungle.
Oh, Kyrie didn't get it. He goes in for the cables there, is able to maneuver out. Sans with the Cold Altar just to provide a little bit more safety for his jungler. But this is what RRQ wants. Without the Hilda, mind you, they were able to steal the orange buff away.
Jawhead is so good in taking the go grab. Oh, speaking of so good, Kyrie.
Still, wow, with the high and dry, not enough damage to actually burst Skylar down.
Because Skylar, if I'm not mistaken, I saw his items, he already has the steel leg plate. So you need a little bit more than that. Plus, we got to remember, Kyrie has been harassed a little bit. Not having the orange buff is also something crazy. And Albert looks like, I want to go in. No, never mind. No, I'm going in.
CW caught there. Shield Unity was able to get him down. The turtle Roy Sauce to dive in under the tier 1. Keyboy gonna be caught in the power of the wilderness. And that's Vin who picks up another. Sans trying to find what he can, but it is all RRQ in the first 3 minutes.
What a beautiful dive from RRQ topside, getting the ultimate, synchronizing the tower dive, and no one lost HP after that. I mean, that is crazy. Here we go.
I don't know about this. Kyrie gonna be stunned up again. Kyrie! Still able to get out, but RRQ are gonna take everything in his jungle. Literally everything. The purple buff just spawned in. And Albert is going to be feasting on it. Has the retribution. Charge comes in by Boots. And in the back line, R7 is going to be able to jump onto CW. ONIC Esports with the call alters. Kyrie jumps in onto Albert. 1 HP. Kyrie with the cables. Not able to manage that just yet. CW, 1 HP. Does he get out? Does he get out? He does not. R7 picks him down. 2, 3 for 1.
RRQ a little bit too aggressive there, diving into the blue side when Fanny already came up. LaFell, what just happened in that fight?
So what just happened is RRQ, they want to establish their kingdom. They want to say, this part of the map is also ours. But ONIC, they know exactly what's going to happen. And because even though the Jawhead is a roamer, has a lot of damage coming in from his passive, the smart missiles do a lot. So they kind of like not understand how much damage output, but now Kyrie's going after Skylar.
Oh, here we go.
Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. No, that's a misplay. Keyboy help Skylar out. Meanwhile, RRQ get the turtle down below. It's not looking good.
Skylar outplayed that.
Okay.
True.
Skylar outplayed that.
Sure.
True. Here we go. I mean, it's what an engage, right? Kyrie probably is buying the anti-throw potion at this point. And CW, it's free farming. If this gets to late game, it's the reverse story of the last game, right? I mean, like, now it's ONIC who's gonna take the upper hand with CW on the Beatrix. Speaking of that, RRQ, they're playing increasingly aggressive this game, right? I mean, even though just now they had a 3-man dive and they lost, 3 people died, 3 body bags, it didn't matter, it didn't affect them. They're invading again.
Let me just say, looking at the gold on Kyrie, 2.5K. The only one lower than him is the Jawhead 2.2. This is not a good start for Kyrie. And as I thought, yes, Skylar does have the steel leg plates and is on the way to create his own Warriors boots. And now Clay and Vin, they're saying, this is our kingdom. You will be banished from here.
And they are doing very well at that right now. Kyrie, 2 levels below. Albert as he jumps in with the shield unity now. Trying to look for some space. Jumps in, gets the stun down, and that's going to be R7 finds it as well. It does not going to work out for the side of RRQ that much. ONIC, I mean. The ejector wasn't there, properly set up by ONIC. And RRQ almost gets a solo kill. It's going to fall in the end, but it's only an execute. Oh no, ONIC. Oh no. RRQ are dominating this game.
They're dominating last game. They're dominating this game. We talk about they did their homework. They know completely how to counter Kyrie's playstyle. They know this guy too well. I think they scrim too much against each other. What happened here? What's going on? Why is Kyrie not being effective this game?
I mean, this just shows to all the kids watching at home, study hard. Homework can prepare you better for the future. Just look at RRQ. The way that they've been controlling is they get the pressure onto the lanes. Once you control the lanes, no one will stop you going into the jungle. And once you go into the jungle, bring 4 people in. This is almost like an Ube strat. And now, look at Boots. Like I said, if you're squishy, you're going after the Finn. Finn's stopping you. And Skylar's stopping all the tanky people all the way.
What are you supposed to do right now if you're on esports, right? Everything is going the wrong way. RRQ, they're dominating the jungle. They're dominating the gold lane, mid lane, even the XP lane.
I think the only choice is for CW to really just settle down and farm, right? Kind of like what Skylar did last game, and he just need to stay low and start getting those farms. So right now he's not getting it. He's 1-3-1, and a lot of it credit to RRQ's early game aggression, right? And I know Skylar needed CW to farm. Oh, here we go, the throw.
That's the ejector by Keyboy onto Vin, but with the sprint, Vin's gonna be able to get out of that one. Kyrie finally finding some trades down, but the purple buff is going to be stolen away from by Albert. The Stampede not doing enough. Boots with a defensive wild charge to get out will mean that RRQ are still successful. They're saying, hey, you can take a turret, but we'll constantly just be doing that onto your purple. Vin ejected back again, but the gold altar comes in by the Valentina. Sans a bit late onto his own gold altar. Kyrie tries to jump into the back line, but it's not going to be able to find his target. Skylar just gets out. And again, it's RRQ having a say in everything.
RRQ, the way that they fight is a front to back. So ONIC has to find a way to come to the side.
my God.
But look at this when Albert is just securing everything. Let's look at the difference. 4,200 for Kyrie. 5,800 for Albert. Look at the difference. 6,300 for Skylar. Not even 5,000 for CW. Look at the deficit here. And Vin, he's looking for more.
Here we go. The Hilda, the ejector now with unstoppable force as well. That's going to be the wild charge on the back line. Skylar is going to fall. CW's going to be able to pick up that kill. Picking up a double kill before the penalty zone comes in. A double kill for Albert as well. A triple kill for the utility jungler. What? He's the utility jungler, but he found 3 on the board with no Skylar. We all thought that ONIC would win, but no. Albert is here as well.
I mean, like I said, their front to back is really good. You got to come from the sides, and they were able to do that. But once they got down, it's like all of a sudden Albert's doing too much damage, and looks like CW is still not ready yet. And even though the Lord is secure, but it is just an elemental Lord.
But I gotta say, CW found 2 kills last fight, right? I mean, that's gonna help his farm tremendously. This guy needs his items. Once he gets item, if Albert goes in, he get one shot at possibly. If Win goes in, he get one shot at possibly, especially with a double throw combo, which is mentioned at the beginning of the game with the draft. The question is RRQ going to find those kind of dive again and give ONIC the opportunity to come back? Because right now it's really RRQ's, it's in their hand, within their control, what they want to do.
I kind of feel like this is the moment where they actually can, because RRQ, you know what they're going to do. They want to get your turrets. It's taking away Skylar again, not getting chunked down. That hurts, man.
When you use your cables with the cutthroat too, and it only does that much, it can be regen all the way up by Skylar. Not even lifesteal, regen. That's when you know you're behind. Bennett's Rage onto the mid lane, clearing out the waves. That's going to be Skylar sieging down on the tier 2 in the mid lane as well. RRQ looking to crack the space open with Lord in the bottom lane. Now, it's going to be the cables by Kyrie with the purple buff. That's going to be the base turret passive popped in. Lord taken down in bottom lane. RRQ looking for something right now as Kyrie's going to be able to dodge away from the shield unity. 8.4 thousand gold lead. RRQ not stopping.
Dude, again, if Kyrie alone can't do it, you got to throw more bodies, man. You got to get Boots in there. You got to get Keyboy in there. But you got to bait RRQ. That's the thing that they should do right now. Find a way to bait. Maybe even use CW or Sans as a bait. Say, hey, look at me. I'm the mouse. She's after me. What everyone else comes from behind, because looking at the items here, Boots having the Blade of Despair as well as Blade of Ephesus, it should be enough. And Kyrie goes in, and he didn't get the purple.
No way. 3 levels down. Boots jumps in with the wild charge there, trying to buy some time, as that's going to be called Ultra, buying a little bit more time as well. Called Ultra responded back with though. He was passion, doing a whole lot of damage, but it's only on to the HP for the called Ultra. Kyrie looking for something back. It's a 1-for-0 as the King of Kings are still in the lead now. Remember, if they get this game, it's match point. They are threatening not just a win, but a sweep.
Yes, and I gotta say, Kyrie at this point, he's not really effective going to the back line. He can't really find a position onto Skylar, right? And on top of it, Skylar has all but nothing but all the wind of nature. You know, this guy, even if you jump onto him, he's gonna stay alive and come around and kill you. So at this point, I think Kyrie might just be a bait. You know, he goes in, bait out the skills, and maybe go split push like what he's doing on the top side right now. Because like, the key to victory here, even though it's for ONIC CW, right, late game, can get those items, but I'm still gonna say Kyrie is gonna be the main driver, right, for that momentum, for that macro. Can he find a split push and then find a number advantage in the team fight and bait out the Wind of Nature on Skylar? That's gonna be the key for ONIC to come back.
Right now, you got to use the game mechanics against your opponents, because around 20 minutes, if they can, you know, survive that long and you get kills, it's going to take a while for people to respond, about a minute, 60 seconds, 70 seconds. So if ONIC, they can hold on up until that point and catch RRQ slipping and get those kills, there is an opportunity. But with 10,000 gold lead, with RRQ playing like this, I don't know, man.
R7 is not going to fall here. He has the penalty zone. He jumps in on the CW. Kyrie jumps in as well with the cables, but it will not be able to find the damage enough.
It is not.
R7 flickers out, dealing a whole lot of damage before he does so. And the Enhanced Lord is going to be marching down. That's the purple buff stolen away again. Kyrie, no purple buff. Only onto the bottom lane now, looking for just a cut in the wave, but look at who's here. R7 is here. No purple buff. Kyrie, has he been more than he could chew? He can still recall away. RRQ do not decide to chase him down.
RRQ just ignores him, right? Knowing that there's no way we can chase this guy. So let's ignore him, push the bottom tower. Lloyd's about to charge.
Bennett's Rage clearing it out. A good job by ONIC Esports at micromanaging the waves, but still, they are 11,000 gold behind. Kyrie looking for damage, but at this point, it is non-existent. Suns has the Cult Altar, Breach has the Wild Charge. That is the play that they need to make if they want to come back. As RRQ looks for more on the board, asking for the wall, canceling Kyrie up, it finds the kill onto Kyrie. R7 in the back line right now, the Wild Charge is able to connect onto 3, but the Cult Altar is placed down by Suns. It's another Cult Altar by Clay as he jumps in onto Suns. That's the passive from the carry, not dealing enough to take him down, but RRQ have cracked the base turret open.
Dude, I was just about to say, Kyrie was baiting out the skills, baiting out the ultimate from Win, and next thing we know, he come back in. That was CC chain, yeah, boink, he was down. I mean, what does ONIC need to do, LaBelle?
With the penalty zone of his life onto 3. Skylar with the killing spree now with a double. CW is getting flickered onto. Clay jumps in, he's so low. Kyrie with the defense right now, but with the base open, R7 and Albert takes it down to secure a match point for the King of Kings.
12,000 gold lead. If you want to win, it's enough to win, but no, they're sending a message. You're in our kingdom now. 12,000 gold lead. You lose lane. You lose jungle. You lose your buff. You lose another game. Match point for RRQ.
I love how RRQ played this game. They put a pedal to the metal. Their aggression never stopped from beginning to end. There was no chance for CW to farm, right? And no chance for Kyrie to actually show up because there was so much aggression. He would have found exactly where you are. He pressured CW's lane. And from that point on, it's all over for ONIC Esports.
You can see it in the game. They took enemy territory. They said, it is our kingdom now. And even here in Tennis Indoor, the RRQ kingdom runs wild. What an absolutely amazing performance by RRQ so far. 2-0, but it's not over yet.
Hey, if RRQ wins another game, they just gotta go for Echo now. And if they are able to take down Echo once again, they go to the grand finals. Like, this is the closest that they've gotten ever since M1 of actually being world champions.
Wow. Yeah, let's take a look at game highlights. Showing no mercy, RRQ leads the series 2-0. At this point, if ONIC want to come back, they have to make adjustment quickly, right? What do they do about this assassin early game? Do they ban the Hilda away? Because so far, it's giving them so much trouble, Miracle.
They tried to pick the Hilda in game 1. They left the Hilda open in game 2, and RRQ won both.
Here, this is what we got to bring up. The first 3 picks where, okay, ONIC, they secured the Hilda as well as the carry. And like I said, just those 2 heroes counter almost everything. But we got to talk about it. Faramis' first pick, it really didn't work out for them.
Yeah, Faramis is one of the characters that cannot be first pick. Why? Go ahead.
Terizla. That's the answer, right? You're clumped
the
up
Valentina
together.
as well.
The
Yeah,
Valentina,
Valentina as well.
the Terizla. You also see just, again, so much AoE from the box shed too. The frontliner there from RRQ, but honestly, massive props for that Terizla pick because with the penalty zone, you could see every single time R7 was able to find like 3-4 people on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to talk more, but first, let's talk about M4 Battle Night. It's going to go live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game. First off, complete Battle Pass in-game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like most from the chest. That's a lot of options. Aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you will get the team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double production points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. A lot of free bonuses you can get there. We're not stopping there though. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that very day. So save the date, log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the match, and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate M4 Championship together, including with your friends. We're all friends here. We're celebrating, we're playing, and I think we've been slaying as well.
We have been slaying, you know. I think our win rate on the desk right now is still at 100%.
Yeah. I don't think we lost.
I think it's because of my DP, by the way. My default picture.
What is your default picture?
It's a chocolate samyang. It's pretty good, not gonna lie.
No,
but we gotta talk about this game because we need the analysts to break it down.
Yeah, that's neither here or there. But ladies and gentlemen, talk more about exactly how the game went down. Let's quickly send over to our analyst desk.
And it begins RRQ at match point. Hopefully you guys at home are loving it because here in the arena, the RRQ fans absolutely are. My name is Getting Q. This is Trex as well as Jace here at the analyst stand to break it down. Now, this draft, I have to say, R7, he's really digging deep into his pockets to show off what he's got.
So first of all, you got a Paquito, and then you got a Terizla. But I think it really boils down to the draft. The moment when you see that there's a Grok and there's also and Firearm on the other side, there is literally no way that you would just hesitate. You just lock in that Valentina, and that is absolute stocks.
Yeah, I mean, one of the major things that I talked about at the beginning was that ONIC was going to be the diverse team, but right now, RRQ are the ones digging deep, pulling out some different cards. That penalty zone was definitely one of the game changer things throughout that whole match.
Honestly, for me, I think when I'm looking at this draft coming in from RRQ specifically, that early game power, especially coming in from Vin to give that information and then ways to actually force priorities on the lanes, putting as much pressure as they possibly could on Kyrie. Oh my goodness, it just bled into the side lanes.
And I feel like looking at RRQ's draft as well, you know that you're going up against Kyrie as this Fanny, right? What you can do is you can match that movement from one lane to another equally like a boxer. This is like literally 2 seasons ago kind of draft.
Another important thing to point out is R7, an item that you don't really see very often in the current meta, that Bloodlust Axe. And then we take a look at everything on Onyx side, nothing to deal with it, not one Dominance Ice, not one Necklace of Durance, no answer. So he has the ability to dive in and not get shredded down.
And even more so, he bought the Queen's Wings just to be even greedier. So even if you did get the Dominance Ice, put me low, I've got a deadly passive that keeps me alive longer than I should, and I will make you pay for it. But overall, I think the difference maker that both me and Trex were hoping from ONIC is supposed to be Keyboy on this Jawhead.
Yeah, and we were thinking that, you know, you got a very aggressive Hilda gonna hard invade your jungle almost all the time. A Jawhead does have a lot of early game damage. You saw it in the early part of the game. You saw Keyboy almost was able to put down Vin, and Kyrie, I think, it's a little bit too early for him to activate. And I think Onyx's draft, in terms of the early game, just unfortunately didn't pop off. So when it goes to the later part of the stage, that's when RRQ already scale, especially they have a carry, and that's when everything just starts to crumble.
You know, I want that Jawhead to work so bad. Every time I see a team pick it, I'm like, man, theoretically, on paper, it sounds like it's supposed to work, but every time, it just kind of flops.
It did. It kind of did. Maybe there could be a couple of adjustments, but for now, let's have a look at our MVP of the game. Coming out, it's Albert on his Boxia. The man did not let go of the gas. As soon as he got that first purple buff, he just continued to pressure Kyrie.
Albert literally like Sonic, right? Just jumping from one lane to another, especially after he builds out most of his items. Take a look, a very aggressive, a lot of HP items so that he could maximize the amount of spread damage, surround damage as he goes in deep into the enemy lines. And not only just that, he also provides like the innate reduced regen against the enemy team as well. So really nice itemization and really aggressive Boxia. He hits the person that's required, and he kind of slowed down Kyrie just a lot during the games.
Another good thing about Albert here picking up this Basha is you have that movement, you have that mobility that matches with the Hilda. A lot of other junglers not able to keep up with that pace, but as we can see in the first 5 minutes, he is everywhere, even trying to get that orange buff, trying to invade into the purple buff. I mean, just completely dominating. It kind of goes into Albert's style of aggressiveness, but still keeping him bulky and tanky.
I think it's a solid plan, but the efficiency that Albert was playing it with the rest of his team was rather incredible because he's allowed to do these moves with the help of your side laners, and even though he's by himself, sees, oh, I can't steal away this buff, Kyrie goes to the opposite side of the map. Instantly the call is let's initiate on the bottom or the top side, depending on where he is. There's just so much impact, and it feels like like he's not wasting his time rolling around.
Yeah, and if you notice the impact that Albert did, mostly it's just all around the side lanes, not a lot of emphasis on the mid lane, right? They won via the side lanes and it's very apparent. But let's take a look at the MVP highlights right here. I want to see exactly how Albert rotates around. Especially look, it's just always hard evades from the side of RRQ. ONIC doesn't really have that tempo, and by the time it lost tempo, especially in the early parts of the game, RRQ just scaled out of control.
I mean, and look at this. The early game already fell into RRQ's hands, and I think at that point, ONIC just straight up can't come back from this.
Most definitely. And Clay in the early phase took such advantage of taking away San's Colt altar, and they're able to really push into that gold lane. We saw it literally in 2.5 minutes getting a pick onto CW, but as this match goes on, towards the end, they get a huge gold lead, and they know they can press their advance. Right there, even with the wild charge knocking up, there's nothing that ONIC can do. Not even the Sky King Kyrie was able to take them down, and this is where, everything just gets wrapped up.
I totally agree with you. I think, play on the Valentina is just insurance that every play they make is going to work. And, that's just game number 2. RRQ are on match point. ONIC, they gotta find something to counter. I'm not sure whether it's going to be playing around Kyrie again on that assassin, because it feels like RRQ, they've got the sauce.
Yeah, I feel like right here, it felt like it's just Albert, like what we mentioned earlier during when we first started, right? It's gonna be the battle between the jungler, Albert versus Kyrie. Currently, right now, it's Albert 2-0.
He looks like he's winning, but let's see who's gonna be pumping up the crowd. Mara and Clara are down here.
The brothers of Hoshi are here from the players of RRQ Akira, Luis Gusta Lagusta, and Blink. We got the crowd cheering for you. You got the girls screaming. You guys have been here in Jakarta, Indonesia for a few days. How do you like it?
I think the peoples are so cool and lovely, and I like the Indonesian peoples.
Gimana perasaan mereka saat mereka di Jakarta? Menurut mereka orang-orangnya sangat humble, sangat baik, jadi mereka suka banget di Indonesia.
Okay, all right. Let's hear some words. Some bahasa from you. What did you learn, Luis?
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Sama-sama.
Blink.
Selamat pagi. Selamat sore. Duduk.
Banget ya? Gusta Lagusta.
Saya selamat malam. Saya tidak berbahasa Indonesia.
What do they mean?
They say good morning, good night.
Very polite, very polite. Gusta Lagusta, I just have to ask you, your hair, you have really nice curls. Did you wake up like that?
Yes, I make when I wake up.
Every day you do that?
Yeah, with the finger.
Oh, with the finger.
Yes.
Okay, that's why he looks this good. Now, tell us, you guys know RRQ Hoshi really well. You guys are pro players. What's extraordinary about what they're doing right now? 2-0.
Yeah, we think the most differential is the call in game of Vin and R7 and the draft of the codes analysis.
Kenapa menurut mereka RRQ bisa wah banget di game ini? Karena menurut Luis, R7 dan Clay pun dan dari draft pick coachnya.
What's impressive about them? What's making you go wow with what they're doing? They're dominating. Gusta Lagusta, Blink. You can help them out. Go ahead.
Acho que eles acordaram muito bem hoje, o Skylar e o Vin, e estão fazendo bastante diferença na partida hoje.
They are doing a great match. They are differentiating from the opponent. That's why they are winning 2-0 right now.
Dia udah berlatih dengan baik banget dan mereka udah bersiap-siap banget untuk bertanding dengan ONIC. Makanya mereka siap sebagai tim untuk tanding hari ini.
Okay, one last. Let's get everybody pumped up. You're gonna lead this. You're gonna lead the cheer. All right, go ahead, Luis.
Let's go, RRQ Kingdom support and cheer for Hoshi. Let's go, let's
When
go.
I say Viva, you
Viva
say
RRQ!
Viva!
RRQ!
Viva!
RRQ!
One more time, Viva!
RRQ!
Clara, what you got? Who you with?
That's lot of crowd, but here we are, Sonic! Dan tentunya dengan beautiful girls over here, the brand ambassador of team ONIC Esports. Yeah. Hello, the big captain.
Ya, annyeong guys, kita dari BA ONIC.
Yeah. Gimana ngelihat hari ini pertandingan dari tim ONIC ngelawan udah kayak MPL final nggak sih?
Iya, deg-degan dari tadi. Soalnya udah 2-0 kan, tapi masih ada 3 kesempatan lagi, masih bisa.
Kata Bang Bior, it's best of 5 series. They are so pumped and hyped, but they believe in ONIC Esports. How about you? How about you, Fonzi?
Ya menurut aku tidak ada yang mustahil. Semoga di game ketiga ini ONIC lebih panas lagi.
Nothing is impossible. Anissa ada pesan-pesan nggak sih?
Good luck buat ONIC, semoga bisa juara.
Semoga bisa juara, tapi kalau kalian bertiga ngelihat dari 1-2 game ada kekhawatiran nggak? Atau kalian ngerasa, ini nggak apa-apa nih? Ya, yes. Apa yes? Kenapa ya? Ya.
Kalau menurut aku, mungkin ONIC belum semangat ya. Terus ini kan masih BO 2. Salah.
Yes.
Ya BO 5
5,
kan,
yes.
jadi masih ada kesempatan satu lagi dan kita yakin match ini pasti ONIC bisa menang.
Pasti bisa menang. They believe in ONIC will win. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan?
Pokoknya semangat ONIC, percaya aja sama satu sama lain karena kalian keren banget.
Wow, you guys are cool and just trust each other because this is best of 5 series. We got 2 games at first, but kita bakal yel-yel bareng-bareng kan. Kita udah janjian dari tadi udah dengan stylenya, tapi kamu mau mimpin nggak? Kita mau mimpin ke ONIC? Ayo. Kita punya spesial nih untuk ONIC Esports. So ONIC Esports, go ONIC! Go ONIC! Go ONIC! One more time! Go ONIC! Let's take it up to our caster!
Go ONIC! Go ONIC! Welcome back to the caster test. Thank you so much, Mara and Clara. That was wonderful guests that we had over there. We had a lot of fun, ladies and gentlemen. Special shout out to Secret Labs, the official gaming chair partner of FEM4. We're talking about a built-in lumbar support system that you can adjust to your spine, an incredible magnetic memory foam, a head pillow, and brand new fabrics in all sorts of colors and designs. The Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 gaming chair is designed to keep everyone seated in incredible comfort for a long time. M4 Pass is available now. Complete all active tasks and you will reach level 75 at ease. And for free. So log in now. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and M4 Beatrix figurine are awaiting you. So what you waiting for? Get it tonight. Hashtag Mobile Legend Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, hashtag Dare to be Great. Wow, a lot of rewards over there. You know, to talk about more, I'm gonna have emotional damage actually. M4 Battle Night goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in game. First off, complete battle task in the game on January 21st. Get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like most from the chest. Aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you will get team star protection for 3 matches. Double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there though, guys.
What?
Yeah, I know.
We're not stopping?
We're not stopping. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that very day. So save the date, log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the match, win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 World Championship together, including with your friends.
Wow. Right? Again, you asked me, what are you waiting for? I'm waiting for this match to end before I actually get on my battle pass because this match is on fire. 2-0 currently for RRQ, but like the ONIC fans said, it's a best of 5.
Yes.
There's still 3 chances left.
For a reverse sweep. Because again, like, here's the thing. If it is a reverse sweep, RRQ is going to be so sad because that is how their M1 journey ended. So no,
You're
dude.
really gonna bring that up
I
now?
gotta bring it up. I gotta bring it up. Reverse sweep. It's you know, it's a very nerdy thing to do to someone.
It's personal.
Hey,
it's very personal.
Hey, or it might just be a 3-0 domination.
It could, right?
It could.
Right?
And if that happens, then ONIC Esports when was the last time they got swept? I can't remember, honestly. So it's going to be a lot of, like you said, emotional damage.
Yeah, emotional damage.
There you go. You do it best, man.
Yeah, we don't want that for sure. We definitely want everybody to keep sane, keep happy. But ladies and gentlemen, you can see the
Look
crowd.
at the balloons.
Yes, are going wild. It's 2-0 now, RRQ match point. You know, one more game. ONIC have to take this for us to at least go to 4 games. And just like I said, 3 chances, right? They actually come down to 1 at a time. With that being said, this chance is coming up as we walk into Game 3 draft. This is RRQ 2-0 ahead on Esports.
Well, we'll see. Right now in the draft, I think we had a little bit of discussion before we got back into the caster segment, right? We were talking about how ONIC Esports aren't really utilizing the full potential of their flex compositions and their deep hero pools. There's a reason they were able to beat, I mean, a lot of the teams earlier, right? They are able to outdraft the opponents. And in game 1 and 2, felt like it's an ONIC that is afraid to show that unique hero pool that they have.
Right now, they're being very honest with their bans as well. Hilda being banned.
Yep.
What does that show you? Kyrie possibly going for an assassin again because, like you said, you want the draft to be a little bit unpredictable because so far, RRQ, before anything happens, again, because Hilda has been banned, they're like, okay, this is probably an assassin pick, so they're going to ban the Fanny because Fanny is kind of difficult to deal with without the Hilda, but other heroes, even the Hayabusa, they can kind of deal with it. And you said game number 1. This is their comfort, picking the Eve first.
Yeah, and by the way, I mentioned this before, Eve conquers a lot of characters in the game, right? All of a sudden, if you pick Eve, you make characters like Faramis not so viable. You make characters like Carry, one of the strongest marksmen in the game, if not the strongest in the meta, not so viable, right? It's just one of the characters that offers so much in one little package, you know? And it has so much utility, has so much mobility. It's just a great pick for first pick.
It is. It's amazing, right? I mean,
You're
in
amazing.
terms of mid-control,
You're amazing.
I mean, thank you guys. You guys are amazing too. But you know what else is amazing? RQ's response to every single first pick. And now they have another. It's the Kaja that can cancel out the real-world manipulation. It's also the Carry that can really just stop any frontliner that ONIC Esports wants to go for. At this point, right, ONIC Esports, I think because how they've been drafting the last 2 days is around the Grok after the Eve pick, there's no real reason to go for anything else except for the Grok here, right? It was up against the Carry too, but this time maybe you want to stick to what worked against the Valley.
The thing is, if you pick up the Grok...
Why you always got to bring that up?
What have no,
Because they won against the Valley yesterday.
All right, if you pick up the Grok, Valentina is still on the table though, right? I mean, Valentina can easily copy that. And speaking of that, Chow will be taken out. Very smart pick from ONIC because his early game, it's Strong and Yuzhong will be taken out. This is a really good combo because they have a lot of dive right now to go on Carry. Not to mention you have the real world manipulation, a lot of zonage coming out from Eve as well. So I already like the draft coming out from ONIC.
I like the draft as well. Not too flexible like you want. The only thing that they can really flex is putting the Cho into the jungle because that is a hero that Kyrie can pilot. But again, right now, Vin getting that Kaja again. I gotta say, this M4 World Championship is really showing all the fans of RRQ that Vin is coming to play because so many times he's the playmaker and plus Skylar on that carry. This is gonna be very, very frightening. RRQ, here we go. They're having the Pheromones and dude, this is almost unfair.
And now they banned the Valentina, right?
Yes.
That's what they're gonna go. No, actually they don't need to, right? Unless Kyrie wants to go for the Valentina jungle, that can still work, technically. I haven't
100%.
seen him on a Valentina jungle.
Hey, we've seen Lunox jungle.
Exactly, so I think, I don't know. If you're Achel right now, would you go for the Valentina ban despite seeing the Eve already picked up?
I mean, yes.
The only other thing that you would ban is Marksman's here, and Moscow has been banned. Now, the other one that I'm thinking of is either Beatrix. I don't think you necessarily have to ban the Claw, but you kind of can because
I think you're happy to go up against a Claude on a Carry.
Okay, so here's the thing. Yeah, Carry is strong against the Claude, but if the Claude kind of scales up, could be a problem because Faramis kind of like loses the ult. But again, it's like, it's options. So I kind of feel like batting out the Marksman is the more safer pick because again, we're not entirely sure if the Valentina is going to be picked up and put into the jungle, right?
Hey, ONIC is banning away their own assassins, right? They know Hayabusa played by Albert can also be disgustingly strong and nasty towards Eve. So to ban it away, what does that tell you?
Wait.
They may not be going to assassin in this jungle at all.
Is it too crazy for CW to just use his signature and pick up the lesson? Is it too crazy?
I don't know about that. A lot of dive here.
No. Actually, Leslie does so well against carrying lane.
Yeah, he does, in lane, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, I don't know, if ONIC really want to set that up, they need to ban something like a Lapu Lapu that can dive into that back line because he's so easy to target. And if they go for the Leslie here, remember their first pick, they don't have the final pick. They're not last pick here. So again, it's going to be very easy for RRQ to counter that. RRQ is most probably going to pick up something like a jungler first, maybe a Fredrin here. No, Fredrin's banned out. Ling banned out as well. So I think RRQ might just go for, a fighter in the jungle, and then they'll flex the XP.
Yeah, but for ONIC side, like I said, to my point, they're banning away their own assassins. What is that trying to tell? That is sending us a signal that this game, we might see the Valentina jungle or potentially another mage jungle, right? Because that's possible. We've seen it, and then it might just happen. It might be a really good pick here with Kajal, with Farmazol. There's so many good options on the table here.
Yeah, but with that being said, we gotta look at CW. He's saying for Indo Pride, it doesn't matter whether it's ONIC or RRQ, as long as an Indonesian team will represent in the grand finals.
Echo's waiting, man. That's all I have to say. Echo's waiting in the next stage here, but ONIC Esports need to wrap their draft up now. They're hovering over it right now. Thing is, that's a Grok. That's a Faramis, right? I think the safer option here, what would be the safer option? I don't know, there's not much safety anyways, right? So might as well.
At this point, are you really going for safety?
You're right. I mean, they're a game away from losing. Something like a Melissa here can still work. They're going to be clumped up together, right? A bit safer too. Have that go away to protect them. And yeah, okay, got it. Melissa.
And Akai.
Wow, we haven't seen this from Kyrie, I think, since season 10.
Yeah, how often do we see that? I think this is the first time he played such character in M4, right?
In M4, I think the last Akai we saw was Zane.
Yeah, exactly. In group stage too, right? In the first game against S11. Other than that, we don't see much Akai. This is one of the few times this character has show up. I'm actually wondering what happened to Akai, that all of a sudden everybody's opting towards Fredrin, everybody opting towards some other fighters in the jungle. Not really Akai anymore. I mean, in this particular game, Akai might work really well. For those who do not know, they have this heavy spin from Akai, the ultimate, actually counters Grok. You know, if you're spinning and Grok try to wall charge you, the ultimate will be cancelled. So it's going to be a really nice pick here. Now, the question is, how is Kyrie going to perform on the Assassin Akai?
I think it's still going to be a tanky Akai.
I don't think it's an Assassin Akai. I don't think it's Poe, right? But, hey, maybe he comes out with a surprise here. RRQ picks up Amartys. It's a very good matchup in the jungle up against the Akai. If you think Akai can clear fast, wait until you see the Amartys, right? Who can clear faster and also can negate a lot of the CC that ONIC Esports have drafted for themselves to try to lock down RRQ.
RRQ, man, looking at the draft, they have a lot of disruption in the team fight. This is also another draft where you kind of just charge and don't care. You're challenging ONIC to be like, you want to fight. We're stronger.
Absolutely. We're better.
Exactly. There you go. He understands the reference.
Understand the reference. I think the crowd understands the reference. Is the crowd cheering for Indonesia, for RRQ and ONIC.
For sure, right? We're gonna hear it one more time for both RRQ and ONIC. Give it up as we enter game number 3.
It's match point for RRQ. Do or die. Who's gonna take home the win?
Who?
I legit don't know, man. It's do or die. It's you and your relatives. It's a very dangerous match here. Hearing the crowd, they're pumped. And now
we're pumped.
We're pumped. I want to talk about the draft because looking at RRQ, because again, you have the Martis, you have the Kaja, you have the Faramis. A lot of ways to disrupt what ONIC wants to do. Now ONIC, they can do the same thing. Kyrie, CW, pushing people away. Do you want to be here? No, you don't. I'm going to force you to do that.
Now, I think we need to give more credit to Sen's Eve pick. This pick is gonna be the win condition for ONIC, right? Going to the late game. Because once they got,
GW already falling down in the first minute of the game. RRQ Hoshi with the first blood in this matchup as well, where you would think Melissa wins.
Yeah, I just thought this is gonna be a win ticket for ONIC going to the late game for CW on the Melissa. But RRQ strikes again. LaFell, like what are ONIC need to do right now? They have been falling behind in early game every step along the way.
Okay, first, I want to emphasize how big that win is because not only did you get a kill onto Skylar,
but you denied one gold cannon minion away from CW because it went straight into the turret. Like, that's small, but look at the difference in level. Almost an entire level difference. That's how big that first blood is.
Yeah, Carrie's gonna get level 4 way ahead of CW, and that's gonna make a difference. Speaking of making a difference, bottom side.
Already a bit of a skirmish here in the XP lane. It's a slow push for ONIC Esports, but again, RRQ are going to be able to actually get out of that one. Albert, actually, does he pick up the gold buff there?
I think it's Sands.
Yeah.
I think Sands got it.
Sands took it away for his team, and now ONIC Esports want to actually contest for the turtle. RRQ doing the same thing right now as Kyrie's first onto the turtle. Albert looking for an opening. Black Dragon form onto the back line right now. That's going to be the heavy spin as well, locking him in place. Call also in place, but Albert still finding the retribution. Who's going to be able to dish out the damage and take him down? Or 7 getting a trade back. Both junglers falling, but again, it's RRQ with the turtle.
That was a good match, but the thing is, it looks like their damage is not really there yet because Boots, that was a good engage. But again, a lot of damage, a lot of free damage went over to Kyrie. Looking at the itemization right now, okay. Before that, Skylar and CW. Now CW is like, I lost just now, but I still want to go for it.
I gotta say the credit goes to Win again on the Kaja, right? He pulled the Akai in the last second, even though the heavy spin was going on 2 people. But the Divine Judgment though, right? Saved, and also Martis with the skill 2 was immune to claw control. He just ran through the Akai ultimate and got the retribution. And that was such a beautifully executed turtle steal, I should say, or turtle fight skirmish to the favor of RRQ. Despite the jungler dying, I think if you keep up the momentum, this might be a sweep.
Definitely is, right? I mean, currently it's 2-1, and RRQ are looking better than ever. LaFell, ONIC Esports, making a lot of uncharacteristic plays, like CW going in one point. Now going to be caught again for the Divine Judgment of Vin, and that's the collapse again, and that's going to be Skylar who picks the kill up. The real world manipulation is not going to be enough just yet. Kyrie canceled out, no heavy spin for him. And RRQ again are able to find a 1-for-0. They're still looking for more, however. Clay and Albert sandwiching Sans right now. He's going to be pinned down under the tier 1. Finn also jumping in. Keep away the dragon. Not going to be able to connect just yet, but it's going to be the wrong angle over to Finn. RRQ, they win again in that value trade.
Because RRQ know what ONIC wants, because in this draft, what do you want? You want 3 items, you want 4 items. You have the Akai to slow the game down. Sands on this Eve, slow the game down. And if that is what ONIC wants, RRQ is like, we understand your win condition. We're not gonna let you have it, because CW needs like what, 3 to 4 items? What about Skylar? Even with no items, like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. And also, I want to point out the support roaming diff in this particular match, okay? Because a lot of pro players say Chao is a counter to Kaja, but in this particular game, you can see how decisive Win is. In the engagement on top side of the Flicker ultimates, right? In the first turtle fight, and now going to the second turtle fight. It feels like Vin is always the aggressive one, right? And then Keyboy is somehow playing the defensive Chao. And that's not something that we saw from yesterday. ONIC, Keyboy on Chao, he was making plays left and right. Are we gonna see something changes? Speaking of plays, here we go.
Keyboy brought back again, but RRQ have better mid-control. Albert and Kyrie want to go for the 50-50. It's that ego 50-50 that is going to be here. Finn going to be kicked back now by Keyboy as that's going to be the Black Dragon popped in. Kyrie winning the retribution battle on the 50-50. Takes it away for ONIC Esports. It's instantly the Cult Ultra popped in by RRQ to disengage. ONIC still in this game.
Kaja still have the ultimate. Right now they can make their play, same as Keyboy. So you can see Vin is already making a way to the top side. Once again, they're trying to pressure the CW away. They understand if this marksman gets any farm into the late game, it might be a sweep, LaFell.
Yeah, RQ right now is ranked #1 in Towers Destroyed, averaging 6.25 per game. And it is a small thing, but I want to talk about the communication between ONIC, because every single time RQ, they're going for an objective. CW, he goes very, very aggressive onto Skylar. The moment the objective is done, then CW draws back, because now RQ, they're looking for an engaged play as well as Vin. They can pull people around. Keyboy. Keyboy, even he's like, I think I'm smelling something here.
There you go, Divine Judgment. He smells it, but he does not get away from it. Skylar picks up his 3rd kill in this game. 800 gold lead now as they're looking for more right now. Sound's going to be able to pop the real world manipulation. CW jumping in with Inspire as well. Skylar with the Purify getting out to safety. That's a lot of resources burnt out. Kyrie's still looking for Clay right now. He jumps in with a heavy spin, pinning him down, but it's going to be Albert who pushes Kyrie back. Clay is going to be getting out of the safety. The concealed play as well by Vin. Divine Judgment not back up just yet. RRQ are happy with the disengage.
I want to say how good of a pick Martis is in this particular game. Akai was about to find a pin onto Clay, but Albert was pushing the heavy spin with the skill too. He was immune to call control, and he was shoving Akari all at the same time. Nonetheless, it was a good play coming out from ONIC, the good turnaround. Now CW is going to be taking the first tower off the map, and that's really good. You know, Lavelle, to your point, the early game advantage from the marksman, Skylar with the 3 kills, talking about he got a 1 gold cannon advantage, right? Just now I saw close to 1,000 gold lead just to Skylar alone on the marksman. Now the third turtle comes up. If they get this might be dangerous.
Yeah, right now ONIC, they're getting some advantages back because, but we talked about it before the game even starts. A lot of disruption in the team fight, but right now looks like the Dragon coming in.
He cancels out of Divine Judgment, and that's going to keep who finds Skylar out of everyone! The call Ultra is placed down with Skylar, what are they just still going to be able to survive? Skylar in the midst of it all, pinned down again! Boots shutting him down, Albert falling as well! It's ONIC with a strike back with a double kill onto Boots, and they are back in this game.
Woo, what a play. Bottom side's a little bit of skirmish. I just want to say that was really decisive. Also a mistake come out from Win there. I wouldn't say mistake. Should I say occasional outplay, right? Win flicker ulted Yuzhong, and Yuzhong just used a Black Dragon form at the right time to completely dodge that. Even though he was like cruising for a little bit, but it didn't really affect the coordinated engage from Kyrie, from Boots. It was good.
Yeah, speaking of which, ONIC looks like this is their time to shine.
Yep.
Whatever they were waiting for, they got it, because ever since they've gotten the gold turret, it's looking like, yo, CW, you don't have to stick here anymore. You can just follow us. We will supplement your damage because he already has 2 items, the Corrosion Scythe as well as the Demon Hunter Sword. Conceal Blade, Finn goes in. Will he get Keyboy? Looks like that's not his target.
That wasn't his target at all. And by the way, I just saw the gold differences between the 2 marksmen because that's going to be my focus of this game. You can see right here, CW
that's
has
crazy.
Yeah, it's only 200 gold now, right?
That's crazy.
Barely any difference here.
A 3-kill lead, by the way. Skylar had so much more time in the gold lane to farm, to get the turret low. It's CW, despite dying twice.
It's not like he's using an avarice to get more gold.
Exactly.
Magic. It's just magic coming out. It's ONIC time. That's
He's
what
an
it
efficient
is.
farmer. That's what it is, right? He's always constantly in the gold lane, finding a trade now as they are looking for a tier 2, actually. Not much of a movement by RRQ. They're only sending Albert and Clay down, and it's a bit too late. RRQ are going to be able to find a trade, though, however, in the tier 2 down below. Albert trying hard to defend from this one. Keyboy jumps in, brought back by the Shadow Stampede, as that's the real-world manipulation, locking him in place. R7 needs to respect this damage. ONIC Esports will be able to pick this turret up. CW taking a few hits from the turret there. And now RRQ might actually be looking to sandwich them. But no, Vin, conceal play. Kyrie there, but has to go away. Still finding the Divine Judgment. CW going to be able to get away right now. Kiting back with his fire. Vin pinned down. Gold Ultra plays down with the wild card to lock them down.
R7, the playmaker, the team captain. Holy, it's play on play on play, Lavelle. What just happened?
My mouth is open because at that moment, ONIC is like, all right, we outplayed the engage from RRQ, but then R7 grips in, is like,
I got goosebumps.
Did someone just forget about me? Excuse me, are you just looking at Vin? After that Lord, RRQ, 4 members just got 4 core items.
Yeah.
Out of that 1 Lord, 4 core items. R7, that's gonna be an M4 highlight.
Yeah, I mean, just when you thought it was a glimpse of hope for the side of ONIC, right? R7 shut it down. It's like, nah, it's not ONIC time. Back to the RRQ time it comes. What a beautiful wall charge.
That's the Giga Chad.
Dude, I actually thought Akai with the pin, they're gonna get a win at least, right? That's what I thought. And CW is gonna get a kill, and then, you know, extend the lead, shrink the differences at least. But R7, man, now it's a lore push.
Once Vin again with the Divine Judgment, finding Keyboy. Vin and the rest of RRQ. 10 minutes in the game. Are they looking
right now
to end?
Right now, almost 3,000 gold lead. This is just an elemental lord. RRQ, they're pressuring mid lane. The minions are coming in. Skylar getting that turret. All tier 2 turrets of ONIC has been taken down. RRQ, they're at the commanding stance. They want to engage.
they can win 0-0-8. The question is, how does he keep getting this Kaja? And even when people are looking, because now we got to look at the items, even Clay, he's the mid laner, he's picking up a roam. Now they have an encourage on their side. You thought Skylar had damage before? Now he has more damage. Now he has more attack speed. RRQ, they're pushing their advantage.
At this point, Kyrie can't even tank the damage. If Kyrie walks up, Carrie's gonna melt him. And speaking of melting, here we go.
The Divine Judgment onto Kyrie. The heavy spin to disengage. Clay pinned down, but it's only for Kyrie to back up. Boots against the world. That's gonna be the way the Dragon connecting onto R7, but he still has the flicker out. He gets back to safety. RRQ disengage from fight from ONIC Esports. Keyboy still looking for a play. Has the flicker. No way the Dragon to lock anyone down. And they cannot chase anymore.
A beautiful heavy spin from Kyrie there. I actually thought he was gone. You know, to my surprise, I thought Carrie has more damage. Let's take a look at Carrie's item, right? You have Corrosion, you have DHS. Oh, he's missing the Golden Staff, and it's building that right now, and that's why he's missing a little bit of damage. Usually the current carry meta now, they build a Corona Size and Golden Staff for the first two items because they block the passive almost infinitely, you know, in a short period amount of time. But this is why they'll kind of survive for 1 extra second.
But in this game, the Wind of Nature is super necessary because looking at how Boots is engaging, and that's Boots. We got to talk about CW as well because you don't even see the attack coming to you, but it is happening. So this is a very crucial item for him to have as well. It's delaying the damage, but at this point, man, I don't know. It's still looking pretty good for Skylar.
Let's see, once again, Kyrie in the mid lane, trying to clear the waves up. That's going to be Ben again, Divine Judgment, bring Kyrie back, and that's going to be the damage coming through. But like you said, no Golden Staff will mean that's not enough burst to take him down.
Yeah, absolutely. Kyrie lives to see another fight one more time. But again, it's only a matter of time, right? Because Carrie's already building the item. I mean, once Skylar finished the item, he has Wind of Nature, he has survivability. It's just going to be melting time for Kyrie.
Now he has it.
Yeah, now he has it. Here we go. It's just waiting for Kaja's ult at this point.
We're waiting patiently. Both teams, Lord at half HP. Mid lane pushed in slow by RRQ. ONIC Esports, one desperate play can set them for greatness.
Here we go.
Or set them down. Albert going in again. That's going to be the Lord. 50-50. Kyrie secures it. Moves up to the back line for R7. Again. Gets CW. With the Dragon to peel it away. But look at the damage coming from Skylar. Look at the damage coming from Skylar. And go forward once again. Two members down already. Keyboy brought back by the Channel Stampede. The Lord marching down in the top lane. RRQ looking to clear it out. Sam's looking to steal some kills back for ONIC Esports. RRQ able to back up.
That was beautiful, man, because engage, disengage, chase back, run away. RRQ, I gotta say, been 0-0-10, and Skylar, he was free hitting. But the thing is, it's not like ONIC didn't try to get on him. They did, but having the Martis, having this crowd, Kyrie, where are you going? 5 members of RRQ are chasing him down. Looks like this Sakai has been going to the gym. He's walking very, very fast.
Yeah,
He's a LaFell. He's a gym man. He's fast.
I am a gym man.
You are fast?
You're a cardio man? Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah, dude, like, I gotta say, running, it's great, man.
You're great.
I'm great, thank you very much.
Yeah, that's neither here or there, boys. But let's come back to the incredible game here. I gotta say, you saw the Golden Staff difference, right? I mean, just now, he was melting everybody in a matter of 1 or 2 seconds. And that's why this item is so important. Look at Skylar's damage. He was kind of untouched in the back, and then takes one auto attack, one skill 2. Boots is dead, another skill 1, another skill 2, and then the person's dead. It's just, it's over and over again because the Golden Staff passive now is too insane. Here we go, the mass play.
Keyboy trying to go for the Jikundo. Vin concealed, has the flicker. Kyrie setting his sights.
And,
and it's an instant collapse. Boots in the mid lane. Gonna be able to jump in with the Black Dragon form. Jumps out with a Furious Dive. RRQ with the call Alter to back away. What are these fights? What are these fights?
Yeah, even those 5,000 gold lead to the side of RRQ. ONIC standing strong right now. I mean, compare the gold, compare the item, LaFell. Is there anything that you notice? Why are they able to stand strong, stand so strong at this point for ONIC?
I mean, okay, looking at ONIC, they have 4 items, 1, 2, 3, 4 onto CW. It's a lot of damage, so that's why RQ still needs to respect it. But I gotta say, it kind of feels bad for Boots. He's the reason why ONIC has been surviving. Black Dragon form, putting pressure onto RQ, but it feels bad every single time it goes in. The Alter activates.
now, Keyboy and Vin both captured.
Oh, he finds the Divine Judgment. Actually, the way the Dragon onto Clay, and that's a lot of AoE onto the back line. Clay and Skylar have fallen from their grace. ONIC Esports are able to turn a fight around again.
Dude, just now, CW didn't get a kill, but I gotta say, I kind of feel like a lot of damage is coming from him. Sans cleaning it up, but yes, this is what ONIC is waiting for. Because they needed the items, 4 items on this Melissa? Dude,
Yes.
that's scary.
And he has it, right? He's going to get stronger. At the same time, do not forget about Sans, right? You mentioned Sans was being the executioner. This guy, at this point, is a fight decider, no longer a facilitator at this point. I mean, every skill 1 he uses hurts. It hurts Skylar, the most important target right now for the set of RRQ. And that's why it's getting so scary into the late game, because they have 2 hyper carries. One of them, not only does it do damage, if Sans get onto whoever it is, you cannot move. You just sit in there, you're like a duck getting hit for free.
5 kills behind, 4,000 gold behind, yet they still win in that team fight. CW, before that moment, you would probably think, if you look at the scores, that he's just inting this game. How is he dealing that much damage?
Dude, again, like, numbers don't lie. When you have the items, man, like, the thing is, as a gold laner, as a marksman, you gotta make sure you survive the fight. And the Haas Claw now completed by CW, as long as Kyrie, as well as Boots, Keyboy takes care of CW. They can do it. Ward has been taken down by RRQ, but it can still play. Vin going in. Oh, looks like got stopped by Sans.
Yeah, look at the goal differential, right, between the 2 marksmen. Oh, before that,
Albert gets out there, just buying a little bit more time for his team, but the Shred comes in, and that's CW dealing a whole lot.
Real world manipulation.
No Inspire just yet. Albert poked down very low. Vin, oh my god, the flicker does not connect. The Divine Judgment not able to connect out to anyone. R7 is looking for more, but the go away stops him right there.
I'm not gonna lie.
Got a heart attack.
Even I panic. I saw Vin going in. I see flickers going around, and then Kyrie's like, no, stay away.
Get away from my goal laner.
Get away, go away.
That was fast. I think we had a caster desk. Both of you, LaFell and I, were like, hard just to like stop for a second, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Vin again in the midst of it all. Stepping again with wild charge. Able to connect with the CW.
Oh!
With the detonation. We have a pause in the midst of the team fight. The scenes at Tennis Indoor Sanayan in the middle of a fight.
Could you have gotten a worse time for a pause? Oh my God!
Pause gaming, and this might be the reset they need
At this point,
look at the stadium. Look at the stadium, man.
Yes.
We're full. We're full, ladies and gentlemen.
We're packed.
I'm full.
No. Take a look at the scoreboard here. CW was down in that team fight. Sure, maybe this is the momentum, right? There's a pause here, maybe a technical issue. 100% it is a technical issue, but CW's down. That doesn't change the fact.
Okay, but
what's going to happen next? What no damage dealer?
What if CW was down was because of the technical
Exactly.
And how do you resolve that?
Well, we're gonna find out very, very soon, because I feel like we're going into the match, and here's the thing. Something has already happened, you let it go. As a professional, you gotta move forward, and that's what RRQ is doing right now. They're moving forward.
2-0.
Oh
down.
no.
RRQ with a man advantage now.
Oh no, here we go, the push. The final push.
RRQ with the siege down, Skylar dashing in. That's the base server taken down. Kyrie leaving the defense right now. Doesn't have anything else. RRQ jumping in, Keyboy with a flicker. And that's gonna be Sauce picking up Vin. A 3v5. Skylar gonna take Kyrie down. Immortality's popped in, but it's actually with the real world inflation dealing a lot of damage before Skylar dashes out of it. Keyboy, no flicker, but they have defended!
Oh my god, what a defense coming out from ONIC. This is the power of Sans, right? This is the power of Eve in the late game. You know, what a beautiful ultimate, what a beautiful skill 1. He was targeting Skylar to make sure this guy doesn't get close. And that's what we're talking about at the draft. Even though sometimes carry is up, sometimes a lot of really good promise is up, if you pick out Eve, you counter all of them. That's why it has so much value into the early, mid, into the late game. Let's look at Eve's item. This guy's fully built out, and he's not building any defense. This is a full damage CDR built, right? And on top of it, you have the Ice Queen 1 for the utility. What's the answer for this? What's the dive?
Dude,
Go ahead, Lefo.
Right now, like, just put into consideration, a lot of the mages that goes for damage, they go for like a Clock of Destiny and Lightning Transhan. Eve is built different, man.
Yep.
Just build a Glowing Wand, Ice Queen Wand. Like, your base damage is so high, you just add utility, you just add extra passives. And the thing is, the burn coming in, it really hurts RRQ because they're very tanky. The more HP you have, the more damage you have. Now we gotta look. This could be a possible pincer because they got a position from R7 as well as Vin. R7 finds Keyboy.
Spots out Keyboy there. Gets out of shot. Oh my God! Skylar is in! The Divine Judgment and the Flicker and the Conceal finds CW. RRQ are on the brink of victory.
Win. I think that's the key to victory here for RRQ, right? Kaja on Win. This guy is so decisive. I thought Keyboy was decisive. Win, build different gaming.
100% kill participation, by the way. 100% kill participation. And he didn't even steal kills from his carries. This guy in this game is the most focused he has ever been. Not doing a single mistake. He died once, but I would say that's not a mistake.
Vin is proving to be the better Calvin on the day.
Not a single high ground tower left.
Marching down in the mid lane right now. ONIC Esports trying to defend. Kyrie gonna be chunked very low. Miniwave's coming in. R7 jumps in with a wild charge, and that's gonna be Boots with the Black Dragon form. But it's all for the Evolve. Lord that marches down in the mid lane.
There we go.
Boots with Furious Dive. Kyrie on the Lord right now. So R7's gonna be taken low. Keyboy jumps in, and that's CW!
CW!
Dealing so much! Double kill picked up. Out of base! A base! A sea of Indonesians! The kingdom arises again! Rex! Regum Kaon are the one true Indonesian kings.
Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen. 3-0 domination. Did you see that coming, LaBelle? I did not see that coming. I thought we were going to game 5.
Dude, I thought we were going to game 5, but something lit the fire in RRQ where they feel like this is the moment. M4, the World Championship, it's in Jakarta. It's in Indonesia. This is where they put their foot down. This is where they want to be world champions.
Now, in the beginning of the entire series, we talk about RRQ did their homework. And I think, Miracle, you mentioned they did more than their homework, right? They had extra studies. They have the after-school sessions with some private tutoring. It's insane, ladies and gentlemen. And let's cheer for ONIC Esports.
Dude, ONIC. Again, phenomenal run. Full respect to ONIC Esports, man, because, dude, they fought their hearts out.
Here we go.
This is the king of kings. The one true Indonesian king. Tennis Indoor Senayan. Give it up for RRQ!
Wow, the Kings are back for vengeance. RRQ completes a clean sweep. 3-0 domination.
No one saw this coming. No one thought it's possible, but you're going up against Echo after this. You need this kind of momentum, man.
Yes.
Are you kidding me? 3-0 up against the Indonesian champs? Everybody doubted RRQ. Everybody, right? To a certain point, even the kingdom itself. They doubted RRQ, but their support never wavered.
Yeah, and I gotta say, RRQ and ONIC is like brothers, right? I mean, all their players are so close to each other, all their management is so close to each other. It feels like it's so hard to choose.
Look at this.
And look at this, they're just hugging, they're ready. Because going into the next match, this is Indo Pride right here on the line. Go against Echo, one last chance. Oh my goodness, what a series. RRQ, now they have to prepare for Echo. You know, now they have to talk about the next session of homework that they prepared.
Speaking of preparing for Echo, their coach, Arcadia, was a part of Echo before joining RRQ.
Wow.
So it's revenge or repeat now.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have our analysts break it down for us what exactly happened with the domination. Let's quickly send it over to the analyst desk.
The sweep has been completed. RRQ take this game away and are one opponent away before stepping on the grand finals. The final boss is nigh, but for now, we're going to be breaking it down here at the analyst desk. My name is Gideon. This is Trex. This is going to be Jay. Oh, how? Why? I mean, me and Trex were going back and forth on this draft, and there were moments of glory for ONIC, but man, RRQ made the difference here.
I think the biggest issue is that RRQ, they've gained momentum. There's a lot of fuel in that RRQ type train, and they just choo-chooed it all down against ONIC Esports. You give them one game, you give them two games, they're feeling it, and they will just conquer every single foe.
You know, before we get too deep into the item builds and everything, I gotta say, we haven't seen a single 3-0 sweep since the bottom bracket started best of fives. And not only did RRQ sweep somebody, they swept ONIC. A lot of people were putting ONIC as possible winners of this whole thing. I mean, a lot of us had doubts, but RRQ just changed so many minds tonight, and that was just an epic finish.
Well, let's have a look at the item list and really break it down from the draft to the laning phase. CW had it rough.
Man, like CW to a certain period of time, he started building the items, but however, ONIC's draft, you need to check a lot of checkboxes. Good catch from Kyrie, good catch from Keyboard, good catch from Boots, a good red wall manipulation, and then CW lands down the puppets. Just way too many layers. And then for the side of RRQ, easy, Vin, go, catch. That's exactly what RRQ did really well. I catch Keyboard, that's going in for, you know, the engages. I catch people, and then Skylar follow up. And just in case if RRQ messes up anything, there's always a secondary engage. R7 is there, and then you've also got Faramis as the backup plan. Everything's going well, and it's a lot easier to execute RRQ's draft.
Most definitely. There's a couple major things to point out in some of those items, right? On Vin and on Albert, we have the two blade armors, and that's going to give CW a bit of a hard time coming into a lot of these team fights, not to mention the early Wind of Nature pickup from Skylar. A lot of us question it, but what it gave him the ability to do is in some of those early team fights, he could push his limits, or when Boots or CW were able to lock onto him, he had a bit more escapability.
There's a lot of answers here, and we can debate this back and forth because we're talking about the get away from me, but then you have R7 with his crazy wild charges plus flickers, and then the battle spell economy makes all the difference here because the only way CW was really getting through the lines of RRQ was with Inspire, and that extra bit of true damage and attack speed makes all the difference.
Yeah, and it all got countered by that one first item. Well, not say one first item, like the first item that Skylar opted for, sacrificing that amount of damage, went for pure survivability first because you know that puppet's going to land on top of you regardless. So Skylar's mindset is like, you know what, if that's the case, I'm just going to play it safe. Whenever I go in and engage, first thing I do, pop Wind of Nature, and all of a sudden, ONIC doesn't really have the burst damage anymore, and then RRQ just took over the game.
You know, something very interesting to point out on that is they had more damage dealt along with more damage taken. So it just goes to show RRQ's sustainability in those fights and how they were just able to outplay them in those fights. Definitely, normally it swings opposite ways, but they took the damage and they gave the damage.
I think the Faramis made the difference here.
Yes.
You know, that Call Altar, whenever you see it come down, it's used defensively, but our MVP has to go to the man, the myth, the legend, Skylar. What an absolute beast in the gold lane.
Yeah, and just the way that he prioritized these items, and not only just that, Windtalker over there is more for, you know, the late game push, right? But before he picked up Windtalker, that's definitely a Boots, a Radiant Armor as well to go in to protect, especially the damage coming out from the Yi because it's starting to hurt a lot. And of course, Windtalker, not say Windtalker, Wind of Nature is just such a crucial item for Skylar, and that changed the tide.
Let's pull up the heat map. We need to know, was Skylar playing hyper defensively? He was generally, you know, sticking to his lane, sticking to his guns, and even got a kill in the lane itself. But from 5 to 10 minutes, yep, this is exactly what I was expecting.
I mean, he is pretty much all over the place. Very, very, I mean, not too aggressive, but once he moved down to this bot side, probably around the 7-minute mark, after taking that first tower, you're able to see he's moving down there. But also, look at the group up. Look at that major point around that turtle right there.
So
it is a hangout spot.
It really is the hangout spot, and I totally get you. You know, the towers to Skylar was basically like Tater Tots. They completely cut him down, used his ultimate, making sure whenever he had the advantage pressed with RRQ and the rest of his teammates, he was going to get some kind of profit. But let's check out these highlights.
Yep, that's the big bright dot right there. That's where most of RRQ literally is a 5v5 at the turret. front of it. And if ONIC is gonna have to, you know, since they're a little bit behind and they need to gain all that momentum, all that damage, RRQ needs all their manpower down. And this is where you look at that big huddle by RRQ right there. Literally, Faramis call Arthur just make sure that ONIC doesn't really have enough damage, cannot end the fight. RRQ out-sustain them, and they out-sustain them in terms of the damage. There's nothing much ONIC can do, and there's also that weird desynchronization coming out from ONIC's side of draft. For, you know, for Kyrie, you want to pin people to the wall, and sometimes if you don't execute that well, you're pushing everyone away from CW's puppet. So I think that's also could be, like I said, another draft problem coming out from CW, another desync in terms of these combos.
I literally feel like ONIC did everything they could in a lot of those team fights. In that one wild charge, when you think CW is about to get a kill, still not able to. And those are the moments when I think I knew ONIC was just kind of done for. There wasn't any answers towards the mid to the end of that game.
I think, you know, it came down to who could outplay their opponents better, the way that they're utilizing their ultimates as well. I do think that the draft was rather 50-50. It wasn't really lopsided in my personal opinion, but man, the spatial awareness coming out from RRQ was absolutely ridiculous. But I'm curious to know what RRQ has to say for themselves as they will be taking an interview.
The Royal Derby Indonesia menjadi the Royal Basti dan pada akhirnya 3-0. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. RRQ Hoshi!
Congratulations, they're going to the lower bracket finals. I have to point out, such an amazing player. You all witnessed his Beatrix in game number 1. 17 out of the 26 kills of the team, 65% Skylar. Skylar, I have to ask, it seems like you woke up in such a motivated, determined mood today. When you woke up and you saw yourself in the mirror, what did you say to yourself? Because today you showed up really amazing.
Skylar tuh keren banget hari ini, setuju ya? 17 kill di game yang pertama dan Mara penasaran dengan skill yang sebesar itu, sehebat itu, penampilan yang luar biasa pagi. Ini kamu ngomong apa sih ke dirimu? Kamu ngeliat dirimu gimana sih?
Ya, seperti biasa.
Just usual Skylar.
Just the usual Skylar, wow.
Yeah, it's usual Skylar. Biasa aja katanya ya. Ada lagi nggak? Kayak kamu prepare apa sih untuk hari ini mungkin? Dari hari pagi ini kamu bangun.
Ya, cuma mandi doang.
Just take a bath, he said. He didn't prepare a lot, just take a bath and play.
I feel like he went to the mirror and he said, today I'm going to be amazing, because that's exactly what he showed.
Yeah, he's really great, and today is a great day for RQ Hoshi, but the Royal Basti, actually this is the first time for the international. Acil, you face ONIC Esports. Banyak banget kita ketemu ONIC Esports dari RRQ, kita ngelihat banyak sekali. Dan ada nggak sih perbedaannya international Royal Derby dan MPL Royal Derby?
Beda stage.
Different stage,
Yeah.
of course, Acil. Is there any different preparation or other?
Different vibe sih pastinya. Kayak kita lebih semangat aja karena ini turnamennya internasional gitu sih.
Jadi apakah dengan turnamen internasional ini ngebuat Acil makin prepare-nya lebih banyak atau gimana, anak-anaknya bahkan lebih senang karena hype-nya luar biasa?
Oh iya, persiapannya normal-normal aja sih. Cuman ya pasti ada tambahan aja gitu.
Oh, kayaknya
Kalau Acil lebih persiapan mental, takut ada Acil out sih sebenarnya.
Yeah, you know what, in Indonesia, they usually use the hashtag Acil out. That guy.
Acil in.
Acil in.
Acil in. Now, this question is for Coach Arcadia. The next team that you're going to be facing is Echo, a team that you used to coach. So it'll be a reunion. What are your thoughts about this? Is this something that makes your heart pump? Is it something that you want to prove to them, want to say to them? What's going through your mind now that you know that's your next opponent?
Actually, if in the emotions, I have a lot of mixed emotions going against them. But in the mind, I only have one goal. Us as a team, we want to win it all. Yeah.
Do you have a message for them?
Good luck, have fun. And I know that their dream is also to win it all. So it's just who's the team that is hungrier will just win. And we're confident that we'll give everything.
Mereka akan memberikan yang terbaik tentunya untuk match selanjutnya. And after this, they're gonna be facing best of 5 series again against Echo Esports.
So now we're gonna let you guys rest because for sure you want some strategic plans to do. Go ahead, rest, eat, plan it out because for sure they're gonna give us a good fight later on.
Yes, once again, RRQ Hoshi!
I gotta get that jersey. I gotta get their jacket. It's really nice.
Cool. Achil, give to us, okay? Bye-bye.
Now, that was a sweep. Was that something that you expected, Clara?
Actually, RRQ, they're angry this time. They're hungry and they just ate ONIC Esports in this best of 5.
ONIC Esports.
Yes, I don't know.
Devoured them.
That's right.
But great job for ONIC. You did so well. But for now, RRQ Hoshi moves on to the next stage. They couldn't really see them backstage, but even though each game that they were winning, RRQ Hoshi, they weren't celebrating too early. They were very determined, they were very serious, and it just shows how prepared they are for this game.
Yeah, I wonder how Echo will prepare for the new RRQ today.
And you know, we've prepared this entire tournament for you. So we're gonna put a QR code right at the bottom, scan it, and answer our questions to let us know your M4 experience. Give us your feedback.
Jangan lupa langsung scan di bawah karena turnamen ini juga untuk kalian semua. Jadi beri kami masukan dan seperti apa pesan dan kesan kalian untuk menonton M4 World Championship.
The game has not ended yet. We have one more series coming your way. It'll be Echo versus RRQ Hoshi. So don't go anywhere. Stay right here for Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship.
Dare to be great.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment. Enhance your creativity. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
Is it wrong to save him? The war took my family, my friend, took everything I have. It's the Society of Dawn that gave me a place I can call home. Taught me to fight. And placed their trust in me.
New mission. Infiltrate the abyssal wings.
Then, he showed up.
It seems we can bring back a trusted friend. There's a traitor among us.
Who?
No idea.
Rest up. I'll figure it out.
Cheer up. I've nothing left.
They came along and gave me hope. Attack the headquarters. Who are you?
Maybe. But that's the thing, like, who is your saving grace here for MVG, right? Harley, Joel Crew. Joel Crew is so far away from that. Harley, though, able to survive just a bit. Oh, never mind. Chiku, guys, from the backside. Now they're going to find Joel Crew as we were just talking about him. They fall here, and another one goes down. 4 fall again for MVG, and there's nothing Dragon can do here to defend. It's a maniac for Chiku, guys. GG, well played.
They are resetting here, 13,000 HP.
They need to make a choice right now. I mean, the minions are pushing in into their base. They're gonna get backdoored by Kalatizi if they don't choose now.
Oh my god, Kalatizi, will they read this? Junpo trying to delay, but no, my god, 505 trying to fly. Sanford, yeah, we goes down, but Kalatizi in the backside. Danny QT, the base echo outplayed RSG.
But we just barely missed him off camera. What happened to Papa Dog?
He just got dogpiled on, and that will be the end of him. As you can see, S11 going for a different approach right here, jumping in, making a play with the Way of the Dragon as well, but the Vengeance is just tanking so much. Wow, that's Fried Chicken taking one versus 3. Erwin is an H target, and Fried Chicken is going again and again. The Lord gets picked up, and they come out on top, and it's so disastrous because the Lord is up at the same time. Incendio is still contesting, but it does not seem possible unless Alien can make something of a miracle play.
We've seen a miracle play by a Grok many times before. He's looking for it. He has the weapon mastery for a reason. He steals it for Turkey, for Incendio to save the game for his team.
I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah, no worries. Wise, killing spree emblem on the Aldous. Sure. I get why, but right now, wait a minute, Naomi gets a hook onto Wise right now. It's going to be Justin who rotates back in. Wise goes in, and it's a first blood over to Justin.
Ken, that was a worth it.
What got the hook, and Haji tries to run away. I can't get my point out. Justin goes in front, gets a kill.
Dashing back in, Edward using final blow, not able to find anyone, and that's the iron hook again. Naomi's won.
2030 vision where they just literally see the future.
Oh my God, there's no way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again! He cares for the future. Whatever it is you want to believe, he lands again! Naomi!
Above the sky!
They are right now, they're flying and they're soaring again! Naomi! What in the world was that?
This still works out, right? All of that in the last 2 minutes just makes a breeze for the first turtle here. So that's already huge, at least in terms of economy. But here in the mid lane, Yumsi going to be the focus again. Oh, can he get away? One hit, he's going to bob and weave and survive.
The moves and grooves.
Moves
behind. And yeah, I can see here the Lord is already contested.
It doesn't feel like Bray is chilling. He's doing so much for his team with splitting those waves, but once again, the contest for the Lord.
The fight. Oh my God, catches Suvin with that Tyrant's Rage. Mortal bombs everywhere. Baby Cake, the first one down. Not a good sign as 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies has already been collected, and Bray gets shut down.
And he didn't, I don't even think it was Ken who finished off Hessa. He finished off D7, and this allows another free turtle.
So now they're going for it. Certainly going to be popped here. Ken able to secure the turtle, but Zip goes down as Chima able to find the kill. Another wild charge comes forth as D7 falls. Tempest Blade is going to be popped here. Ken looking for Hessa. Can't get the last hit though as he falls into the river.
That split, but all the weakest points. Oh my God, again! It's Prince Fran who comes in clutch and saves the day. ONIC Esports have nowhere to go right now, but Dragon's going to be taken down. It's a shadow kill over to Harley, as now Mount Venus have to move back. The Iron Hook does not connect. It's going to be the way the Dragon locking Prince Fran down, and that's a double kill picked up by Dreon, the Lord as well. Dreon is an absolute monster as he's looking to claim a maniac.
Kind of be a little bit patient, because right now I kind of feel like Rosa as well as Sunshine, they have enough damage. They just need a proper setup. And in terms of proper setup, you shouted out Oheb. If they can catch him, that's great. But it's easier said than done. But oh my Venus, it's all for them.
That's all the damage popped in, and the backline's completely going to be obstructed here by Blacklist International. Oheb free hitting his alien's going to be bursted down. Oh my God, going to go into Alexis Genzi's the only man left standing. Blacklist International, they take no prisoners.
Mara and I will count to 3. You lift the trophy as high as you want.
Best 16 teams in MLBB M4 World Championship will be gathered in Jakarta, Indonesia. One dream and one goal only. To make sure all the players, teams, and fans alike are on the same page, it is time to reveal the tournament format. In M4, all the qualified teams will compete in 2 stages to achieve greatness. Group stage and the knockout stage. The teams will play a best-of-1 single round robin during the group stage. No team will be eliminated during the group stage. Now, let's take a look at the knockout stage format. It'll feature a double elimination bracket with a total of 22 series. The first 2 rounds of the lower bracket will be the best of 3. The other series will be best of 5. Except for the grand finals, which will be best of 7. Now the knockout stage upper bracket will feature the top 2 teams of each group from the group stage, and the bottom 2 teams will start at the lower bracket. The losers of the first round of the lower bracket will be eliminated. The M4 knockout stage will be spread out across 9 days, where there will be a live audience for fans like you to support your teams. And that's all you need to know about M4's tournament format. Remember to tune in and see you in Jakarta. Dare to dream, dare to be great.
The first match was filled with tension and drama as Boots Scrap, unfortunately, a crucial error that allowed Echo to gain momentum and ultimately secure the win for day number 6. Arena's buzzing with excitement during the first series of the day, but little did the Brazilians know the Valley Dudes are going to shake the ground. White Chicken has shown that he is the GOAT, with major dominance striking fear into the hearts of the MPL Brazil champions. Ultimately, the Valiants reached the challenge and proved that they are the better American team and sent RRQ Akira, the team that beat them in the group stage, back home. Next, fans of both teams are on the edge of their seats as ONIC Esports and Echo are prepared to clash. The first match was filled with tension as Scrap unfortunately made a crucial error that allowed Echo to gain momentum and secured the win. ONIC clawed one game back as Kyrie, the Sky King, stepped up his game. Ogi Shadow killed the Orcas with Hayabusa, leaving the crowd in awe. But with a calculated move, the Orcas banned all of Sky King Kyrie's heroes during matches 3 and 4, and in the end, it was Echo who emerged victorious, effectively pushing them down to the lower bracket. With only 6 teams left, 2 more will be eliminated today. Only the strong will march to greatness, and the losers shall perish. The stage is set. Let the games begin. Dare to be great.
What's up, everyone? Today we have a hero revamp many of you have been waiting for. Featuring Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower. The new Hanabi is more mature and confident in herself, as seen in her new intro animation where she finally takes off her veil. Hero skills. Hanabi is a marksman that brings solid DPS and crowd control to a team and known for her bouncing pedal blades. Passive skill, Ninjutsu Pedal Barrage. That's right, Pedal Barrage is now Hanabi's new passive. With this adjustment, Hanabi's basic attacks and skills automatically create pedal blades on hit that bounce up to 4 times to nearby targets, while doing less damage per bounce. First skill, Ninjutsu Equinox. Hanabi's shield has been reworked into an active skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effect while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu Soul Scroll. Soul Scroll remains a skill shot that damages and slows enemies on hit, now with a new mechanic that marks enemies, causing them to take full damage from the next pedal blade bounce. Ultimate Forbidden Jutsu Higanbana. Hanabi's ultimate remains unchanged, damaging and immobilizing the first enemy hit. The revamped Hanabi retains her uniqueness without needing to stack her shield before a fight, and her pedal blades are now a more consistent source of damage. Her new shield mechanic improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips. When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Petal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your Petal Blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming. But not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC, and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her reworked passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week, along with her resplendent Iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp December 20th.
Up until yesterday, 8 teams were eliminated from the M4 World Championship, and day 5 was nothing short of electric. The first series was all incendiary in the Sanayan Tennis Indoor Stadium, as both Incendio Supremacy and Falcon Esports are fighting for their lives. The Turkish squad was playing with fire on the field, and it looked like Falcon's wings were smoldered as they were behind 1-2. Rise from the ashes, reborn as a phoenix, Falcon Esports soared high through the game and won 2 consecutive games, removing Incendio Supremacy from the tournament. Next is the RRQ Kingdom hosting the Blacklist Agents at their home turf. The Sang Raja started the series promising, with Albert's Fanny slashing through and to game number 1. Then the defending world champions clapped back with Y's unstoppable Frederick. But RRQ pushed back with their home ground buff and tied the series. Ultimately, the Queen's Estes sealed the deal for Blacklist and sent RRQ Hoshi to the lower bracket. This might be the preview of the grand finals, and the road to greatness does not end here. Which team shall advance and which will perish? Let's check it out. Dare to be great.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta.
It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game.
All eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
M Series Flashback, the Finals MVP. Every tournament will have its own most valuable player or MVP.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Back in M1, it was Aura of EVOS Legends with his masterful off-lane plays to clinch the award.
Dan
Aura
datang dengan tantangan.
EVOS Legends bakal melakukan trik akan gas dengan masa dari RRQ.
And be the first ever Finals MVP in Mobile Legends M Series. Meanwhile, in M2, amidst the pandemic, Carl TZ of Bren Esports proved that his flashy jungler plays were the top of the world.
Okay, anyways, 3-1 immediately traded out. Make that 3 members chasing him down, and there's only so much.
And in 2021, Ohem of Blacklist International showed why he is the Filipino sniper with his spectacular Beatrix and marksman prowess.
Here in the early game. Another fight engaged on right edge of the round. Asmo still able to run away, but Ohem comes in for he goes in for 1v3 play. A mistake as he gets shut down.
And claim the title of M3's Finals MVP. Who do you think will join these players on the Hall of Legends? Can Carl TZ or Ohem claim the title twice? Who will be M4's Finals MVP? See you at M4. M Series Flashback, the Dark Horse.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
2019, in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Nobody guessed that Todak, a debutant for MPL Malaysia-Singapore, then would qualify for M1. They topped their group stage with aggressive gameplay.
They get a mega kill. They're walking in to win this game. Todak take game 1.
And end up being the second runner-up of the first ever M Series. Fast forward to M2. After dominating the Myanmar MLBB scene for a few seasons, Burmese Ghoul finally shines at the world stage.
And they decimate Bren Esports from underneath their own tower.
It's gonna be Flaptizi who's gonna get caught out here, stuck against the. That's gonna be GG. Burmese Ghouls take the 5th round.
Dominated the competition and extended the grand finals to a full 7-game series. And in M3, North America represents. BTK rises above all expectations when they defeated Blacklist International in the upper bracket.
The break for it. They flicker on for it. They find another kill. That's 2. They can get the 3rd. Mobazane. They have done it.
And pummeled their way to the lower bracket finals without any coach and team staff. M4 is finally coming. Which team do you think will rise to greatness and be the next dark horse? See you at M4. M Series Flashback, series of the tournament.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
As the first M Series for MLBB, M1 was nothing short of incredible gameplay. But one series was above all the games. Stretched to a maximum best-of-7 series, the grand finals between RRQ Hoshi and EVOS Legends was a gem to rewatch.
EVOS Legends become a legend!
As for M2, the grand finals between Bren Esports and the Burmese Ghouls was so epic that it broke the record with over 3 million concurrent viewers. With multiple back and forth, the 7-game series went the way of Bren Esports.
Bren Esports are your M2 champions!
Lastly, in M3, the series of the tournament was the first upper bracket game between Blacklist International and BTK, where the agents tried to target and 5-ban Mobazane, but the bloodthirsty Kings persevered and sent Blacklist International to the lower bracket. With M4, what sort of insane and epic series do you think we will get? Tell us what you think. See you at M4.
If you cannot burn.
life. They've been talking, told me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause what's the streets is what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop, won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting and show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make you proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands on, fire, giving up. They say that I finished, but they wrong. I ain't never done. No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
Hands up, all of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel inside. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment. Enhance your creativity. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
Is it wrong to save him? The war took my family, my friend, took everything I have. It's the Society of Dawn that gave me a place I can call home. Taught me to fight. And placed their trust in me.
New mission. Infiltrate the abyssal wings.
Then he showed up.
It seems we can bring back a trusted friend. There's a traitor among us.
Who?
No idea.
Rest up. I'll figure it out.
Cheer up.
I'm nothing like. They came along and gave me hope. Attack the headquarters. Who are you?
Maybe. But that's the thing, like, who is your saving grace here for MVG, right? Harley, Joel Crew. Joel Crew is so far away from that. Harley, though, able to survive just a bit. Whoa, number 5! side. Chiku guys from the backside. Oh. Now they're gonna find Joel Crew as we were just talking about him. They fall here and another one goes down. 4 fall again for MVG, and there's nothing Dragon can do here to defend. It's a maniac for Chiku guys. GG, well played.
They are resetting here, 13,000 HP.
They need to make a choice right now. I mean, the minions are pushing in into their base. They're gonna get backdoored by Call Teasy if they don't choose now.
Oh my god, Call Teasy, will they read this? Junpo trying to delay, but no, my god, 505 trying to fly. Sanford, Yaoi goes down, but Call Teasy in the backside. Benny QT, the base Echo outplayed RSG.
But we just barely missed it off camera. What happened to Papa Dog?
He just got dogpiled on, and that will be the end of him. As you can see, S11 going for a different approach right here. Jumping in, making a play with the Way of the Dragon as well, but the Vengeance is just tanking so much. Oh, that's Fried Chicken taking one versus 3. Erwin is an H target, and Fried Chicken is going again and again. The Lord gets picked up, and they come out on top, and it's so disastrous because the Lord is up at the same time. Incendio is still contesting, but it does not seem possible unless Alien can make something of a miracle play.
We've seen a miracle play by Grok many times before. He's looking for it. He has the weapon mastery for a reason. He steals it for Turkey, for Incendio, to save the game for his team.
I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah, no worries. Wise, killing spree emblem on the Aldous. Sure. I get why, but right now, wait a minute, Naomi gets a hook onto Wise right now. It's going to be Justin who rotates back in. Wise goes in, and it's a first blood over to Justin.
Ken, that was a worth it. Look at the hook, and Haji tries to run away. I can't get my point out. Justin goes in front, gets the kill.
Dashing back in, Edward using final blow, not able to find anyone, and that's the iron hook again. Naomi's won.
20/30 vision where they just literally see the future.
Oh my God, there's no way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again!
He cares for the future. Whatever it is you want to believe, he dies again!
Naomi!
Above the sky!
They are right now, they're flying and they're soaring again! Naomi! What in the world was that?
This still works out, right? All of that in the last 2 minutes just makes a breeze for the first turtle here. So that's already huge, at least in terms of economy. But here in the mid lane, Yumsi is going to be the focus again. Can he get away? One hit, he's going to bob and weave and survive.
The moves and grooves.
Moves behind. And yeah, I can see here the Lord is already contested.
It doesn't feel like Bray is chilling. He's doing so much for his team with splitting those waves, but once again, the contest for the Lord.
The fight. Oh my god, catches Suvin with that Tyrant's Rage. Mortar bombs everywhere. Baby Cake, the first one down. Not a good sign as 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies has already been collected, and Bray gets shut down.
And he didn't, I don't even think it was Ken who finished off Hesa. He finished off D7, and this allows another free turtle.
So now they're going for it. Certainly he's going to be popped here. Ken able to secure the turtle, but Zip goes down as Chima able to find the kill. Another wild charge comes forth as D7 falls. Tempest Blade is going to be popped here. Ken looking for Hesa. Can't get the last hit though as he falls into the river.
That split, but all the weakness points. Oh my god, again! It's Prince Fran who comes in clutch and saves the day. ONIC Esports have nowhere to go right now, but Dragon's going to be taken down. It's a shadow kill over to Harley as now Mount Venus have to move back. The Iron Hook does not connect. It's going to be the Way the Dragon locking Prince Fran down, and that's a double kill picked up by Dreon, the Lord as well. Dreon is an absolute monster as he's looking to claim a maniac.
Kind of be a little bit patient because right now I kind of feel like Rosa as well as Sunshine, they have enough damage. They just need a proper setup. And in terms of proper setup, you shouted out Oheb. If they can catch him, that's great. But it's easier said than done. But oh my Venus, it's all for them.
That's all the damage popped in, and the backline's completely going to be obstructed here by Blacklist International. Oheb free hitting his Alien's going to be bursted down. Oh my god, going to go fatal Nexus. Genzi's the only man left standing. Blacklist International, they take no prisoners. This is your moment. Mara and I will count to 3. You lift the trophy as high as you want.
Best 16 teams in MLBB M4 World Championship will be gathered in Jakarta, Indonesia. One dream and one goal only. To make sure all the players, teams, and fans alike are on the same page, it is time to reveal the tournament format. In M4, all the qualified teams will compete in 2 stages to achieve greatness. Group stage and the knockout stage. The teams will play a best-of-1 single round robin during the group stage. No team will be eliminated during the group stage. Now, let's take a look at the knockout stage format. It'll feature a double elimination bracket with a total of 22 series. The first 2 rounds of the lower bracket will be the best of 3. The other series will be best of 5. Except for the grand finals, which will be best of 7. Now the knockout stage upper bracket will feature the top 2 teams of each group from the group stage, and the bottom 2 teams will start at the lower bracket. The losers of the first round of the lower bracket will be eliminated. The M4 knockout stage will be spread out across 9 days, where there will be a live audience for fans like you to support your teams. And that's all you need to know about M4's tournament format. Remember to tune in and see you in Jakarta. Dare to dream, dare to be great.
The first match was filled with tension and drama as Boots Scrap, unfortunately, a crucial error that allowed Echo to gain momentum and ultimately secure the win for day number 6. Arena's buzzing with excitement during the first series of the day, but little did the Brazilians know the Valley Dudes are going to shake the ground. White Chicken has shown that he is the GOAT, with major dominance striking fear into the hearts of the MPL Brazil champions. Ultimately, the Valley's risen the challenge and proved that they are the better American team and sent RRQ Akira, the team that beat them in the group stage, back home. Next, fans of both teams are on the edge of their seats as ONIC Esports and Echo are prepared to clash. The first match was filled with tension as Buttisgrap unfortunately made a crucial error that allowed Echo to gain momentum and secured the win. ONIC clawed 1 game back as Kyrie, the Sky King, stepped up his game. Ogi Shadow killed the Orcas with Hayabusa, leaving the crowd in awe. But with a calculated move, the Orcas banned all of Sky King Kyrie's heroes during matches 3 and 4, and in the end, it was Echo who emerged victorious, effectively pushing them down to the lower bracket. With only 6 teams left, 2 more will be eliminated today. Only the strong will march to greatness, and the losers shall perish. The stage is set. Let the games begin. Dare to be great.
What's up, everyone? Today we have a hero revamp many of you have been waiting for. Featuring Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower. The new Hanabi is more mature and confident in herself, as seen in her new intro animation where she finally takes off her veil. Hero skills. Hanabi is a marksman that brings solid DPS and crowd control to a team and known for her bouncing pedal blades. Passive skill. Ninjutsu Pedal Barrage. That's right, Pedal Barrage is now Hanabi's new passive. With this adjustment, Hanabi's basic attacks and skills automatically create pedal blades on hit that bounce up to 4 times to nearby targets, while doing less damage per bounce. First skill, Ninjutsu Equinox. Hanabi's shield has been reworked into an active skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effect while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu Soul Scroll. Soul Scroll remains a skill shot that damages and slows enemies on hit, now with a new mechanic that marks enemies, causing them to take full damage from the next pedal blade bounce. Ultimate Forbidden Jutsu Higanbana. Hanabi's ultimate remains unchanged, damaging and immobilizing the first enemy hit. The revamped Hanabi retains her uniqueness without needing to stack her shield before a fight, and her pedal blades are now a more consistent source of damage. Her new shield mechanic improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips. When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Pedal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your Pedal Blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming, but not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC, and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her reworked passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week, along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp December 20th.
Up until yesterday, 8 teams were eliminated from the M4 World Championship, and Day 5 was nothing short of electric. The first series was all incendiary in the Sanayan Tennis Indoor Stadium, as both Incendio Supremacy and Falcon Esports are fighting for their lives. The Turkish squad was playing with fire on the field, and it looked like Falcon's wings were smoldered as they were behind 1-2. Rise from the ashes, reborn as a phoenix, Falcon Esports soared high through the game and won 2 consecutive games, removing Incendio Supremacy from the tournament. Next is the RRQ Kingdom hosting the Blacklist Agents at their home turf. The Sang Raja started the series promising, with Albert's Fanny slashing through and to game number 1. Then the defending world champions clapped back with Y's unstoppable Frederick. But RRQ pushed back with their home ground buff and tied the series. Ultimately, the Queen's Estes sealed the deal for Blacklist and sent RRQ Hoshi to the lower bracket. This might be the preview of the grand finals, and the road to greatness does not end here. Which team shall advance and which will perish? Let's check it out. Dare to be great.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They've been talking, tell me on me, but you know don't ever win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes on me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it off. on, on. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up. All of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battles in Jakarta.
It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game.
All eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
M-Series Flashback, the Finals MVP. Every tournament will have its own most valuable player or MVP.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Back in M1, it was Aura of EVOS Legends with his masterful off-lane plays to clinch the award.
Aura!
EVOS Legends bakal melakukan kekeringan dengan rekan di masa depan.
And be the first ever Finals MVP in Mobile Legends M-Series. Meanwhile, in M2, amidst the pandemic, Carl TZ of Bren Esports proved that his flashy jungler plays were the top of the world.
Okay, anyways, 3 for 1 immediately traded out. Make that 3 members chasing him down, and there's only so much.
And in 2021, Oheb of Blacklist International showed why he is the Filipino sniper with his spectacular beatrix and marksman prowess.
Here in the early game. Another fight engaged on right edge for Loud. Asmo still able to run away, but Oheb comes in after he goes in for 1v3 play. A mistake as he gets shut down.
And claim the title of M3's Finals MVP. Who do you think will join these players on the Hall of Legends? Can Carl TZ or Oheb claim the title twice? Who will be M4's Finals MVP? See you at M4. M-Series Flashback, the Dark Horse.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
2019, in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Nobody guessed that Todak, a debutant for MPL Malaysia-Singapore, then would qualify for M1. They topped their group stage with aggressive gameplay.
They get a mega kill. They're walking in to win this game. Todak take game 1.
And end up being the second runner-up of the first ever M-Series. Fast forward to M2. After dominating the Myanmar MLBB scene for a few seasons, Burmese Ghoul finally shines at the world stage.
And they decimate Bren Esports from underneath their own tower.
It's gonna be Flaptizi who's gonna get caught out here, stuck against the. That's gonna be GG. Burmese Ghouls take the 5th round.
Dominated the competition and extended the grand finals to a full 7-game series. And in M3, North America represents. BTK rises above all expectations when they defeated Blacklist International in the upper bracket.
The break for it. They flicker on for it. They find another kill. That's 2. They can get the 3rd. Mobazane. They have done it.
And pummeled their way to the lower bracket finals without any coach and team staff. M4 is finally coming. Which team do you think will rise to greatness and be the next dark horse? See you at M4. M-Series Flashback series of the tournament.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
As the first M series for MLBB, M1 was nothing short of incredible gameplay. But one series was above all the games. Stretched to a maximum best of 7 series, the grand finals between RRQ Hoshi and EVOS Legends was a gem to rewatch.
EVOS Legends become a legend!
As for M2, the grand finals between Grand Esports and the Burmese Ghouls were so epic that it broke the record with over 3 million concurrent viewers. With multiple back and forth, the 7-game series went the way of Grand Esports.
Grand Esports are your M2 champions!
Lastly, in M3, the series of the tournament was the first upper bracket game between Blacklist International and BTK, where the agents tried to target and 5-ban Mobazane. But the bloodthirsty Kings persevered and sent Blacklist International to the lower bracket. With M4, what sort of insane and epic series do you think we will get? Tell us what you think. See you at M4.
If you cannot
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause work the streets is what I made it now. Made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever stop. Won't ever stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky. You're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting and show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fire in our eyes, we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished what they want. I ain't never done. Nah. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it up. Hands up, all of you get your hands up. All of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it off. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished what they want. I ain't never done. Nah. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up. Hands up, all of you get your hands up. All of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand it now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make you proud. Don't let me down. Don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be as strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished what they wanted, I ain't never done. No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
all of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight, we gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right, I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give, cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be as strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Again, take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make you proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be as strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished what they wanted, I ain't never done. No. So turn it up, turn it all the way up.
all of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight, we gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right, I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give, cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can
remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it up the coast. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. With fire in our eyes, you and me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championships. We are down to the last lower bracket match between Echo and RRQ Hoshi, who will move on to the grand finals and face the defending champions, Blacklist International. No trophy? No problem. Benny Cutie still continues to prove that his name should be in talks with being one of the best players in the world. Alongside his fated brothers, they have another trial waiting for them before they face the defending champions for a rematch. They must first face the King of Kings in order to go to the grand finals. Possibly the last battle of Philippines versus Indonesia. It's about to start.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pals alike, welcome back to the M4 World Championship in the Tennis Indoor Stadium in Jakarta, Indonesia. I'm your host, Assassin Dave. With me from Indonesia and the Philippines, Leo and Merkel. How are you guys doing tonight?
I'm excited, actually. Having seen what RRQ put on the table when they sadly had to eliminate ONIC Esports, Echo's gonna do well. I have a good feeling.
Hey, man, you know, RRQ, veteran team, they've been here before. They know what it takes to go up. Echo, hey, Carl Teasy, second time. For the rest of the team, first time.
Oh, I feel the heat between these two gentlemen right here. I mean, there are so much points to watch out for tonight. I want to bring out the marksman comparison, Skylar versus Benny QT. I mean, what do you got to say about Benny here?
Benny, also known as the Storm, the Typhoon, the Hurricane, Bagyong of Benny. He's been playing professional MLBB for years now, and he's had ups and downs, and I'm guessing this is prime Benny, so Skylar better be ready.
I think Skylar is ready, right? Did you see the performance up against ONIC Esports? CW, one of the best Indonesian gold laners, maybe even the best coming into M4 from Indonesia, got absolutely styled on by Skylar, and he's looking to do the same against Benny.
The Beatrix was pretty insane. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at a talent prediction here. Pretty split between the middle, I would say, right? This is a 50-50 split. I mean, what do you got to say about this, Leo?
Sith, YY, and Puba, I respect their choices. I also would just objectively have to say it's a clear 50-50. Hell, even Page 2, even talents from everywhere else would say, right?
What do you predict, Leo?
What do you predict, Leo?
I'm loud and proud. You want to know what I predicted?
What did you say?
I'm going to use my curse. I'm going to predict Echo to win.
No, Miracle,
The Miracle Curse.
Miracle,
Not
no!
like this!
He just did that, folks. Miracle, what?
Why do you do that, Miracle? Why do you have to use the caster's curse?
Hey, we got to get a PHID Grand Finals, right? It's been PH for what now? Almost every Moonton tournament, dude. Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, PH versus Indo Grand Final will be pretty exciting, but the best team will win tonight, Leo. And it looks like we do have a player comparison here. First, come to the stage is going to be Carl TZ.
The best in the world, as I've dubbed him, M2's Grand Finals MVP. More importantly, besides the fact that he's been here before, right? The fact that he's grown ever since and he's worked his way back into the world stage. Stats will tell you a lot of what Carl Tees has been doing the whole knockout stage, but here tonight might be his prime performance.
You can say his average kills in M4 is actually not that high because Carl Tees has transformed into more of a team player. And come to the comparison, we do have Albert. What does the data say, Miracle?
Well, honestly, if you take a look at the data here, it does seem like Albert has been a bit more successful going with two of the roles, right? Not only is he a utility jungler that can provide for his team, can actually enable his team to perform, but he can also be that carry. We've seen this up against Blacklist International. The two styles came in. He can play those utility, he can play those assassins, but in terms of KDA ratio as well, I think he's a bit of a safer utility jungler. When he's on the fighters, he still wants to be somewhat of a carry, you know? Dealing damage.
I mean, just now we saw the RRQ's momentum soaring in the previous series, but you gotta be concerned, right? Because they just had a really, really difficult series. So, Leo, anything you want to say before we throw to the casters?
You well played. Let's have a great 5-game series.
Let's see, bro.
It's all or nothing here, and the last hope of Indonesia to make it to the grand final. What is up, guys? I'm Naisu, joined here on the desk with the boys Gideon and Wolf. We just had an amazing aerial shot. You can see everybody getting situated here. There's a lot of tension, I feel like, in the air as well. How are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling personally really, really good. I have no stake in this game whatsoever. I'm more worried for you guys here at the desk. I don't know about you, Wolf, but you feeling a little sweaty just yet, or?
I don't know. Maybe because of the Miracle curse, probably. But I do have my own curse myself, so I voted for RRQ to win it. So let's see whose curse is stronger, Miracle.
Well, I'm from the Philippines. I don't have a curse yet, so I'll leave it to you guys. But also, before we talk more about the matchup, we do want to mention once again that our sponsors, this would not be possible without them. Never go out of style when you wear in game with Gank, a lifestyle fashion brand made for the modern gamer and is the M4 World Championship official merchandise partner. Grab the M4 merchandise at www.gank.asia today. And also, the M4 Pass is also available right now. Complete all active tasks, and you'll reach level 75 at ease and for free. Log in now. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and M4 Beatrix Figurine are all awaiting you guys today. Don't forget the hashtags as well. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MOBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great. I'm not as fast as you, man, but hey.
Hey, that's a new personal best here, and that's exactly what we're expecting to see in this matchup. And I don't know about you, Wolf, but I feel like our RRQ are definitely warmed up here. I don't know if Echo's going to start off a little slow, maybe a little cold even.
Yeah.
It's a little tough to say.
You know, there's always that factor on whether or not you are actually in a big momentum, or are you just waking up. You know, your personal like warm up is on point, and that's very true with a lot of esports titles. What we saw from RRQ earlier on today, it's a different beast, and it's not only their players but also their coaches. And that is the reason why they were very successful. However, let's see if Sanji, Sanford, Benecuti, and Carl TZ, as well as Yawi, will be warmed up today as well.
Honestly, I'm just worried about the draft here. Where do you attack this team? Where do you look for discrepancies in Echo? And based on what we saw here today, RRQ are looking more warm than ever to try and make it to that grand finals with Clay, R7, Skylar, Albert, and as well as Vin.
And like you guys said, right? RRQ already coming off a clean sweep.
Yeah.
So if it's a team to be warmed up, that was a great momentum for them here. And again, you can hear the crowd cheering for this squad. A lot is on the line here, obviously, but still, if you want to look from team to team here, RRQ Hoshi, man, they look good. And across the board, that's something that's in comparison between these two teams. And I got to say, I can't wait to see it unfold.
Yeah. I really wanted to say that the RRQ that showed up today against ONIC Esports, they're totally different from what we saw from the previous days. They are a monster today. They woke up. You can't expect them to be on fire, especially against a team that is very mechanically good.
Well, let's welcome to the stage for another grueling battle, RRQ Hoshi.
Hear that crowd roar. Hear that crowd roar. I'm getting pumped for this. But their opponents are absolutely no slouches, having an extremely tight game against Blacklist International. And unfortunately, they want to meet their competitors once again in the grand finals.
Yeah, they'd love that rematch again. I mean, multiple times have they met. But you'd be surprised. I mean, I feel like a lot of people were even surprised. Let's say game one that they had against Blacklist International, where it was a very dominant game in favor of Echo here. And, I mean, across the board, very similar thing. Just every roll in check there. You can feel it, right? You know where the crowd's feeling here for the teams.
And that's why we have competitions like this. That's why we have international competition ahead of us. For Echo, surely this is not the first time that they will be on stage against the Indonesian crowd, but today they have to perform even when the odds are against them.
Well, making their way to the stage, loud and proud, it's Echo.
Look, the boys are already here today, and with the leadership and experience coming in from Carl TZ, he's got a bunch of youngins who are ready to pop off here today, and that's what we should expect, you know? The youngins looking to rise up to take over the next generation of Mobile Legends.
That's a great point, because that's kind of what we saw just in their journey throughout the MPL Philippines to the point where they are now, where, you know, they had a lot of that veterancy, that experience coming out from Carl TZ, even from his experience on the world stage, right? And you see that in their gameplay. And as the teams and players give the respect that's needed here, again, integrity super important here in the M4 World Championship. Even given the situation, the stakes, you, of course, want that sportsmanship there. We're going to be looking at the team head-to-head here in just a second. We've talked a lot about it, guys, here on the desk and even at the analyst stand. Wolf,
wow.
How is this breakdown looking for both teams?
Well, it seems that it hasn't really broken down. Only just a little bit, right? You see, almost the same across all of the stats that we're looking at. This is the first time that I'll see ever something like this. And it kind of tells you that both teams have already mastered how to win games. That is the reason why they are at least top 3 in this tournament. They got to the lower bracket finals because of how good they understand the game.
I mean, looking at the stats immediately, very minute details here, very small differences, but the biggest one being Echo's turtle control overall being at a whopping 10% differential, not even within the 5%. And then we look at the all-time win rate of 65% so far coming in from Coach Tic Tac. Well done to him and his drafting. He's really showing off what the boys can do.
I feel like this is going to be a highly contested hero, right? Fredrin. I mean, we've seen it in the hands of pretty much everyone up to this point, but specifically these two junglers, and even Albert. I mean, he more than will likely try to contest it against Carl TZ. They want to go for those objectives because I feel like there's been a big debate, you know, Is it the assassin junglers that work better? Is it the utility tanky types? But honestly, now that we see those breakdown from the stats and everything, yes, fights can be scrappy, games can be scrappy, but ultimately those objectives super important here. And now we take a look at RRQ, and like we mentioned, the minds behind it all, Coach Arcadia here. Wolf, how's this breakdown for RRQ?
You see the it's very standard picks, right? You see Matrix, they want to lock in the Fredrin as soon as possible, because they can pick it in the jungle as well as in the XP lane. However, when it comes to like their most banned heroes, it's very interesting for me that they are the ones who always take out the Kaja. It kind of tells me what RRQ Oshi wants to do. They want to make sure that there will be no one picked off, because they want to group up as a unit when they do team fight.
Well, are we thinking we're going to see another version? Remember when Echo tried to play the Ube strat, right? Not sure if that's the best idea, because I feel like at this point, things are figured out. And as we take a look at the keys to victory here, this is a big one. Allow Benny Cutie Hurricane to storm through Skylar. That is crucial. We have seen Skylar pop off, man. And that's the biggest thing for Echo, honestly, is not allowing that to happen.
Absolutely, but I think the most important thing, and one of the bigger weaknesses coming up from Echo, is their inexperience and be disciplined, avoid meaningless trades. We saw Echo break out of their disciplinary ways to try and desperately find something back from Blacklist International, and that needs to change. You know, they need to temper themselves, especially against a very difficult team like RRQ, and their keys to victory, I mean, minimize mistakes and maximize objective equals profits. A very simple formula, but a lot of teams fail to actually achieve.
What I want to point out here is, if it ain't broke, pick more Grok. As a person who loves the Grok as a pick, and of course, the way that it's shaped in the meta, right? You can use it as an XP laner or as a jungler even, right? You saw that, but you can see that's Roman XP laner, but we saw it as a jungler, not as successful as it was in other roles. But yeah, pick more Grok. That's going to be applicable for both teams.
Wow.
With that, the audience prediction.
Yeah. The audience prediction. This, I mean, there's a surprise, right? There's some surprises here.
Yeah.
But still, it looks like it's, I mean, from both home countries, you see that. But also, even on this slide, the second slide here, I would say it's leaning more towards the Philippines for Echo, but still, RRQ, they have made waves so far in the M4 tournament.
I feel like generally it's the West that's believing that Echo is going to be able to take this game away from RRQ. And yes, RRQ has had a couple of shaky starts in the very beginning, and I think that has left an impression for a lot of the audience members watching this game.
I was actually surprised that there's like 6% of Indonesians who voted for Echo, and there's like 16% of Indonesians picking up Echo, and only just 6% of Filipinos going for RRQ Oshi.
Well, at least we know the demographic of the Filipinos in Indonesia as well.
That's probably. That's probably.
It has to be. What else could it be?
It has to be.
They're part of the kingdom, right? I mean, the ones voting for RRQ there, but still, at the end of the day, both these teams have a lot of history, a lot of just kind of background, even if you look at the individual player stories up to that point. And honestly, every single player up to this point has shined in one way or another, getting MVPs, making statements, winning games sometimes even on their own. But here we go. I know the crowd is ready for it, and so are we. And around the globe, everybody else watching, we're going to be loading into the draft here, into a best of 5. It's game number 1 already. Bands coming out. RRQ gonna be on the blue side. We got Echo on the red. The Cho and Fredrin band actually coming out from RRQ to kick it off. Echo taking out the Wanwan and the Joy.
It looks like they're already taking out standard trademark picks coming in from Echo immediately. The Fredrin just really consistent overall. Yaoi just excellently performs and consistently as well on a Cho. And then we look back at Echo immediately. Wanwan, they get rid of the Joy. I'm not too surprised if it's going to be Eve or even Carry.
Yeah, and the Joy has been RRQ's bread and butter, especially when they went up against Falcon, when they want to prioritize that hero as much as possible. They also pick it up in multiple roles, and that is very true with how RRQ perform against ONIC Esports as well. So I will not be surprised if both Fredrin, Cho, and Joy will be constantly banned all throughout the series.
With that ban coming out in Glue, I was actually surprised by it, because I was thinking maybe RRQ wants to prioritize that. We saw R7 do very similar things on the Glue like he did with the Joy. But now this leaves a lot still here up for grabs. Eve, like you mentioned, is still open. A lot of, I mean, even the carry is taken out here. There it is, right? Now, Eve is locked in, but real quick, let's take a look at this quote from R7. I hope Indonesia is in the upper and lower. Unfortunately, we meet in the lower. Hopefully, one of us can make it to the final to face the Philippines, and I know a lot of people around the world are hoping for that.
Honestly, I'm tired of the Filipinos dynasty that has been set since M2, and RRQ just might be that one trainer who's going to beat the Elite Four and maybe try and take out the champion at the very end. This is one step away from greatness, from the point of which of no return. We're seeing the Kaja and as well as Sanford. He's going to get his Yuzong, of course. Very standard picks all across the board, but now we see the Beatrix as well as the Grok, which begs the question here. Are they looking to try and shut down Benny QT?
Yeah, absolutely. But then again, you now have a shot at Echo, right? They can pick up the marksman right now. But, okay, it's the Harith. Well, instead of like picking up a hardcore marksman, hard carrying marksman for Benny QT, they put in the Harith. Although it's a hard carry still, right? If you think about it. But then again, it's a more mid-tempo kind of marksman or gold laner, which kind of tells me that this is the time where Echo will pick up a hero for Carl TZ that will scale into the late game.
Yeah, I just don't like, the only thing I don't like about Harith is really if you have a bad start, it's shut down for pretty much the entirety of the game. And it's so hard to get that scalability in comparison to what we've seen with Beatrix, which is so weird because going back to the group stage, she had an abysmal win rate. It was like 30%. But now you see teams, I feel like a switch has been flipped with Beatrix in particular, especially in the hands of Skylar. And going back to the key to victory for RRQ, if it ain't broke, just pick Grok.
Don't fix it. Don't bother fixing it. And I think, it's really good that Echo didn't fall for the fact of, hey, Grok is flexible and therefore we should expect him in a couple of these positions. They're focusing down on the main issues, which is Vin. And Vin has been having a stellar performance throughout M4 for a good amount of time. And even RRQ giving a lot of respect to Sanji as well, banning out that Valentina, making sure that he's not going to have that many flexible options when it does come down to the dive. Which begs the question, Farm Mist, should they ban it out here?
I guess because they are considering picking it up themselves. It's probably why they will not be banning it out. I'm looking at the past matches of RRQ Hoshi. They do pick it up when they have a Grok. They combo Farmis and Grok to go up against something like a Harith or a marksman, a hard marksman.
Curveball, what about Kadita?
I love it. It's one of my personal favorites. It also looks good for the side of RRQ Hoshi. It fits the bill of what they want to achieve, right? It's a very RRQ-ish hero. You can also give that to Echo, though. But at this kind of draft, maybe the Kadita will not be considered by Echo themselves. Oh, Barretts.
Okay, so Carl TZ opting for that utility jungle route, focused on the objectives. We've seen a lot of this, right? And I mean, at the same time, it is still a safe hero because of the fact that you can kind of brute force your way into those objectives. You have that immune to CC for a little bit. You got the Daytona's welcome. And still, this is a lot of pick-off potential because it's highlighted with the Kaja, but still, can they capitalize on those kills? Because even across the board, they're going to be fighting in the death box. They're going to have to deal with wild charges from angles that they're not expecting. And if Skylar can come online on this Beatrix like we've seen him before, it is a lot of work for Echo here.
Yeah. How about a Martis for Albert for RRQ Hoshi? Then they just have to utilize this Grok on the XP lane, get another a roamer that can help them suppress this Kaja. And there's the Martis.
Yeah, but we're also seeing a Lapu Lapu as well, which does mean that Vin will have access to that Grok as the support. He needs to make sure that when he's playing around Yaoi, he doesn't get caught himself, which is something that he's able to do. And there we go. That's the Kadita that we were expecting to see coming in from Echo. Nicely done, boys, here up at the desk.
Man, it's weird to see that both Kaja and Kadita picked up in one team, but there's a lot of -1 potential coming out from Echo. Really what they want to play with. Is it a double down, right? Is it too much for having both Kadita and Kaja? We're not so sure, but we might see that.
That's a great point because honestly, if you already use the Divine Judgment and if the rough waves are gone, you lose a lot in both categories, right? A lot of pick-off potential, a lot of firepower even. So you almost have to 100% guarantee that you get that numbers advantage if you're Echo here, because if it doesn't play in your favor, then that's going to be bad news for Echo and better for RRQ here as they get ready to go.
Well, this is such a stressful game here. I can't imagine what it's going to be like. Hopefully you guys are going to be sticking around because you won't want to miss a second of this. Let's jump right into it.
Into the land of dawn we go. The last chance for Indonesia to make it to the grand finals, and it starts now.
We're going to see Vin is going to be controlling that Grok. So this is the roam Grok, and then the Lapu Lapu will be the one to fight against the Yu Zhang. We've seen it before. The Lapu Lapu can win against the Yu Zhang. Let's see Echo with early game comp. Can they actually close this one out before RRQ scales?
I personally think that they absolutely can, but it really depends on that momentum at the end of the day. What Vin is chill. Oh, he's holding back the waves again. For the second round of it. Okay, interesting. Usually it's just dedicated to one lane, but now we're seeing Yawi trying to go up to help Benny QT out to try and make sure that Skylar doesn't get too far ahead or at least holds that control.
Yeah, I mean, you're relying a lot once again here for Skylar to just kind of pop off mid to late game. That's going to be crucial for them. And at the same time, RRQ's got to avoid all of those picks that Echo's going to be looking for. And if anything, the fact that you have two Petrifies to work against, you've got to really be conscious of that, right? In those lockdown moments, because, I mean, even here, Sanford are going to be just fine. But again, going back to the point, especially when objectives are being contested, the angles from Sanford with the Black Dragon form and even looking out for Sanji is always something the teams going against a Kadita have to work for. It's a constant, pretty much mind game for both of these teams.
See the focus coming out from RRQ Hoshi. Make sure that the laning stage is good for their side. Even when they're not really putting a lot of effort into the gold lane, the fact that they're controlling the minion wave so that it will be in the favor of Skylar, that's already them saying we want to make sure that the laning stage is ours.
All right, well, first turtle now up here. You're going to see everybody in position for this as it's crucial for their momentum. Carl Teasy gonna start it up.
Yep, Black Dragon form already jumping into the back line. Is Carl Teasy in trouble as R7's already done it, but he secures it, and Lapu Lapu enjoys first blood. Albert now trying to get on out of the situation, and finally Yawi hits level 4. Divine Judgment has already been connected, and they have to back off. It's a 2-for-1 trade.
Massive win coming out from Echo, despite them losing Carl Teasy. They got 2 kills afterwards, and then the turtle. They gave so much XP as well to Echo. That means that Echo will be in a very comfortable spot. We said the laning stage, the early game should be for Echo, and that's what they are now getting.
Oh, Skylar now losing his flicker as well. Purple buff under threat by Yawi. He doesn't have his all, but Kadita on the opposite side of the map looking to make sure they hold and playing for EXP here.
He just took it.
That's the worst feeling in the world. Truly losing your purple buff this early on, man.
Yeah, tough situation there. I mean, you know, Yawi, Vin.
Wild Charge already connected onto Benny QT. He's trying to get on out of there. Yawi unable to punish for the time, it being Albert is there. So now the rest of Echo is going to start backing off, but a majority of Echo's numbers on the bottom side of the map. We're seeing R7 actually committing to this fight, forcing out. Didn't see that Petrify. He's still good.
Rack number 1, internal secure, but I would have, I want to say top lane, you saw Vin commit the Wild Charge. Want to go for Benny Cutie? They didn't even force the Purify onto Benny Cutie because they missed that Wild Charge. It wasn't able to knock that up.
Oh, the combination was clean. Sanford sets it up. Sanji knocks it out of the park. And here comes Albert. Can he turn this around? Black Dragon form and get on out of there to ensure that the Decimate doesn't pick him off.
You know you're happy when you're playing the Yu Zhang and you can just do that, right? You play it a little bit dangerous, a little risky, and you just go ahead and pop the Dragon form and fly off on the map. Works great, but at the same time, you notice Yawi spending a lot of time here on the top side. The focus is Skylar. Vin's there to help him up, but right now, numbers advantage should be even out. Albert also getting wind of this, just in the area, just in case. Now Turtle's up here. You're gonna see both teams swing into position, and once again, does Echo secure this next objective?
Well, let's find out here. Watchon comes through, but the Tones Walk finds it. Yawi flickers 4 and finds 1. Instantly taken off Beatrix straight away. Skylar can't do much about it. And Albert finds 1. Can he chain it into 2? Yes, he can. Benny QT with the Salmon Force gets on out there. Doesn't want to be a part of that.
Well, beautiful start for Echo. You saw that they were able to snag Skylar. That was one great ultimate coming up from Yawi, then Sanji with the damage. However, Albert finding the opening, he kind of conceded the turtle control for them to take more kills. That's the reason why they have taken some gold away from Echo, and despite them losing that turtle fight, it kind of felt like RRQ is starting to feel that they can equalize this game.
RRQ knows that they have a disadvantage when it comes to those areas of objective takes, those neutral objectives, right? Especially because you can't expect to just get Carl Teasy out of there. He's playing the Barretts for a reason. So if you can actually just stay alive, no one goes down, convert into kills, especially on, let's say, Skylar Albert, you're going to profit big time. Hold on.
Oh, he doesn't land the ult. He manages to flicker out just in time there, but Sanji is in position. Do they know that he's even there? Albert, he might be in some trouble. Full combination. No, he doesn't commit to it. Sanji decides to walk away. Wild Charge connects onto Benny QT. Snipe comes through. Benny QT still alive. And Yaoi making sure he has vision. Carl Teasy to back him up to ensure no dives are going to happen, but Sanji is creeping up back into the tri-brush here. Do they know? Is he going to find his connection? No, sees Albert. It's just not worth his time. Even we're seeing Benny QT just holding on to that lane, and Sanford walking up mid.
War of attrition. It's the battle for territories now for both teams. They just want to make sure that there's no team that will have the advantage up top where the gold laners are. And this is massive focus for both teams. They know what the win conditions are. Whoever gets the better farm in the gold lane will have a better shot in the mid game.
Well, something doesn't seem right here. Bottom side actually getting fully dove on, and that's what we want to see. R7 goes down. They command the map, and now the turtle is in full control over Echo as the reinforcements are on their way. Carteezy is playing it as slow as he can. As soon he'll have to pop in Daytona's welcome. Yaoi finds it once again. Clay flickers on out of there, but Sanford should be able to find the kill. It lands onto 2. Albert is on his way out. Sanji gets the knock up, and Vin, unable to do anything, must walk away.
You see what's going on here, right? It's all angles that you have to watch out for if you're RRQ here. It's either Sanford come from the backside, Sanji popping out of nowhere, and it's tough for RRQ to handle right now. They're trying to constantly catch their breath, but at this time it's already fallen apart. You're almost 4K ahead here for Echo.
Yeah. You saw like Yaoi in the first turtle fight, he went from the right side. This time he went from the left side, catching RRQ off guard. But my oh my, Echo with a wonderful smart outplay or outwit of RRQ during the turtle fight. That second turtle, they delayed the take of the turtle so that they will have the advantage in the team fight.
And topside already crushed, as well as mid-tier 1. Sanford here, knowing that he can disrespect the space. He has a level lead, and I think, you know, Skylar, with the rest of RRQ, might be in some trouble here as the rest of Echo pulls their attention and resources down to the bottom side of the map. Vin has to walk on out, but Carl Teasy and as well as Yaoi start taking the space into the bottom side jungle here. They have to move away. They cannot do anything about this.
Oh man, you can already see it. Look at the pressure, right? I mean, knowing that Yaoi's there on that Kaja, Sanji and Sanford were waiting patiently too. They just completely press RRQ off that tier 1, and they're able to secure themselves some more space on the map here, Wolf.
Massive map control from Echo. Even Carl Teasy just running around 1v5.
Oh, he gets knocked up here. Full combination onto Carl Teasy so far. He now uses the Daytona's welcome. Decimate lands, but it doesn't matter as Sanji finds his own target into Clay. They trade 1-for-1 for now jungler for mid lane.
Skylar's just amazing. I mean, all throughout the day, right? You saw him perform in their series against ONIC Esports. Now he's performing once again. Despite him dying once, you saw how masterful he is with a sniper as well, dealing out the damage against Carl Teasy. But definitely we said, Carl Teasy, way too brave. 1v5, not gonna work out for him.
Well, honestly, as of right now, I feel like Echo, and especially when we're looking at Carl Teasy, now that he's switched his role, he's not looking to hard carry this game. He's looking to be the foundation for the rest of his team members to actually step up. And Sanford Yaoi is looking really good, but Sanji in particular, just the control that he has.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You know, at this point, Carl Teasy, especially when he plays these utility-type junglers, he's more of that, you know, it seems like the shot caller and just is that vision for the team for everybody else to shine here. And sometimes we see those moments even for RRQ, but right now, again, with momentum being a big thing in most of these games, Echo having control here, it's going to be really tough for RRQ to contest this first Lord. You also got a glimpse of the item. Skylar, I think, only has BOD unless he picked up a second one, but able to get the top side turret some more space, but Sanford's up there, and the fight ensues.
It's a 4v4 the top side. Hopefully we don't see... Oh, the solo kill already connects onto Skylar. Benny QT now zoning out the rest of them. Nothing that RRQ can really do now that Sanford's coming back to make the numbers in their favor. 4v5 doesn't seem ideal, but it's in instantly, we're seeing the Divine Judgment lock down 1. 5 members against 3. Sanford now getting in front of Albert as Yawi is disrespecting R7, trying to make something happen here. The Bravest Warrior gets locked up into the Youth. Albert gets locked down, but he still manages to get on out. Sanford is still alive, but now the backline is done for. R7 is the next to fall. A 2-for-1 trade, maybe even one more. Benny QT unable to find it.
What a play coming out from Carl TZ, just snagging one of the members of RRQ to save his teammates as well. And he even utilized the Daytona's welcome onto his opponent so that they'll land the double stun. Unfortunately, Echo weren't able to kill up Albert, but they did take out the Lord, and now they're controlling the purple buff as well. Echo with the economic advantage.
Well, right now, you can see that advantage, how confident it makes Echo. And even just like you said, Carl TZ walking around 1 versus 5. He doesn't really care at this point. So, I mean, Wolf, what does RRQ need to do to get back into this game? It's 5K ahead for Echo.
Well, they have to concede the control to the map control now for Echo. Just utilize Albert or maybe R7 to kind of split push the waves and allow for Skylar and Clay to just farm the incoming waves. So it's going to be totally defensive now for RRQ. Echo's power spike is literally right now mid-game. They have to respect that.
Yep, Sanford coming in. Yawi finds the catch once again. Good spatial awareness, and the outer turret will fall as Echo now with a 5-man pushing into the inhibitors against 4. RRQ playing hyper defensively. Albert has to clear these waves so far. But we see on the bot side, even Carl TZ doesn't mind, proxies the wave, and that's going to be every single outer turret, very systematic coming out of Echo.
It's going to be difficult for RQ to defend this, especially when Yawi's just finding all of these openings. Yawi already has gotten a fleeting time. That means that from here on out, you're always afraid of Yawi. Like every 30 or every minute, I mean, there's a threat of the Divine Judgment one shot.
I mean, just at this point, slowly whittling down the base here of RRQ. Echo knowing that they're in full control at this point. And this is, again, referring back to the series we saw with Blacks International, this is what Echo does, right? When they have this lead, they don't let go.
Oh, the wall charge connects, but Yawi was able to get his animation off in time, and now Sanford coming in with the Black Dragon form, looking to try and get a punish here. Echo find nothing, but with the 7K lead, RRQ do not want to get in that.
My goodness, even just the plans of RRQ, it's not even working at this point. This is because of the fact that Echo does have the map control, but you have to respect that for RRQ. Wanna just farm. Echo though, they're doing the lane freeze so that they force out. They're like smoking out the members of RRQ, get out of their base by freezing the minion waves.
Well, I mean, that's, again, going back to this whole point, like you have Grok. Yes, it was a key to victory. If it ain't broke, you know, keep picking Grok. But this time, Vin hasn't been able to find the targets he wants to, but let's say he does. What damage do you have to throw at Echo right now? You know, I think Clay and Skylar both have a couple items, but it's still hard to get through that front line. And even if you do, you've got every other angle to worry about, right? And Sanji so far, 6-0-3, rocking the Petrify here, can most likely one combo everybody from RRQ except maybe Vin and Albert, right? R7 is even in quite a bit of danger with this Lapu Lapu pick. So now, next Lord up here, Echo. Oh,
Vin, he finds 2, and the real one manipulation comes on down. They find one pick, like you were talking about, Sanji. No time to react in time, and now RRQ are in position to maybe hit a Lord here. Let's see how they play out, because Albert might be in some trouble. Yawi is again threatening him with the Divine Retribution. Carl TZ getting zoned out for now, but he's really far ahead of the team. Yawi once again looking at Albert's positioning. Albert making sure that he doesn't get locked down for the time being. R7 looking for something against Sanford here, but the same goes for Albert. He's got to be so careful as the mid wave gets pushed in. We see Skylar get locked down, but Yawi, the counter engagement. Sanford now looking to punish the backline instantly. They find Skylar, no flicker for him. Albert's trying to run Vin with a wild charge to make it out of there. And once again, the economic advantage from Echo still puts them ahead.
I definitely agree with you, Gideon. It's just the items that allowed Echo to really just hammer through like a bantering ram against RRQ, but also the dive potential. Even after they were able to take out Sanji, there's still Yawi, there's still Sanford. So many heroes that can go to the backlines, and Skylar only does have one dash and one flicker. It wasn't enough to keep himself alive during that skirmish. Echo now wins the economic battle.
And that's what I'm saying, right? Even if you expend all those resources from RRQ to find one member of Echo, at this point in the game, it's not going to be enough. They have to figure out how to stall the game further, allow Skylar, allow Clay to get the items they need, and then those sets from Vin will result in 2 more. Winning those team fights, winning those even skirmishes, if they can get 2 down from Echo, 3 down maybe, is much better. But as this game progresses, it's 9K ahead for Echo, and it's showing here as the Lord marches the mid.
This is going to be a guaranteed inhibitor, but topside is collapsing at the same time. R7 is trying to slow it down, but now the engagement happens, and immediately Sanford with the Black Dragon Ball with the help of Salmon Force, the backline getting attacked by R7, but it really doesn't matter here as Kashad Residue keeps Sanford alive. Immediately, we see Skylar fall once again, and that is going to be that. Wait, hold on, Yawi, they're trapped. They're locked in there. They can't seem to be getting out of here with the barrier already down. Yeah, Benny QT jumps into Salmon Force once again to finally turn this fight around. Little phasing through everybody, and R7 is just looking helplessly. R7 tries with the Bravest Warrior, but the rest of them are looking to end this game. Carl Teasy is walking backwards with Sanji as well. Doesn't want to jump in. It's too threatening as Divine Judgment comes on through. Knockup connects. Rough Wave's not going to be committed. Daytona's welcome. Throws him against the turn stop, and that is going to be game number 1 for Echo.
First blood drawn here by Echo. And again, a very strong fashion. We've seen it before in previous series. RRQ struggling to hold on in this game 1.
Honestly, GG well played to Echo. That was just a slow burner, but you could just feel the suffocation coming out from RRQ.
You saw the moment they got control of the early stages, the moment they got the first blood, they continued to go on. They made sure that the XP lane was also being destroyed by the Sanji and Sanford combination, double petrified between the Yuzhong as well as the Kadita. They made sure that R7 will not have good amount of farm in the early stages, which kind of means that R7 will not have an influence in the mid game, which they kind of needed. Skylar needed the farm. They weren't able to give him because the XP lane in her was also shut down.
You just saw, I mean, across the board, again, the boxes being checked here all around from Echo. And even though it looked like there was moments where RRQ could hold out a little bit longer, it was just still, it was the economy factor. I mean, what, 8, 9K gold ahead for Echo there towards the end. It was just too much for them to really deal with. And as the game transitioned, I mean, you can see a total domination from the Orcas, Echo taking game number 1. I think a big part of this that RRQ wants to go into the next game is really not allowing all those angles of attack, right? Sanford, Sanji specifically, the Yuzhong, the Kadita, those are very troubling heroes to deal with. So they'll have to figure that out. I know the boys on the analyst stand will have more to say that. Before we get to that, we do want to mention that the M4 Battle Pass goes live tonight. And don't forget to check it out. There we go. Okay, this January 21st, expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in game. First off, complete battle tasks in game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like most from the chest, and aside from that, the battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you'll get team star protection for 3 matches. Double BP, double stars, everything else, protection points, double XP, double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available, so save the date. That's January 21st. Let's all celebrate the M4 Championship together and with our friends, of course. I know you got the timer up there again, but
you're crushing it. You're crushing it. You're shaving off like 3 to 4 seconds every single time.
I blind read it.
Yeah, don't worry, I got you covered.
Well, we're going to throw it over to the analyst stand and see what they have to say about that game number 1.
Woo! Welcome back to the analyst stand. What a game 1 by Echo Esports. That was pure domination. Now, I want to start off from the draft, Mirko. You know, what do you think about what happened with RRQ draft last game?
Honestly, I think it was just a great draft by Echo, right? The response from the Yi first pick instantly to Akaja Yuzhong, that back line, so much pressure, so much threat, and you could see that the Yi Beatrix combination that they used to go up against ONIC Esports that worked so well just did not have any impact this game.
When you come to a level of MLBB that is what Echo is employing this time around, it all comes down to geometry, right? And with every single hero they're playing with angles, they're playing with just concepts that on the map, if you're able to find them, you will. So you have Yaoi, who just is a straight line, right? You have Benny Cutie, who's kind of like a triangle. When you say that the fight happens here, it's gonna happen here. And you have Sanji and Sanford, who are, again, say what you will about double Petrify, but it's almost an absolute, especially since, I don't know, Mirko, how do you feel about this? RRQ did not employ any Purify at all.
Yeah, and I want to point out regarding the item page right here, Sanford on the Udrone only have one damage item, the Hunter Strike. You know, other than that, it's all defense. How is he able to break away the HP from the backline, just one-shot Skylar like nothing in the late game?
Yeah, on top of that, right, I do want to answer Leo's question here with the Purifies. I think, there you go. At this point, it's like they're just gambling on the fact that they're trying to actually flicker out to safety before the Petrify hits. But when you have two Petrifies, when you have two people that can gap closer so easily on the Yu Zhong, on the Kadita, on top of that as well, Yaoi on the Kaja that is just so lethal, they need to put some respect down, some Purifies in, right? Also, I think the way that they played here was a bit weird. It wasn't the RRQ we saw up against ONIC Esports that waited for the power spike to hit on Skylar. They kept on fighting and fighting and fighting, and in the end, they just gave over Echo so much opportunity to actually take the snowball.
You know, I think a lot of it is why entire RRQ didn't take a Purify is because the Echo has the Kaja, right? The Purify doesn't really help. And a lot of initiation come from Yaoi's Kaja as well. You can see right here, the Forgotten One, Yaoi has 11 total assists, total 76% kill participation. Leo, why don't you go ahead and walk us through some of the combos that Echo had the last game?
Yep, so there's at least two surefire ways to cut right through RRQ's lineup, right? You have the Kadita combo, and then you have the Black Dragon Form combo off of Sanford, which again, I think saw one or two one-on-one kills across the map, right, in the 16-minute bout. That aside, you also have Benny Cutie, who is a just threat to deal with. Again, a lot of you will wonder, why did they pick the Harriet so early? It's because they knew that they were going to barrel on through the early to mid, which will open up the map for Benny Cutie. And again, Sanford is one of those tools that allow for it, and he was going off minute one.
On top of that, the X Factor too, right? There are two engage tools, the Kadita, the Yu Zhong here that got the MVP.
Yeah.
Sanford, shout out again. What an awesome performance by this young prodigy. He's a prodigy, 16 years old still. I'm so impressed by this man, but the X Factor, Yaoi on the Kaja. He finds so many picks, sometimes no one has to initiate. It's just him getting a pick and instantly RRQ needs to back away. A lot of these times, it's Skylar who actually gets targeted down. It feels similar to what Vin was doing against CW.
Yeah, absolutely. And I gotta say, Sanford well-deserved MVP this game. Not only did we see Yaoi combo with the Kaja, the Sanford and Kadita, right? You're doing Kadita on the bottom side. I think it happened twice in a row.
Yep.
Where they just completely picked out R7 and was absolutely beautifully watched. And let's take a look at the heat map right here.
Yep, again, this is 5 to 10 minutes approaching mid-game. And you see how he still stayed in the XP lane is because R7, the relentless one, really just wanted to pressure that turret. Because if RRQ Hoshi weren't winning team fights, which at this point, 5-10 minutes, they weren't, then they were going to try to get some of the map. And Sanford read into that and just said, no, you fight me here, and I will stay, and if you don't budge, then the rest of your team is going to suffer.
I love it because Sanford is a very team fight, you know, he participates in a lot of team fights previously before this matchup, but then he realized, hey, Beatrix, Skylar, he wants to go for solo farm on the other side of the map, on the weak side of the map to get some trades down as well. He stays there, or he just rotates over back to that lane to punish him. And here, this is the highlights we're going to see. This is what I'm talking about, right? Early on, neutral objective takes. RRQ are contesting every single one of them, and they do not respect the kill pressure that Echo has around the XP lane. They gotta respect this because Echo, look at their compositions. They have a lot of magic. If they get Sanford going, RRQ, what are they gonna do, right? If they go for physical defense or magical defense, it's not really gonna work.
No, go ahead.
That's the thing, that's the point.
Yeah, regarding Sanford though, this Udrone, he's finding so much macro plays, right? Like the bottom lane, getting a pick, go to top side. I found a solo one-on-one against Skylar, right? This guy is everywhere in the team fight. I think he has one of the highest team fight participation, 71.3%. The highest was 76%. I mean, when you have a Silent that has one of the highest kill participation, it's a GGWP.
Yeah, this is an MVP that is both setup and payoff. He was buying time in the mid game, and then in the late game, just started to dominate. Every single time he went with a Black Dragon form, it was for offense. And sometimes you wouldn't even need the Petrify. To add to the reason why I think RRQ needed to respect the CCs, because there wasn't just the suppress, wasn't just a Divine Judgment. There were knockups, there were displacements, there were slows, and it's that overload, I think, that gave Echo game one.
So with that being said, the next game is about to start, so we're gonna quickly throw it back to our caster's desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And I think Mirko put it a great way, right? The kill pressure from Echo in that game 1 was massive. And so hopefully RRQ has an answer for it heading into game 2. Again, if you're just joining us, it's me, Nice, on the desk here with Gideon and Wolf. How we feeling, guys?
Honestly, that game 1 already, it's starting to look like RRQ kind of gave a little too much respect here. I'm expecting to see them be really disrespectful, really get that momentum on that side, and bring this all the way to 5 games. Maybe, you know, I don't know, things could be a sweep. It's a little hard to tell with teams at this level.
I guess part of it is that they're letting Echo play the game. Play the game their way. I call it macro Echo.
I was going to say, they're both playing a game here, Wolf.
Yeah, they surely are. But the team that's playing their game, really their identity, the macro economics was definitely Echo.
Well, speaking of economics, you can think about the M4 Pass as your in-game economics because it's available now. Complete all active tasks and you'll reach level 75 at ease. And for free, log in now, exclusive rewards like Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and the M4 Beatrix figurine are awaiting for you. And you can even see the figurine on our desk. Don't forget the hashtags, hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MOBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great. Both these teams, that's exactly what they're doing, right? They're daring to be great to get to the grand finals here. And I know, again, RRQ, they're going to adjust to this, right? This is a big L for them. Learn, by the way, not lose. It's a big learning process for them going into this next matchup.
Yeah, I think, you know, they really need to start adjusting the way that they're thinking about the game, and especially with Echo, because the way Echo played previously in game number 1, a lot of divide and conquer, right? And that's where we see the maximum efficiency. Efficiency equals profit, and that's what we want to see coming out from this next game for RRQ.
That's economics, right? But you definitely, I like what there's a term that you used earlier on before game number 2. It was the slow burn that we saw from Echo, because that's what we felt, right? Small details that we saw from Echo, the way that they are taking a little bit of gold, like from the jungle. Then eventually, when they saw that there's a little bit of movement up top, they utilized 2 of their heroes to pick off the bottom laner, which was R7. So they know that they are parts of the map that they're not really that weak. They can defend at least. So they don't force their heroes in there. Instead, they take away weak spots from RRQ. And then eventually that piled up together. They had to win like these turtle fights. Eventually, they got the economic advantage. They overwhelmed their opponents with items.
Well, that's the thing, right? We talked about this back in the draft, how that lineup from Echo specifically was the purpose there is to get that numbers advantage. You get -1 from RRQ. And then honestly, at that point, you saw, because Carl TZ was such a big dinosaur, such a big obstacle to get past, if you're only 4, you're down 1 member, how are you supposed to contest? How are you supposed to get there? And you even saw from that recap, right? Skylar wasn't able to do any damage because a lot of the times he was trying to look behind his back. Where is Sanford and Sanji coming from? So very tough situation to be in here, and I'm sure we'll see the adjustments in the draft.
Yeah, but let's talk about specifically the EXP matchup here. Lapu versus the Yutong. Overall, you would expect, you know, at the end of the day, somebody needs to jump into the backline, and both of these laners want to do that, but you can tell that R7 is trying to force something out of Sanford every time he looks for those engagements, and maybe it's the wrong time because then Yaoi suddenly pops up, sometimes it's even Sanji, and then you collapse, and then you're that -1, you are that negative.
Yeah, we saw that in the laning stage, we saw that in some parts of the mid game. It kind of felt like R7 is not activated in that previous game, because we know for sure that when you're looking at RRQ, the way that you're looking at MPL Indonesia, when they play, and even in the group stages, knockouts, early parts of the knockout stages, R7 is the player that kind of controls the map, or allows for RRQ to control the map.
That's why I would have loved to see that glue not be banned out and actually go in the hands of R7. They were first pick there, right? Because when R7 gets his hands on, let's say, the Joy, or it's the glue, he does massive things for RRQ as a team, right? A lot of the times he is that chaos in the back line for whatever team they're playing against that really just kind of jumbles things up, and then that's where people profit from, right? It's a lot of the times on R7. So I'm wondering too if they decide to even go with a different pick priority, if they switch sides here on how that's going to unfold.
Possibly. I do feel like the gold lane is in a rather interesting position, because if you're talking about just regular matchups, now you're including the mages, which, you know, the M4 has developed into at this stage of the game. Then immediately we're talking about supports, and that's something that we did see in game number 1 that Echo took advantage of. I want to see RRQ take advantage of it in game number 2.
Only for the Eve. It's a Clay special, but maybe against a team like Echo, where you want to take control of the tempo, maybe you don't go for those passive type of heroes. Maybe we give Clay a proactive hero in the mid lane, maybe a Farsa perhaps, or a Lilia, right? So that they can dictate the tempo themselves. We'll see. So far, the Frederick, the 1-1, the Glue, these three heroes that we said that will be constantly banned in this game. I think you ban out the carry as well if you're RRQ. Don't give BeniCutie that comfortable hero.
I was going to say, that's what it's looking like, right? You kind of have that decision. Whoa. They don't. So this is, I would say 99% going to be a carry here.
Yeah.
Right? Let's expect it.
It's carry.
Okay, it's carry.
So this is Eve and Yuzhong. If you're RRQ Hoshi, hopefully they are very comfortable. Well, they are, but they are two great heroes to counter that out. There you go.
Wow, called it right on the dot. Eve and as well as Yuzhong here. R7 is going to have a lot of work on his hands because, again, it does boil down to whether or not he can actually catch BeniCutie with the Petrify and then look to go for the full combination, chuck her down to half HP maybe, and that would be ideal for the rest of the team to kind of clean them up. But Winds of Nature is such a powerful item. It's rather frustrating for backline divers to deal with such a simple counter.
Oh, Cho. On top of that, Echo going to get their hands on this Cho pick, which we know does wonders in the hands of Yawi, but also the Grok is there. Their quick response on the other side, it's RRQ taking up the Diggy.
I mean, in the presence of what? Two of the greatest crowd control heroes out there, the Cho and the Grok. Pick up the Diggy and then you're fine. Does it look like an RRQ Hoshi hero though? That's the question. Because again, they want to be aggressive. Unless they utilize this Diggy in an aggressive manner.
I think they absolutely can. And now that they know that Grok is probably, he could go, is most likely going to go into the EXP lane, I would assume at this point, but I'm going to hold my breath for a second because based on what we're seeing that's being banned here from RRQ, I wouldn't be too surprised if they do decide to ban out Lilia and then really minimizes what Sanji can play. He might have to just default to the Kagura.
That's right. But then again, for RRQ Hoshi, what they will have problems about is that their marksman hero pool will be diminished now with a Fanny ban late into the game. It's pretty surprising. Are we seeing a Claude or maybe a Leslie ban from Echo? Oh, it's a Claude ban. So what's left for Skylar then?
Unless we see something new like we did in a couple previous days, right? Where we saw Melissa, Moskov. You have those options because a lot is banned out here. So really it's kind of up to what position you want to allow Skylar to be in, right? When you have this Diggy, when you have this Eve, you have to play around that and allow your gold lane to shine, especially across from you as a carry who has been dominating in terms of marksman picks, gold lane picks, and you know how much she's going to be shredding those initiators.
Oh, here we go. The next lock-in coming in from RRQ. It's going to be Karina. Okay, I like it. I like it. At least Karina can get on top of the carry. Finally. Okay, they're shaking things up. I was expecting the Barats too. Hilda as well as the Valentina. I'm surprised that RRQ didn't pick it for themselves, the Valentina in particular, but nicely done. I think Echo, this is looking like a really solid draft.
Yeah, is this a Cho jungle or a
Cho
jungle?
Most likely. Unless they decide to flex the
Cho, right? But I think it's a Cho jungle myself.
Here's the proof that I'm still
okay.
alive.
Well, we haven't talked about Brody much. I would say that it's rather 50-50 in terms of Brody alone, right? You really need to be able to scale up. You really need to be able to get your marks off and then the torn apart memories. The damage can be great, but still, like what we saw, you could say the same thing about Beatrix last game. Damage can be phenomenal, but if you can't actually get in range, you can't get the targets you need to, that's where it struggles.
I guess for the side of RRQ Hoshi, they now have to play the RRQ Hoshi way where they are very aggressive. Don't let this composition coming out from Echo to build up when it comes to the momentum and the farm. Carry will be a problem in the latter portions of the game. They have to make sure that this Brody-Karina duo carry should output the damage in the early to the mid game.
Well, we're going to find out in just a couple seconds as we're loading up here. Again, Echo taking the first blood in the series. Best of 5, Land of Dawn beckons. And we're jumping into game number 2.
All right, here we go. Let's see how game 2 is going to present itself here, especially with the way the lanes could possibly end up turning around. I'm a little worried because, again, it really depends on where Yawi kind of wants to go. He could technically help out a lane. He could technically instantly look for these invades. But I think overall, it's better to help out that laner because Brody is going to bully Benny QT for a majority of this game.
Yeah, how do you feel about that, Wolf? I mean, especially with those matchups, even Carl TZ on this Cho, are they going to get that much value out of it, or are they going to be relying more so on Yawi to just cause havoc?
Yeah, I think that Carl TZ is more like he's going to be the frontliner. This Cho will not be like a sniping Cho with those flickers because this is a retribution Cho. So you're kind of first in, and then Sanford and Yawi will be the ones to kind of give up, find the better targets. For example, Yawi can just skip the front lines, get to the back lines, find Clay, and pressure those backliners for RRQ Hoshi instead of like Cho looking for the better targets.
Oh, but up outside, R7 might be in a little bit of trouble. It gets full hit by the power of nature called TZ. He's going to hit 4 off of this. R7 might want to get out of there for now, but Albert on the opposite side of the map already just hitting his level 4, just power farming his way. Let's see how Echo is going to respond as Turtle's coming up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, Albert farming quite quickly here, expected with Jungle Emblem.
Yep, and oh, Cartesi instantly making the play onto Clay so far, forcing out the flip of it instantly. Albert able to respond. Shadow Dance looking so very good. First blood falls into the hands of RRQ.
Great idea coming out from Echo, but unfortunately, RRQ Hoshi are prepared for it. Clay even had the flicker back then, so that's why that play was questionable, kind of questionable for Echo. Surely you will have the damage, but knowing that the Eve does have the flicker, it's too much of a risk. What a stun.
Is he still alive here? Skylar might actually get the trade. Now he survives with just 1 HP. Nicely done. On the opposite side of the map is Echo. Start the turtle, R7, Black Dragon form. Sanford instantly getting the knockoff onto Albert, but it doesn't really matter as the real one manipulation has forced them out. Echo has got what they want. Petrified from R7 is going to turn it around, but no. Way of the Dragon kicking the Black Dragon underneath the turret, securing the kill and making sure Sanji's life is worthwhile.
Oh, Sanji with a stolen times journey. The entire turtle fight of RRQ Hoshi is based on the fact that they have to be the ones to stun up Echo. They have what? The Dragon form, they have Eve's control, but that was completely nullified with a stolen Diggy ultimate. And RRQ even lost the Retribution battle as Carl TZ and Sanford just made sure that they zone out Albert all the time. Turtle fight is what Echo really banks on in the knockout stages.
RRQ has to be able to win those turtle fights, to win those even Lord fights later on here. And as you even saw a glimpse of the items, you see that already Benny QT locking in that Corrosive Scythe, going to be trying to farm up. A lot of attention here, top side though.
Well, let's see how they're going to play it out. Cartesi might be able to make the play again, but Albert is ready for him this time with 4v4 up on this top side, and Turtle coming up in 47 seconds. Looks like nothing's going to happen for the time being. Wait, Yawi? Oh, no, they back off here.
That'd be very tense now for RRQ. We did say that they need to control the tempo of this game. They have to be the ones to get out of the laning stage with a better economy, but it seems like Echo, with just 1 turtle fight, they now are controlling it. It's not over though. RRQ Hoshi, if they find no pinning, come the second turtle of the game, maybe they can snowball out of that. But otherwise, Echo will just take over the game.
Speaking of snowball, RRQ ranked first in damage dealt per minute? I wasn't expecting that, honestly.
I wasn't either, but even when we got a look at that little hexagon graph thing, I mean, you could, in the stats, you could see that they love those team fights. And even the fact that the journey they've had up to this point, this matchup with Echo, they've had to go against some of those more aggressive teams on the way, right? And so they've kind of adopted this playstyle for RRQ, whether it's that scrappy, aggressive playstyle or even that utility kind of objective-based. Now that's the thing, this is the fight for them. And still, a lot of this focus here on these neutral objectives early on. Turtle, quite low.
Yep, so low. Real world manipulation is already up, but the time journey is spent by both sides. Black Dragon form is in. R7's waiting for the opportunity to jump on in for the Petrify. Finds 1 instantly, comboing with Albert. Shadow Execution's looking so very nice right now, but Carl TZ still has his Retribution, looking for an opportunity. Reverse time is going to send him back, but it doesn't matter. They find that turtle.
That's exactly what they have to do, right? RRQ, if they can grab a kill, great, but if you can at least get those objectives where you start getting that favor in your advantage, allow yourself to allow Skylar, hell, even Clay, to come online faster this game. That's best case scenario. Let's see how this all goes. Items being picked up here, Wolf.
We did say that RRQ Hoshi needed to control that second turtle. They have to take it. We put a lot of emphasis in that, and that's exactly what they did. That's why now they have equalized. They now have the advantage. And this is off of Vin's usage of the ultimate as well as Clay. The angle that he utilized, the real-world manipulation, put Sanford in a very bad spot because Sanford had to use the wild charge. Surely it was able to attack Clay, but of course Clay will not be stunned up, will not be able, his ultimate will not be cancelled because of that. And as a result, you have Echo not having a frontliner already, with him being taken out by RRQ Hoshi.
This is a difficult thing for Sanji to decide, right? When you're running this Valentina, you've got great 3 options across from you, right? Do you take the Times Journey, the real-world manipulation, or maybe even that Black Dragon form? And that's tough, but now you can see RRQ, knowing this minor advantage they built themselves, they're going to keep pressing the issue here. Now they have 1 turret down as well. They can work around with that space, but still, this also allows Skylar to continue to farm up with somewhat of a safety measure. And if Vin continues to protect Skylar, this is the best thing that can happen for him right now in this portion of the game.
I think for the most part of it, right? Bottom side, R7's got to be careful here. If he jumps on forward, Benny QT is going to kill him. So now they're dividing and conquering. 3 on top side, 2 on bottom. Sanford finds an angle for a flicker wild charge, which almost resulted into a kill. R7 is still alive. Black Dragon want to get on out of there as Tier 1 falls. Tier 2 is the next to drop.
Man. I was just about to say, there was a lot of focus of RRQ Hoshi up top lane. If R7 keeps himself alive and defend the turret up down bottom, that will be a favorable trade for RRQ Hoshi. And boy, oh boy, R7, he did not fail us. Even with the flicker usage coming out from Echo, he's able to get out of there.
Yep, but with real-world manipulation already used in the mid lane, this turtle will go over to RRQ Hoshi, now developing a lead for themselves. Is this the momentum? Is this the turnaround? Clay ends up dying to Benny QT already. Sanford with Power Nature fights the wild charge. No, instantly uses his ult to get him out of there, but it's timed out, and now he's getting kicked back by the woods. By the way, the Dragon, Yaoi is able to secure the kill, but RTZ is able to get the trade. Yaoi's the next, should be the next to fall. As R7 doesn't pick him up. Skylar with the auto. No, he hit the tower twice.
That is a disaster there for RRQ. I mean, they found a couple setups and everything else, but they couldn't capitalize to make it even further in their favor, Wolf.
Oh, very scrappy fight from both teams. You saw, however, Benny Q did not scrappy himself, finding Clay even after the flicker. Because of the fact that Clay kind of reacted a split second later than he should, he was taken out by the projectiles coming out from Benny Q. Eventually, Carl TZ wanted to go for Vin. Yeah, surely they did for some Times Journey as well as the flicker, but man, they exchanged for a kill. And Carl TZ dying twice already in this game. That's not good for Echo.
Oh, the damage coming in from Skylar as well.
Yeah, picking up right there, that moment before he popped that torn apart memory, he picked up the Malefic Roar. You can see it, right? Skylar's in a comfortable position now, has the items that he needs on this Brody, can continue to put pressure wherever he decides to be. You see Vin and Clay parking themselves a lot of times around him because if anyone gets trapped in that death box, it's going to be tough for them to deal with. But still at this point, RQ now a little bit of a comfortable lead to work with. Can they transition to this into a first Lord pickup?
Oh, they should. It's imperative for the side of RRQ Hoshi to take care of that Lord again. Echo does have good scaling, but RRQ Hoshi, they do have a big advantage already. You can see and feel Skylar now with his power spike. At 9 minutes in, it's the mid game. We know that the weapon master Brody is gonna pack up a punch. It's something that RQ is utilizing right now.
No, he gets that. No way he gets that. But now, with no Shattered Memories here, TZ may have a little bit of difficulty getting on in. It's been forced to flicker on out of here as Sanford is able to get some good damage for the time being. But that's going to be Lord. Time Journey already being used, but instantly dying over to Saji. And Saji ends up getting traded back. Skylar gets kicked, and now with him dead, this allows Benny to keep on going forward. He doesn't care anymore, but Albert is running off crazy. They fight it a 3-for-2 trade in favor of RRQ.
How did Skylar survive that? What a play there. and also a misstep by Echo. They couldn't capitalize on that kill. Benny Cutie was out of that fight, and now it's RRQ driving down with his momentum.
Well, the way that he survived there was great, and he didn't panic. Also, I would like to credit, he dodged the Guardian's Barrier. This is high-end Dry Rock with a lot of like attack items. That's why even the Guardian's Barrier would have taken him off. Instead of like fully backing down, he actually stopped for a bit so that he will not be hit by the Guardian's Barrier materializing in front of him. Skylar is cracked.
Oh, they're going so far right now with the momentum. Caltizi getting a good kick onto Diggy so far, but here comes the Black Dragon form to zone them off. Caltizi is stuck, he's trapped, he's dead, and now the rest of the team is going to be hitting onto the inhibitor. The Lord is already down, but the real world manipulation looking to turn it around. Time Journey to get his team out of there. RRQ have got what they want, and now they back off.
And now it's RRQ's time to play with this momentum in their favor, and they're doing exactly that. Wolf, what did this last couple minutes here transition? It's only 11 minutes into the game. How's it looking for RRQ?
Oh, definitely looking good for RRQ. This is their power spike, as we talked about. But then again, we also look at the other components of their composition. With a Divine Glaive available for the Eve, who opted to go for the penetration boots this time, Clay will be hurting a lot of Echo. Despite it, like, we're looking at the real-world manipulation, you don't really look at the damage that it outputs, but with all of the items that Clay was able to get, he is now going to be a threat. Look at that, though. Queen's Wings coming up from R7.
And at the same time, you know, as we get ready for this next pretty much push, or maybe it's the next Lord here, what does Echo have to do to get back into this game, Wolf? I mean, they're down to 5,000 gold. They've only got 2 turrets. RRQ owns their side of the map.
Well, they have to find a way to kick R7, or Skylar, I mean, into their favor. They have the damage of Benny Cutie already. They have the items that they needed. But the fact of the matter is they are not finding good jumps onto Skylar.
I don't think it's that easy as well. Like, a lot of it really
not.
just comes down to Caltizi and Sanford. They're the only people who can really do it. And even Sanji, whatever he takes, he's going to get punished. Like, the Black Dragon form seems like a good idea, but considering how far ahead RRQ is right now, it's, disgusting.
The biggest thing that was just picked up here by Benny Cutie is that Wind of Nature. You mentioned it earlier, Gideon. It's a strong item, right? And that can actually turn the tide of these team fights if they're able to allow Benny Cutie to stay alive. Conceal play coming out, but they're just kind of scouting around here. They know that they don't have much vision.
Wow.
You can hear the roar, by the way.
Vince Diggy does have like Divine Glaive. And with just two time bombs, he's able to put Caltizi down to 80% HP. That's a tank. This guy's the time bombs. They hurt.
They really hurt. It's
Look
shocking.
at that.
Wait, is this an engagement where you see? Oh, Sanford, he had an opportunity. Really good Guardian's Barrier, but no follow-up so far. Caltizi trying to get into the Lord Pit right now as R7 begins it. And now RRQ, they secure the Lord, but now the fight has already begun. The Black Dragon form aside as we steal the real world manipulation there. Ton for Benny QT. Winds of Nature's ain't going to protect him long enough as the rest of RRQ chase them down. Finds 1, finds 2. It's Albert. 4 for nothing in favor of RRQ. Sanji, just hide. Don't show yourself. He's out of here. Skylar almost dying. Torn apart. Memories hits. And Albert, he wants it. Give it to him. Give it to him, Sanji. 1 HP. He's not done. He heals back up just in time.
Man, Albert wanted that kill, man. He was going in deep, but still, it's a push from RRQ.
And now the real world manipulation is out to clear the way. Sanford tries his best. No, he gets pulled back. And now the Lord is in. Caltizi tries his best, but Skylar puts the final nail in the coffin of this game. GG, well played. Over for RRQ.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got a series. We got a series on our hands. It's 1-1. This time around, it's RRQ with a dominant game here against Echo.
And 2 important components on the winning recipe of RRQ Hoshi. First, Skylar's Brody with the Weapon Master opting to go for maximum damage, winning, or at least evening up in the laning stage and being activated in turtle number 2. The second important component, it's an egg.
It's an egg.
The digging was the problem this time. You see the time journey usage in the turtle number 2 allowed for them to just hold their ground and win the turtle fight. Eventually, in the latter portions in the mid-game, Divine Glaive and Enchanted Talisman with an Impure Rage Diggy, the Times Bomb. Or we call it the Bumps Bunny in the Philippines.
Yeah.
They hurt.
They do hurt. The bomb's money, and also he had, what, Impure Rage, right?
That's right.
He's using that so he could just keep spamming them, basically, right? Whether it was for vision or damage. And it just whittled down Echo, and they really didn't have an opportunity to even get in line, right? And we were wondering, too. Now the big question, and I can't wait to hear, what the analysts have to say, but this Yuzong pick, man, it is strong for whichever teams decide to take it. And also Brody actually having a great game here, this time for Skylar, working out really well for him, able to just kind of pop off exactly what they needed to do here. Check it out, right? That is going to be the celebration because strong game. It's payback time for the Kings as they secure game 2.
I think RRQ has really, kind of cleaned up their gameplay a little bit. Their laning phase is a little bit better. Everybody is kind of on the same page of what the plan was supposed to be. And overall, I would have imagined that, R7 was probably going to make those aggressive moves again. No, this time a little bit more reserved, a little bit more calm and collected. But this does show the beauty and, more importantly, just the power of a Petrify. Even if you're locking somebody down for at least 0.5 seconds, the rest of your team, and especially when Albert's jumping through, oh my goodness, you just lose track of him so fast.
Even the timing that you can see coming up from R7, he waited for those moments where the stolen time surgery will not be of full effect already. He timed it so well, and this is because of the fact that they have so much farm already in the early stages. Additionally, you can see the times bomb, the bumps bunny usage coming out from Vin. It's more about like stopping the Grok as well as the Hilda, which is weird because they picked up the Hilda after they already saw the digging. We know that the Hilda wants to run around. And with all of those time bombs, it's difficult to find a footing around the territories that they wanted to control because they're poked heavily of that Divine Glaive Enchanted Talisman digging.
Yeah, it was basically too hard for even Echo to find space to work with across the map. I mean, that's kind of what happened here, to the point where at one point they didn't control anything, right? Everything was just RRQ, everything was in their favor, and it was tough to deal with. But before we have it broken down more, we got to mention the M4 pass once again. It's available now. Complete all active tasks, and you'll reach level 75 at ease and for free. Log in now. The exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and the M4 Beatrix figurine are awaiting all of you watching now. And don't forget the hashtags Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, hashtag Dare to Be Great. And lastly, but not least, the M4 Battle Night goes live this January 21. Expect loads of events and rewards for grabs in-game. First off, complete battle tasks in-game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like most from the chest, and aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches, and you'll get team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that very day. Save the date, log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the match and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 Championship together, including with our friends. And with that being said, I think we are going to be hearing from the analyst stand here on what they thought about this game. And I'm wondering, too, if they're really going to point out that Diggy pick because it caused a lot of havoc.
I think it will be a pivotal pick in game number 3, actually. Digging the Yuzong. I think that will be a little of shift into those 2 heroes come game number 3 because they really look strong in previous game.
Well, let's find out. Analysts, take it away.
Wow. Wow. Didn't I notice a mood shift in the last game, ladies and gentlemen? From the 2 gentlemen who were sitting right next to me, and one looked really happy, and one was nodding the whole game. So, yeah, what's going on, Mirko?
Well, honestly, let's start with the drafts, right? The draft was, honestly, in my opinion, what made RRQ win above, obviously, their execution that was pitch perfect too. Here, firstly, the Brody pick was so good, and the way they utilized the Brody pick is they understood the Brody carry matchup is a winning lane for the Brody, so they kept on going to the Brody lane, getting him ahead, and when Skylar gets ahead, you can see how much damage he was able to do, how much farm, and even how much of a beast he is, sieging turrets down on the Brody.
Absolutely, and I want to point out Brody's item, right? This guy has a attack speed item. Leo, I mean, I understand this is the game that you also were nodding the whole game you were analyzing. Tell us about the attack speed item on this Brody.
in addition to winning the lane, the fact that you can just let out those stacks so much faster, and the fact that Echo have layers upon layers of engage allows for Skylar to just deal so much damage to Echo's front line, which again was set up early on, right? They picked up the show in the first half, and then I don't know, we can only really imagine what was going on in the minds of Coach Treb and Coach Tick and the rest of the team, wherein they suddenly said, you know what, Yawi, give it to Carl. Pick up a Hilda, and then we'll go from there. We appreciate the effort, right? We appreciate the concept, but exactly what happened in this 14-minute game was Echo were trying to do 2 or 3 things before everything filled up for their side, and then RRQ were just saying, oh, you know what? Come in. That's how.
You know, when you're mentioning that, the cast are also talking about the Diggy pick, right? I think the Diggy and the Hilda love and hate relationship. Why don't you go ahead and talk to us more from the Teamfire participation table?
Well, total assist, forgotten one, that's Finn, right? Everyone thinks Finn is like that flashy roamer, can go for those crazy flashy heroes to change the pace of the game, but hey, turns out he can be Oh My Vin too, right? And this game he showed it with Skylar, Brody, and Vin. Funnily enough, Skylar is good friends with Oheb, right? And yesterday, guess what? Oheb played the Brody 2 up against Echo. So maybe taking a page out of Blacklist's book there to get a dub here on Echo.
When you have a lineup that puts up a box as amazing as RRQ's, you have the real-world manipulation, you have the threat of R7 going into the back line, and then you have the Times Journey that can at least push back one, for sure, and then save the Brody. The Brody's having a great game. So I love how Albert here was just used as cleanup, and then again, it put Carl Tizzy in a weird spot wherein he has to do so much that the threat of the Karina being in any of the bushes nearby where Echo might be is just too much. And again, that's what made this game a clear win for RRQ.
Yeah, and I think RRQ is a team that's known to do their homework that we talked about in the last series. That Diggy pick was so good because it forced the challenge to the jungle, and it didn't seem to work out so well, right? Let's take a look at MVP. Let's go to Albert on the Karina.
The baby alien strikes again, right? A lot of people were saying, this man's finished, this man can't red tree. Well, guess what? He proved the world again. 1-1 now up against Echo, one of the tournament favorites. Again, Albert, sure, in terms of flashy plays, he didn't make a lot of that, but he was consistent throughout the game, becoming the front line, a solid front line for RRQ, setting up a whole lot of plays to be enabled for the side of RRQ, and guess what? Also acting, like you said, as a cleanup hero or a cleanup player in a lot of these fights that are going super long.
Yep, that last item I can only really guess might be a Thunder Belt, and this is exactly how you play Karina. 10 out of 10 times, I'm not even gonna give you that one, you build tank Karina. Mage Karina, just leave that for rank. Here in the pro scene, here at the world stage, you watch the way Albert played the Karina here in game number 2, and you see in the first 5 minutes, again, you need to farm up. You need to farm up, and then maybe once you have your tough boots, then you can try to engage, because really, as soon as you get those kills, and you weave in and out, and you get your farm in the first 5 minutes, you're up for a good start.
What we see from Albert here is the heat map, right? The rotation. He cleared the jungle, go to the objectives. Most importantly, he was a front line to get vision for the entire team. And he also, I think, even though he's building full tank, he was doing a lot of damage. You saw him getting first blood over there in that game. I mean, walk us through the highlights here, Miracle.
Just shows the base damage that Albert really has on the Karina, right? And this is what I want to really point out. In the heat map we saw it, we're going to see it here again. Albert, he rarely, or even, I guess we could kind of say never ganks. He's all around just farming, invading the enemy jungle, getting a lead for himself, and then transitioning it over towards that mid control so that they can control the neutral objective. On top of Skylar getting those sieges down, Yu Zhong being such a good weak side hero. On top of that, R7 is on that hero. He knows exactly how to utilize that, just like Sanford in game number 1, how to get out of these sticky situations, and in the end, that snowball of neutral objectives plus structure taken was able to get RRQ to a 6,000 gold lead.
And it's that 6,000 gold lead that told the whole story of how, I'd say, layered Echo's approach was. For them to solve problems, they had to draw several lines throughout different situations. And in that last team fight, you saw how Sanji needed to get real-world manipulation, how they had to put BennyQt in the right spot, and how Carl Tizzy needed to get the right kick. And again, that's 3 different things that have to be in the right place for Echo to get that even first Lord win. So now, going into game 3, what's Echo to do? Maybe keep it simple. Maybe if you have a plan for the first half, push through with it. Don't let the opponent control what you're gonna do next, because game 2 happens if that's what you do.
It's clearly that RRQ has a plan of their own as well. Ladies and gentlemen, to find out more in game 3, let's throw it back to the caster's desk.
Well, before broadcaster, we have here with Mara and Clara, we have RRQ Kingdom! Yay!
They're so full of energy, they went wild after game number 2. Now, we pulled up some fans all the way to the top, brought them down here. Let us know your names. What's your name?
My name is Aldo.
My name is Teja.
My name is Maul.
Maul. Who is your favorite player and why?
Siapa player favorit? Kenapa?
Albert, karena dia satu-satu dan walaupun retrinya agak bau, on point.
He said that Albert is his favorite because of the retribution. It's on point even though it's
Okay, how about you? Favorite player, why?
Siapa? Karena dia jago. Oh, Albert's again because it was great. He is great. Maul? Siapa Ul?
Lemon.
Lemon is pretty cool.
Yeah,
Okay, now Lemon and Albert and the rest of the team players can hear you right now. What do you want to say to them? Yell it out loud. They're watching you on camera.
Albert, ada Lemon
What do
semuanya.
you want to say?
Viva! Viva!
Hey! He's the cheer captain, so he only can scream.
He can
Viva
scream.
RRQ.
What do you want to say to Albert?
Mau ngomong apa sih ke Albert? Bet?
Semoga sih membawa final untuk bet besok.
Albert, please go to the final tomorrow, Albert. Ada mau ngomong apa nggak?
I want to say to RRQ Hoshi, bawa piala M4 untuk Indonesia.
Please bring the trophy to Indonesia, RRQ Hoshi. Apa Ul?
Semoga RRQ harus bisa bawa pulang ke Indonesia piala M4.
And again, he asked for
Kami
the
butuh M4.
trophy. We need M4. But you are the captain, and he was crying on MPL season 10. That's right. He's so emotional right now. But how you see RRQ right now in this state? What do you feel? Apa yang kamu rasain lihat RRQ sekarang ini? Kemarin kan abis nangis sampai terharu. Sekarang gimana perasaannya? Terharu kah atau ada yang lain?
Seneng sih harusnya. Tapi kalau semoga bisa masuk final aja. Tetap konsisten. Untuk Bang Acil, semoga respect band.
What did he say?
He said he wants to support RRQ now because past time he was crying and emotional, but right now he is happy. But he said, Acil, good luck. Respect ban.
If you want to ban a player from the opposing team, we don't want that player. Who would that be? Who do you want out?
Kepengen nge-ban playernya siapa sih? Kalau dari Eko bisa kita ban playernya ya? Ada nggak?
Gak usah lah, RRQ lebih jago.
Wah! No need to ban anyone from Eko because RRQ is way stronger.
Now we want to see how strong you are with your cheer. You're going to lead and the entire stadium is going to cheer with you. Go ahead.
Viva!
Viva!
RRQ! Jaya, Jaya, Jaya!
All right, we got to get this game started. Casters, let's get it going.
Thank you very much to our host down there, and you can feel the passion, right? So welcome back to the desk. Again, I'm Nisu, joined here with Gideon and Wolf, and man, do we have a series ahead of us. And I like that. You know, I don't completely understand Bahasa, right? I only know Makasi, but with what that was said there, we don't need to ban anybody. I already knew what he was basically saying, and that is just showing how confident they are in their team RRQ.
I think, you know, the fans here are passionate indeed, but this is going to be a very interesting game because, again, home turf, we're expecting RRQ fans to be with them. I can't imagine what Echo must be feeling with chants that are literally ringing through my earphones.
Yeah, you know, I was able to talk to some of the other Filipino players when they're in the hotel, when they're fighting against RRQ, particularly RRQ, right? And ONIC, well, they're the Indonesian crowd. It really is, you know, mind-breaking to be in that spot. You're gonna have to condition yourself to not be affected to that. Surely if it's like game number 1 or the first few games that they faced that Indonesian teams, it was very difficult, but they kind of got used to it. So that's what Echo needs to do.
Well, here's what you guys need to do at home and watching right now. The M4 pass is available now. Complete all active tasks and you'll reach level 75 at ease and for free. Log in now. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and M4 Beatrix figurine are awaiting all of you. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MOBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great. And again, the M4 Battle Night goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards for in-game grabs. First off, complete battle tasks in-game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like the most, and aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you'll get the Team Star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and a double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available the same day. Save the date, log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the match and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 Championship together, including with your friends. Whew, I hope none of you guys missed that at home. You've heard it for what, multiple days now. I am catching up, I know we all are, but let's catch back up to this series. Right now, 1-1 in the series. Things are very crucial, tensions are high, and I gotta ask you, Wolf, initially too, draft-wise, right? We were talking about it a little bit earlier, the Yuzhong pick. Is it going to be prioritized? How devastating that Diggy pick was. I think he had, what, 14 assists? I mean, we're taking a look at the hero recap here. How's it looking, Wolf?
Well, you know, Benny Cuties carry was supposed to be unbeatable. We know that it has a very high win rate. It was now taken out by RRQ just because of Skylar's Brody. Well, let's talk about the lane match of these two heroes, right? In the laning stages, both heroes can get away, but it seems like Skylar with the Brody can have a little bit more advantage, especially if there's an additional hero, which is now the Diggy. When we compare the playstyle of Echo and RRQ, we know that both teams want to prioritize their heroes, but it seems like RRQ are only successful on making Skylar a great marksman, gold laner, if they have another hero, a babysitter. That time, it was the Diggy. So maybe that could be the thing, game number 3.
I'm on differing opinion here. I feel like Echo was playing a little bit more scared than usual because when you see a Diggy, you expect Hilda to go right up in his face, just beat him down and start building up as fast as possible and keep on with that harassment, not necessarily into the lane, but taking out, making sure that Diggy is going to be falling further and further behind, making everybody else's job so much easier. It's like, yeah, you're going to pull me back, but I'm just going to kill you.
I think that's a great point. And at the same time, you know, Diggy is a strong hero pick for a reason. It's simply annoying, right? I mean, you're dealing with all those bombs in the bushes. You're playing Hilda. You're trying to get vision. You're also trying to regenerate in the bushes. But at the same time, you're dying in the bush, right? So, you know, it doesn't really work out for you. And also, the other thing is Sanji just struggled, really, because what ultimates, again, do you take for the best situation when you have 3 great options ahead of you? So, I mean, with all those thoughts here in place, we're going to be jumping into the draft here for game number 3. It's Echo on the blue, RRQ on the red. Bands, very similar here, and right away, snapped up like that, there's the carry in the hands of Benny Cutie wants to give it another go.
Efusion, it's...
We've seen this before.
We've seen this before. Same, all right. Oh, so it's both sides then. Okay. They want to make sure that there is no way for, there is always a way for them to tag the backliners. Diggy is still open for RQ Hoshi. That might be of a consideration right now. But what I like about both Lapu-Lapu and Farsa is that no matter what marksman there is for RQ Hoshi, they have ways to reach the backlines, either through gap closing with the Lapu-Lapu and a one-shot potential, or through a Farsa. Combine them together, no marksman is safe.
This is going to be an interesting one because, again, this adjustment by making sure that you yourself have an artillery mage means that Sanji, even though he's going to be quote-unquote slower to get into the right position, the extra range that he gets from the Feathered Airstrike could make the difference if we see RQ locking in something like Diggy. But instead, they're going to go for the Beatrix this time around. They're prioritizing having lane control rather than lane dominance.
One thing, too, about Sanji specifically as a player, we know that he loves to pull off those crazy plays with the flicker, right? So with him having this Farsa in his hand, you're going to expect that too. Whereas still, even when you lock in this Eve here, you want to be able to build upon the utility mindset for this match, right? You want to be able to do that. But again, you're complementing it with the Yuzhong pick, which we have said in this series specifically, or even throughout the tournament, it's been crucial for a lot of these teams' success.
Yeah, and honestly, if we're talking about success, we have to talk about supports because, again, nobody has revealed their supports and they've just mirrored each other the entire way. I was thinking maybe Karina might get picked up early, or just maybe some foreshadowing, but Echo, immediately take it off. I'm expecting another assassin. There could be a chance that even Lolita might get banned off inside of Echo once more, so it denies R2 a way to disengage from fights.
Or maybe a Martis as well, because those are the heroes that Albert really like to play. You kind of want to have a sustained hero here if you're RRQ. Hoshi, surely the Yuzhong will be eventually tanky, but gonna have to have a front line so that both Eve as well as the Beatrix will have great positioning. That's also the reason why they ban out the Cho here, because they don't want Yaoi to have a hero that can go to the back lines. There's the Barrett's ban. Are we looking for a Ling pick for RRQ?
Yo, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking that RRQ are telling, yo, Cartesi, show up. You have a skin around you. We want an assassin.
Well, I mean, let's take a look at the quote here, and that might be the story, right? Carl Teasy, I think we're the best team. I'm a team player right now, so I don't care about the stats or MVP. I've been there. He's been there, he's done that, right? Carl Teasy on the best jungler for M4. So even though that's the case, oh, good solid last ban, by the way. Ziggy's taken out. There's the Grok.
I mean,
Come in.
Come on, Echo. Give it to him. Give it to your boy.
So it's Atlas to go with, okay, are we seeing like Hayabusa or Ling this time? Coming up from Echo.
Come on. I'm so excited here. I can't wait to see Cartesi on an assassin. He showed up big time. He's been there, like the quote says, during M2.
Yeah.
If he locks in Lancelot here and wins this game on his own skin, that is just, beautiful. Ow.
It's the Akai. Oh, no. Okay.
Well, he's kind of like a ninja, right? I mean, Akai, depending on what lore story or skin you lock in, right? So they lock it in. On the other side, though, Albert will be picking up the Hayabusa.
And it's, once again, it's the Dragon Warrior against Tai Lung once more. I mean, it's frustrating to see because I really wanted to see Cartesi bring it to RRQ in the assassin department against Albert of all people. But yeah, as the board says, he's such a team player.
Yeah, I know. He did. He transitioned into that.
On that point, right, that's what makes these teams so scary is because you've had either... A lot of the times it was the junglers carrying teams, right? But teams that either play for their jungler or their jungler plays for their team, that's a big thing here. So this is kind of a different, I guess, for a lot of people that have been following Carl Teasy specifically, they might want him to play assassins, but if this is what he feels like is the best for Echo's success, then that's what's gonna be played, right? So, but is it gonna be able to compare against Albert in the jungle on the Hayabusa? We've seen amazing things before, but let's load up into game number 3. It's 1-1 in the series. Who edges ahead here?
Oh man, if you're looking at the choice of Albert, right, going for Hayabusa, surely it's great. Like, we're excited to see that. We want to see Albert being activated as assassin, but man, Atlas, Akai, Lapu Lapu, man, it's difficult to play a squishy hero if you're RRQ Hoshi. There's so much control and so much damage that can come out from those heroes.
Not only that, Wolf, but with an Atlas across view, when do you usually see no purifies from the other team?
Yeah,
that could be deadly.
That is a big observation here. Vin already getting stunned up. I'm surprised that Vin doesn't flicker it out just yet, but yes, there we go. He gets out of the tough situation. And, you know, coming back to that Atlas, I think we've seen many, many times, and in a couple of international competitions last year, that Atlas has really turned over some games in the later stages.
Yeah, definitely. And this time you have what? Heavy Spin as well as the Fatal Links. You can like switch between the two, or what you will use as your first in. When it comes to your initiation, right? What do you use first? You can use like Heavy Spin first so that the Atlas will have a better ultimate afterwards, or maybe use it afterwards. So the Echo composition is really backing on the damage output of both Farsa and Bandicuti, and they have the tools to make that work.
Well, I think on top of that, you know, if you are playing this Atlas, if Clay can find the death box positioning in the right moment at the right time, then you can use that to your advantage, right? You are now forcing Echo wherever they decide to respond and set up with the Fatal Links, then hey, you can go ahead and set up that box and hopefully profit off of that, especially with Grok here for Vin, right? We've seen it before, it can happen, but right now they've got to kind of check those boxes, and with the first turtle of the game coming up, Yaoi's not level 4 yet, so you're going to see this kind of unfold here.
Yep, Furious dive coming in from R7. He's right on top of Cartesi, forcing him to use his ultimate as soon as possible. And even Sanji really high up there with the Feather Aspect. Cartesi all by himself in R7 will find first blood. And here comes Yaoi getting into the middle of it, finds 3. But Sanji, he gets 1 already. Vin is so low, but they cannot get it. And now R7 with a double kill in the bag.
Great exchange from both teams. Echo starting with Sanford poking the Hayabusa, putting him low, forcing the Quad Shadow. But then again, Echo was forced to utilize Carl TZ's ultimate far too early. The reset was there for RRQ, and then of course damage coming up from Clay's ultimate afterwards. Fortunately for Echo, they have Yaoi's ultimate available there. He got level 4 just in time to pop the flicker and the fatal links onto 3 members of RRQ. Then Sanji dealing the damage. In the end though, RRQ still gets the turtle.
Wait, does he know? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he saw Yaoi actually walk between brush to brush here, but he's going to open it up, sees Vin, backs away. Skylar, once again, just needs to maintain control, but Benny QT has been doing such a good job. He's looking for the trade, and now he might get the solo kill. Almost secures it. One more auto attack would have procced and would have gotten the kill.
Great response from Skylar there, not to go down. They don't want to give that advantage to either of these gold laners, right? They're going to be battling it out here. And we know, again, how scary carry can be, especially if you get those kills. But Yaoi, going to be the focus, gets out of here just fine. Still, again, RRQ holding on to a very minuscule gold lead. But, I mean, objectively, they're where they want to be, right?
Yeah.
Continue this up, farm up, and just keep responding, putting pressure around the map.
And Skylar not flickering right at the get-go, it allowed him to also force the flicker onto Benikuti. And the reason why he felt very tanky up until the end is because of the fact that the outer turret energy shields in the gold lane provide 30% damage reduction. And Skylar forcing another flicker and not dying kind of means that the bottom lane is still equalized.
I'm more surprised you weren't freaking out that Sanji was about to die there. He gets, I mean, overall, Albert is putting quite a bit of pressure, and I would argue is even opening up a map to open up the map to a certain degree. But let's see down bot side, 3-1, the shields are getting farmed off for the time being, but Echo, as we mentioned before, just wants to focus on the farm.
Yeah, I'm still wondering too, you know, the fact that there is no Purifies here for RRQ. If they're just going to completely rely on their reaction time, right, to get out of danger or to have that, basically, I like to call it the athletic flicker out of those bad areas, right? Because, yes, if Yaoi holds on to it,
oh, wait, Sanford! He actually flies clean. He's going to get this kill, but no, the real one manipulation gives him a shield. He ends up dying regardless. Feathered airstrike. Now putting R7 out of this fight. Black Dragon form in the middle of it. Is he really willing to play with death? Shaw Residue already propped with Sanji flickers forward, but the backline now in trouble. Cartese ends up dying. Quad Shadow into the Shadow kill by Albert. He's still alive. Vin, what can he do? Forced the flicker out of there. 2-for-1 trade in favor of Echo.
Oh, man, Echo. That was against Sanford opening up the backlines. Previously, in the first turtle fight, it was against Albert, but this time it was against Clay. Even after the flicker coming out from Clay, we know the one-shot potential coming out from the Lapu Lapu to take out the Eve. Eventually, the follow-up from Yaoi allowed for Echo to win the battle afterwards. Unfortunately, though, Albert was still very good with the retribution.
All right, let's pull this back for a moment here because I'm trying to figure out where Echo is going to eventually plan their attack on their map. It feels like they're playing defensive, right? Yaoi's opened up the map, but then how does Cartese make this play?
Well, I guess that what they are waiting for is to at least equalize when it comes to the turtle fight, then activate Benikuti. So to answer your question, later on, around 8 minutes time, when you can have Benikuti deal the damage with 3 items, that is where you strike. Until this point, Echo, everybody's just buying time.
I'm holding you to that 8 minutes on the dot.
Yeah, we'll see if Wolf predicts that correctly, right? And the curse doesn't affect him here. But still, going back to the point, I mean, if Benikuti can just farm up, great thing, right? That's exactly what he wants to do. Him and Skylar, same scenario, right? None of them have gone down. You see, though, how much of time is actually put on the gold lane for both these teams. You guys mentioned this in the draft. If you can have someone babysit the lane, great. Now, it's a little bit different because Diggy's not constantly there, but still, even Yaoi's paying attention to that lane, trying to give any upper hand possible to their gold laner is the best thing that could happen for both of these teams because even, yes, there's what, 200 gold there. It really doesn't mean much for RRQ, but they have the objectives, right? If they can get this next turtle in about, what, 10 seconds, then that's great for Albert and the squad can transition into the Lord takes and really set themselves up for success here. Echo, though, knowing all of that, Sanji having 2 kills early on, the burst damage is going to be there. So as long as RRQ can avoid that burst coming out from Echo, Sanford with the setups like this.
Oh, I mean, Sanford, he wants it, but the fact is he's got no ult now, and now Albert might have a free kill in his hands. He's walking up Black Dragon form as well. Wall charge doesn't connect, but there we go. Albert secures it. R7 now in some trouble. Cartese pushes him out of position, and now in a 2v1, R7's lead is just enough, but on the bottom side, almost soul kill. Skylar's baiting him into it, and now Albert is going to secure the kill.
Oh, he got it.
Now that's just disrespectful. Skylar was just being disrespectful. You put respect on Benny's name.
Skylar, I would have really commended what he did because he baited Benny Cutie in there. The TPs were uncalled for though. Because
you want a TP?
Yeah, there wasn't any escape anymore. Unfortunately, Skylar, that's 100. He already did 100 level play, but then he went down because of those TPs. However, though, I want to say, RRQ Hoshi, great understanding of how to take turtle number 3. What they did was to stay in the bottom bush, in a right side bush in the middle, I mean. And then it was only R7 who showed himself to Sanford. After Sanford already committed the bravest fighter onto the Yuzhong, that's when they strike.
Oh, Kaltisi in some trouble now. Skylon, he lands it. Oh, he's so low, but he's still alive. Sanford with the bravest warrior already in the middle of it. He has to get on out there. Saji's trying to help him out, but Yaoi might be able to find 2. No, only 2. As the real one manipulation comes up, they get the kill onto Skylar once again, but they traded kill back, so that's going to be support for Gold Laner.
That's a good trade right here, but still a lot of unfolded there, a lot of ultimates and resources expended, but still RRQ holding on to a little bit of lead. 1.6k. Wolf, how's it looking in terms of items?
Okay, so we're looking at Skylar just picking up all the important items like Blade of Desire eventually into his second damage item, but he needs a Wind of Nature. Now that's also true with this Benny Cutie carry. So far, we know that they wanted to activate it at 8 minutes, right? So they did. Yaoi was able to find an opening to the backlines, and that is one thing that RRQ should be respecting.
Oh, again, and it looks like a repeat of history, but Yaoi this time doesn't even go for that engage, and it feels like to me that Skylar is a little desperate after his little mishap down on the bottom side.
Yeah, he wants the kill there. He did pick up the Malefic Roar, so that damage is going to be there even more so now. You know, even though he's got the 2 assists, he wants those kills because he does know as well that Benny Cutie is going to be scaling up, especially past this game.
Oh no, Clay, he gets pulled back, but it really doesn't matter. He flickers on backwards. His R7 is there to cover his back. Nicely done. The teamwork from RRQ to deny the initial engage.
Great teamwork coming up for RRQ, like I said. And this means that they might have the better control of the first Lord of the game. What are they doing right now? What they should be doing right now is to control the lanes first before they engage onto the first Lord dance. So they're using Skylar up to the top lane, bottom lane already pushed out. Mid lane should be answered by R7 or maybe Clay in here.
Yeah.
And it's going to be up to how RRQ is going to control this Lord.
Well, let's see how they're going to, because bot side is already stacked up with a full wave. That tier 2 might be in some trouble, and RRQ don't mind leaving this B. Orange buff being taken away by Hayabusa, but the rest of Echo, how are they responding to it? Tier 2 is already down. They can still let this bleed even more, but now they're going to force the issue. Sanford's walking back into the fight. Conceal coming out from Vin. He's going to take the long way around. Yaoi is looking for an opportunity. Albert might be in some trouble. Quad Shadow's out of there, but on the opposite side, here we go. R7 jumping into the middle of that fight. Bravest Warrior forcing Sanford out, but now he flippers right on top of Clay. He's down. Benny Cutie's in trouble. Skylar might have to take the 1v1. The Quad Shadow's already down, and the Shadow kill isn't enough. Albert still alive, trying to get on out there, but Sanford's chasing him down. Yuzhong is dead, and that's going to be a 3-for-nothing trade in favor of Echo.
And even the Lord belongs to Echo. What a great play from their side. RRQ Hoshi, they tried to go for the conceal play from the bottom. They wanted to tag Sanford. Unfortunately, that left both Clay and Skylar exposed to Yaoi. Yaoi didn't find the first jump, however. As you saw, RRQ, they still managed to get away from there, but their position was already compromised. Albert was too far when the Lord was put on too low. And you see Echo, despite losing the first 3 turtles, just control the Lord that's much better than they did. RRQ.
Not only that, but I mean, even that team fight, you saw how much pressure there was from Echo that Skylar actually didn't have the opportunity to get in the positioning he wanted to. He had the defensive flicker out, and now they're dealing with this siege coming out from Echo. They still have the Lord also on the bottom side to work with. They're going to lose more turrets here and have to be forced to pretty much defend in their base. Conceal play comes out, just getting a check here. But the big thing for RRQ, they do have Clay. Their defense, their high ground defense should be pretty good, at least to this point. It's only 12 minutes in the game. Lord is even at half health here. So let's see how this one plays out.
Yep, Finn already using his conceal. He's in the middle of everybody. Oh, well, let's see. He finds one. And now the Feather Airstrike in combination. Petrify onto Benny QT. R7 trying his best. He's in the middle of the fight, but nobody can support him. Albert finds one. Kaltisi is dead. And now they're looking for a second as they find the Bravest Warrior next. And now with it all, Albert still lands it. But it's no! Skylar, absolute monster, snipes it from halfway underneath the inhibitor turret.
That deserves the Dave sheesh, because he has been waiting for that moment in this game. Skylar finally gets it, and that's a massive successful defense from RRQ.
This word doesn't exist, but I'm gonna use it. So many sheeshable moments out there. As you saw Yaoi with a jump, right? You saw this as flicker, but look at that combination of Clay and Vin. Guardian's barrier with a diamond-shaped box, and then eventually Skylar just sniping Benecutie. My goodness.
That was clean.
That's the word, sheeshable.
Good Lord, Scott. Oh man, I don't know. These Beatrix players are disgustingly good. Well, a little too good for my taste here. I want to go back to some of that basic stuff. I feel bad about myself now.
Goodness. Well, I mean, at this point, they've turned it around. RRQ, they had to defend the high ground. They did. Yes, they lost a couple turrets, but they profited off of it, right? I mean, they have that defense. They get a couple members of Echo down, and now you can see that, right? With that swing, that pendulum swing, momentum in their favor, they just have to be cautious with the setups from Yaoi. That's the biggest thing here. The next Lord is going to be up. RRQ is in a good position to actually take this one, and Echo knows it.
How about that? There's Sanji and Yaoi up top through a bush. You have to be careful about this, and RRQ doesn't have vision of that. Skylar already utilizing this this Renner. Just to make sure that they scout out additional members. And I think that the RRQ has a little bit of the same idea. They want to control the outside bushes, like the Lord Dance. Look at them. The Lord only has 2 heroes, and everybody's just dispersed.
Look at that. They're waiting for that conceal play. They got Benecutie there on the top side. Carl TZ still going to bounce this Lord around here, keeping everyone, RRQ on the hunt. They're trying to figure out where the other members are. Lord half health, here comes the conceal.
Yep, Yaoi's coming in. R7's already looking to engage Clay once again. Is this a repeat of history? No, they back off. Now the real one manipulation, wall charge as well. Already hitting 2, falling into Renner's apathy. It's all over now, as now they try to jump in. Zephyr turns around, finds Skyline as well as Finn. They push through. Benny finds it again, taking out Clay. A triple kill, absolutely shredding through them. But now they're chasing them down. How many can they find? Echo is looking for some as much value as possible, but R7 tries to turn it around, but it doesn't matter. Benecutie hasn't even used his Winds of Nature and flickers for it. 4 for 2 so far.
Benecutie, the hurricane of Echo. You saw how it was activated in that fight. They utilized Yaoi as well as Sanji from topside with a concealed play, and it's almost a repeat of history. But then again, after Clay already utilized his ultimate, and then Albert is no longer a threat to the carry. That's when he was able to rise to the occasion. He found 3 members of RRQ, and the Lord Dance was perfect from Echo, especially because Call DC won the Retribution battle against Albert. My God, that was the disaster for RRQ Hoshi because of Benecutie's calamity.
Not only that, but the fact that they waited patiently for the conceal play, and now it's again RRQ on the defense.
Yep, Call-TZ in trouble here. Oh no, Clay's in trouble. He can't do much about it. He doesn't have any of his battle. Now he finds it, and now they have a double kill. Zephyr cleans it up. They're going to be ending this. Echo takes game number 3. GG, well played.
Benny gets his eyes on the crystal, and he doesn't hold back. He goes right for it. Bring it, Echo. To 2-1 in the series. It's match point.
Oh, what a game this is.
What a game.
It's such back and forth, like RRQ break even, then Echo break even, and then Echo finally put the killing blow in.
It's a tug of war at that point, right? Everybody's holding on and equally giving the same amount of strike. But Echo found the opening, and once they found out RRQ's chick in the armor, when RRQ just let go of a little bit of the grip, they found the win in the tug of war.
Tug of war it be, but RRQ was in good position until that last play we saw unfold, the conceal. We knew what was happening. Benecutie made his way up there, and then they just waited. And Yaoi even a little off timing with that Fatal Links, but still Benecutie able to survive without even popping the Winds of Nature for the majority of that fight until what? Maybe he had 3-4 kills already. That is, I mean, that comes down to that micro decision in terms of team fight. No one got a hand on Benny, and you gotta contain the storm, man.
somebody's got to contain the storm, but I'm more curious about that final interaction right at the very end there. Clay just so out of position. That's
right.
Why? I guess, yes, there are a lot of threats, but you shouldn't be that far out of your base to begin with.
Well, what you wanted to do, if you're RRQ Hoshi, you want to get to the backline so that you will be able to attack Benny, but Echo kind of played it differently. They didn't allow that to happen. And what happens if most of your initiators just go into the enemy backlines, right? What happens is that you leave your backlines open because there's no one to peel for both Clay and Skylar. And that's exactly what happened. With the crafty plays coming in from Echo, they forced RRQ Hoshi to have a bad formation in the backlines that exposed Clay and allowed Benny to do the reverse.
Honestly, when people are looking at the VODs for this game, just take note of Echo's pathing across the map, the way that they use their conceals. They're coming up with some really interesting flank angles, which didn't feel very, well, impactful at first, but then you saw the benefit of it and how out of position RRQ, especially at that particular angle towards the top side Lord Pit, nicely done.
They do this often. I mean, this is something that Echo is known for, and teams have to be weary of because they're going to do it again, right? But before we have that game broken down by the boys on the analyst stand, we do have to mention TikTok Live Carnival, the Cheer Up for M4. Watch M4 matches on TikTok. Participate in Cheer Up for M4 activities by watching M4 matches on TikTok and using M4 exclusive customized gifts to cheer for the teams. There will be a chance to be on TV and win abundant gifts. So don't forget to join that. And there's even outside of the venue, if you guys are watching here, there's basically a carnival outside.
Yeah.
So we are going to be throwing this over to our analysts to have them break it down further. I'm sure they have a lot to say. Guys, take it away.
Whoa, we have a series in our hand. Let's first talk about the R7 play, though. He was just on the Akai. I mean, what's going on? R7 versus Sanford. I think that's the key focus of last game.
Yeah, let's talk about R7 first, right? Because him and Sanford were... No, for real. Him and Sanford were absolutely amazing, right? Enabling his team so much, but this time, Sanford actually got a matchup that he's comfortable with. And guess what? We're gonna take a look at the item builds here to really dissect the item builds this time around because the game was so close. Game 1 was dominant for Echo. Game 2 was then dominant for RRQ, and now, finally get a close game.
Part of game 3 here has a little bit of deja vu elements of it because again, yeah, there is that R7 versus Sanford matchup, and going into the last half of this draft, I kind of read into it and said, you know what, maybe R7 might be overloaded. Maybe he has to start finding Benny and Sanji, and then there might be some analysis paralysis there. And now looking at the way that these two built, obviously, the whole game, my eyes were on Skylar, right? He had like several solid shots, one very specific that took out Benny Cutie. And I can't help but think, did they need more time?
To get to the power spike?
Yeah.
I think they do, right? But funnily enough, you were looking at Skylar, I was actually looking at Sanji, so we're looking at the opposite teams here. But Sanji, the way he played the Pharsa was a different Pharsa. He wasn't just a damage-dealing poke Pharsa, but it's also kind of a distraction. Because, funnily enough, he actually wants R7 and Albert to engage on him, even Vin here, because he has the Winter Truncheon, he has the Flicker to get out of that, and he's baiting so many of the resources for Benny QT to really pop off in these team fights.
Miracle, I have a question. For the entire set of RRQ here, not a single person has Purify, even knowing with Alice and Akai. Can you walk us through the reasoning behind that?
That's deja vu, right?
Deja vu to game number 1. Honestly, right here, it feels like both teams didn't go for Purifies, right? Even though RRQ had Petrifies, had a Grok as well. Echo had a lot of CC, but why? Why did both teams not want to go for Purify? I think it is, again, how both of the teams can make those micro decisions to win the game or lose the game. They can pull it off, we can't.
And also Eve, he was using his ultimate as Purify. A few times he was just using the ultimate at the right time to dodge the Fatal Link, and I think that's really good play coming out from Clay. So let's break down the team fight participation here. Who do you think is the star on each team?
I'm guessing for Echo, when it came down to that last few moments where in Echo we're trying to go for that major lead, Kaltizi just weathered through the early game, right? He wasn't as strong as Albert in cleaning up because I think that's what you were talking about, Miracle. The fact that there were these fights that RRQ Hoshi had no business staying in, but just were in too deep and they just needed to finish the job, and indeed they did. But when it mattered, I'm looking at maybe the 9 to 10 minute mark when Carl Tizzy was just saying, you know what, I'm gonna heavy spin here, I'm gonna take these major objectives, you guys do the rest. I think that's the turning point for the game 3.
Yeah, because through the mid game, it seemed like R7, it seemed like Win and Albert had a really good synergy. You know, like they were going in at the same time, they were finding those engages and finding those objectives. but through the late game, it's just not going to be enough. So let's take a look at MVP. It's going to be Sanford, 4-1-13 on a Lapu.
Speaking of Sanford, right, again, this man, I mean, take a look at the item builds here. He knows exactly what to go for. He knows that his healing, his sustainability is going to win him the game. And in these team fights, especially against a Beatrix, a Yves as well, it's these drawn-out team fights. He understands the assignment completely, the Oracle, plus the Bloodlust, and even the Queen's Wings to add more sustainability. And on top of that, he cancels out a lot of the regen coming in from the enemy team, the healing. But I do want to talk a little bit about the Purify as well. Why do both teams hate the Purify so much? We're not seeing it. It's because of the laning, right? You can see with Benny bringing the Flicker, that adds so much to his laning, and especially in terms of chasing the Beatrix, Skylar can't afford to go for the Purify because he's gonna get battered in lane.
Yep, and in the case of Sanford, you'll see several times in this game that he used that Flicker to reposition to get the tail end, or at least a majority of the AoE of his skills, specifically his ult, the Bravest Fighter, to make major impact. Do basically maybe 50-60% of what that team fight wanted to go for in Echo's favor. And here in the 5 to 10 minute range, you see that this is the part where Echo wasn't really dominating yet, where they weren't winning clearly. That's why he needed to hunker down and anchor into his XP lane and then eventually translate into these big team fights.
I love the Lapu pick on Sanford because it's similar to like a Benedetta pick, a hero that can carry the game too. You deal a lot of damage on top of just the utility and the initiation that you have.
And this Lapu was on the Albert the entire game, right? Like he was making sure Albert wasn't able to do much. Here we go, let's take a look at this first turtle fight here, second turtle fight here. Even though Haya got it, but look at Lapu position. He was doing a lot of damage in the middle of everything.
And I think there was a key decision that Echo made, right? Yeah, you look at Sanford. They weren't actively looking for the Hayabusa. They weren't looking for Albert because that's a lost cause. See, yeah, he's gonna be low, but you know that Sanford's gonna find him anyways because of the amount of damage in CC you have on that hero. So again, here at the 15-minute mark, it's clear that RRQ got split up because of, again, a small advantage in positioning that Echo have, which now puts them at match point.
I gotta give it to Benny though, massive shout out. Even though Sanford was the MVP here in the end, Benny did so much, and the way he's positioning himself isn't like a normal gold laner. He actually is going to be, he's comfortable flickering forward, playing in front, but he spaces himself out from the enemy team so well. He knows the range, and he knows how much resources are available on the enemy team to pull that off.
But can we talk about Skylar's snipe? You know, that one beautiful snipe over there. We were all jumping out of our seat. I think you jumped and you touched the ceiling pretty much.
Broke my head.
Yeah. But to get to know more about the next game, we're going to have a comeback, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to quickly throw it back to the caster's desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of Game 3. Again, if you're just joining us, it's me, Naisu, Gideon, and Wolf, and we are now at match point for Echo here. RRQ's got to refine exactly what they've taken from these past few games, learn from that process, and hopefully extend this series to 5 games.
You know the even Yuzhong combo that RRQ Hoshi running out game number 3? It really looks like one of those meta picks, right? It's looking very strong as a combo, but it's not working, unfortunately. There's one thing that maybe they should change come draft number 3. Maybe give up, maybe take something else. Maybe, take the Eve for Clay because he plays it well, but give R7 a more macro-intensive hero.
A macro-intensive hero?
Yeah. Like a Benedetta, perhaps, or a Glue even, but Glue will be automatically, I think, Joy
I think
as well.
it's going to be banned.
So something like a...
biggest thing for me?
Like Benedetta, perhaps.
That's the thing. I was thinking about whether or not Benedetta might have been the option in this upcoming game here, especially for R7 overall. But it can be a little tough. I think at the end of the day, it really came down to whether Sanford was able to, make that big play when he has that flicker, and it's something that they have to be worried of. RRQ, I think when they hunker down and really start focusing on who they want to take out, they can absolutely do that, but then the remaining pieces seem to be able to pick themselves back up and actually turn that trade even and even break even more. Just so many ways to actually go above and beyond.
I think, I agree with you guys, but I think one of the biggest things here is, and you talked about this at the end of the game for Game 3, was conscious positioning, right? Mirko highlighted this on the analyst stand of the positioning of Benny Cutie, and that's really what it comes down to in terms of those team fights and everything, is constantly being aware where you're positioned. We talked about how, that last defense, you didn't have to be outside of your base. You didn't have to be in that position. You had a better chance of staying behind those turrets, artillerying from there, the high ground, and hoping to stay in that game, and rather it just kind of broke loose. It went through that the armor chink, like what what Wolf mentioned here.
It
now,
was the opening.
I mean, let's look at this, Wolf. The hero pick recap from the previous game and how this breaks down.
We highlight the Lapu-Lapu from Sanford as well as the Hayabusa from Albert, right? In Sanford, I always go back to the first two turtles for Echo. So what they did was to utilize Sanford to kind of poke Albert in turtle number 1 and then poke Clay in turtle number 2. On both occasions, it was successful. But that was just the intro of what Sanford is able to do in the succeeding neutral objective fights. The second and the first Lord went in favor of Echo because of how Sanford was able to tag Clay, or maybe force Albert to utilize the quad shadow too early for his condition.
I mean, it's just, you gotta treat it like a punching bag, right? You know, Sanford just has to keep applying pressure, keep putting, be a kill threat in not only in the lane, but in those team fights to make sure that RRQ Hoshi is utilizing some form of resources, dropping something on him just to get away.
Refresh my memory here. The 2 times that I think Vin played Grok, they lost, right? Is that correct? So maybe that key to victory, if it ain't broke, pick Grok isn't the way they want to go, right? Maybe it's better if even they allow Vin to be on a pick that is not just so reliant on that wild charge, right? Because what we're seeing is, even if he gets it off, Echo works around that so well. They know what to expect when that Grok is locked in for Vin. So put him on something else. I'm not saying Diggy, right? That Diggy did work, but I feel like in an extended series, Diggy only works so often, right? It kind of has to be that surprise factor. Now, you could do something better by allowing Vin to, I don't even know if he wants to pick up the Franco, right? But even we saw the Atlas in the previous game from Yawi, allow Vin to not just rely on that wild charge, because usually when those don't land the way you want to them, or even if the Guardian's barrier is misplaced, it puts you at a disadvantage. So I'd love to see how this draft unfolds here, specifically for RRQ, and what they've learned up to this point as we get ready for Game 4.
All right, then let's jump right into it. Let's hesitate no longer. And knowing these two teams, they're going to be really fast on this. The Kaja, the Eve already banned out, the Joy, as well as the Wanwan banned out for the side of Echo. But this time we are seeing that RRQ have decided to be on the blue side. So let's see what that first pick is going to be. I'm expecting Eve or Carry. We'll see what Echo wants to leave up.
They don't ban out the glue. I think we see RRQ take glue 100%. Right away.
And that means that Echo might be considering banning out the carry this time. Or if they give it up, they now have better trades. Because when you pick up the carry on RRQ's side, you can get the glue on Echo's side. So that's a better trade for Echo. Then again, they ban the carry. So you go glue this time for RRQ Hoshi. Or do you pick up the Grok?
I feel like even though glue is good, we've seen Echo whip out the Dire off a couple of times.
Farsa Grok, I think, is the opening here.
Farsa Grok? Okay, they got the Farsa. Let's see if this next one is going to be the Grok.
Well, what else do you answer the glue with, right? There's I do agree with you. The Dyroth is actually going to be a good pick. I think they are going to pick it their third pick, because there's a big chance that RQ Hoshi will just ban it out in the second phase. So maybe that's the last pick of the first phase for Echo. For now, they're really thinking about the Grok. I do want to say though, the team that holds the Grok in this series loses the game. So that's
what you're going to say.
Yeah,
you're going to stick by that too.
Stats don't lie though. Games 1 and 3, that's RQ, and game number 2, that's Echo.
Oh boy, I can't wait to see the overall stats for Grok. But hey, you know, Lapu-Lapu actually getting locked in here. I'm kind of into this.
Yeah, it's good. It's good because Sanford is really amazing with it. And knowing that RQ Hoshi kind of, they play the game like they wanted to always peel for their backliners. That's how Clay and Skylar was successful for RQ Hoshi. Lapu-Lapu counters that too, so that's maybe the idea here for Echo.
Usually in that matchup too, the Glue Lapu-Lapu matchup, I would say more often than not, I've seen Glues get that first blood, and still, that is a very simple step for RQ to get that momentum they need, because we've seen, I mean, the Glue in the hands here of R7, causing havoc in the back line, especially if he gets that early momentum going. That's a great step to success here and taking us to Game 5. And now with the next 2 picks, look at that. They are going to go with a more proactive roam option. Like we were saying, they're going to lock in the Franco here, and it's complemented with this Faramis pick.
Okay, I'm guessing. I don't know. I could be wrong about this. Cho, thoughts on this, Wolf?
Cho could be good for Echo just because of the fact that it's a flex pick. So you give Vin a hero that he excels with, his counterpart, Yawi, will get their own pick, but instead they go Claude.
Interesting direction that Echo has decided to take it. Instead of looking to mirror RRQ, this time they're going to be playing for their own gold lane, and I think a lot of resources are going to be dedicated, making sure that Sanford is almost guaranteed to be on the weak side. A little sad to say the least, but I feel like Sanford has kind of proven himself 1v2, arguably 1v4 sometimes.
Yeah, I agree, and at the same time, I'm wondering, are they going to okay, there is the Beatrix ban, so really limiting the options here for Skylar.
Exactly, and you're looking for like a combo with the Franco, right? Hitting the Franco hooks, they're amazing, but you need damage still. Firamis will not be giving that to you. Maybe a few patches back, that will be the case. Right now, both Brody and Beatrix would have been good in combination with this pick. So I wonder with how RRQ is going to supplement the initiations coming up from the Franco. Echo, however, they still have the Dyroth. If they want to pick it up, they can give it to maybe Carl TZ, but knowing that the Lapu Lapu is already picked up, it tells me maybe Echo will choose a different hero this time to answer the glue.
Oh, I suppose, but the fact that they banned out Baran, I don't know. It feels like the headspace of RRQ is, hey, Carl TZ is still going to be the problem. We need to make sure that we can secure our objectives, and maybe we can snowball out of control from there. But as of yet, I mean, mid lane still very open for RRQ, and if we come back in towards Echo's side, they can easily lock their jungler right now. I don't know if they want to show their support this time.
It's the Cho.
It's the Cho? All right.
Well, comfort for both of your roamers. Now RRQ, they badly need early game damage here. Surely you got already good heroes in your comfort picks. You need to give Albert a hero that can supplement the damage, and then of course Skylar with some early game damage as well to kind of pierce through the early stages, so that they will not suffer from lack of damage in your stages, like many teams suffer from.
You need that follow-up with the Franco hooks, but still, I mean, even the Cho is flexed technically. We don't know if it's actually going in the hands of Yawi or if it's going to be placed in the jungle again for Carl TZ, right? So they're still leaving that mystery here. Look at that. We're getting an advanced look, right? That's the Irithyll along with the Karina locked in here. Now, Irithyll doesn't have the best win rate. That is 14%. But still, how does this work with what they've drafted so far?
They're all in early game team fights. They're all in the mid game. With this decision, RRQ is saying, we are gambling. We're putting our tournament on the line in the first 10 minutes of the game. If we don't end it as soon as possible, they will not be able to force the series to game number 5.
Any last thoughts here, Gideon?
Honestly, I'm sweating because I agree with Wolf. This is a bit of a gamble. I will say that Echo's overall draft is looking good. And you can feel that Yawi is feeling it. As long as he blocks a couple of good hooks, it's kind of up to Vin. And hopefully, he still doesn't have PTSD from M3. So we'll see how this is going to go.
Biggest thing here is, like you guys mentioned, that timer, right? 10 minutes here. At the same time, this is Cho in the hands of Yawi. We've seen incredible playmaking potential from that alone. And with Carl TZ picking up the Akai in the jungle, he's going to be just focusing on objectives. This could very well be the last chance here for RRQ. It's match point for Echo as we jump into game 4.
Irithyll wins the laning matchup for sure. I mean, you want to... It is...
we didn't get to see whether the hook landed or not. Did he get the hook or not?
I don't know. We know for sure, though, that in the laning stages, RRQ Hoshi does have the advantage. Because of the fact that they have Irithyll winning against the Claude, it just naturally, and the glue, of course, it's almost unbeatable in the laning stages. If they piggyback on that idea, like destroy Echo's timing with their early game spike, maybe RRQ has a chance to extend the game number 5.
Echo knows it.
Yeah, I mean, R7, there's nothing you can do. He's going to lose his battle spell here regardless. And arguably, I would say he's about to die as well. And there we go. R7 just greeting out to hit that level 2, ends up dying for it.
That's not how you want to start the game here for RRQ. I mean, you mentioned it, Gideon, baited into it. And still, I mean, at that point, you have Sanford, who again got the MVP previous game, same hero, now has an upper hand, but the kill going over to Sanji on this same hero, Farsa, is going to be deadly, but Benny Cutie.
Yep, Vin, he wants to land it. Oh, the hook doesn't connect. Benny Cutie is able to just sidestep it in that time. The dive fails, they back away, and now the level 4s are rolling in.
R7 didn't respect the fact that Sanji rocks a flicker this time. That's why he was taken out. And minor mistakes coming up from RRQ. It's gonna be, so I guess the word that you use here is compound interest, right? That's what we are. Have to take note if you're RRQ.
Yeah, now look at this situation, right? Because of that death, that does mean that R7 is not going to hit his level 4 in time. The early proxy is going to make sure that they have priority, and now that if they can get mid to push, that would be ideal. But let's see how the situation plays out. It's now RRQ trying to get some kind of information as Albert now being threatened by Sanford. He might actually die here. Albert's still alive. Glue ends up dying again. How did R7 die on the top side of the map? Sanji is able to pick him off.
Talk about Sanford and Sanji, the San duo, just making waves here for Echo. 2 minutes into the game, and this is a tough situation for RRQ already. I mean, yes, the gold lead isn't massive, but these minor decisions, these plays across the map are going to cause waves throughout the game.
Man, Sanford's maneuver, after winning the top lane just because of the helm of Sanji, he's able to get level 4 before the turtle fight, for the first turtle of the game. That allowed him to invade the purple buff and make a, put some influence, put some pressure in the laning stage of RRQ Hoshi.
Oh, and that's called TZ getting picked off immediately. Echo. Oh, wait. Oh, so very close, but here comes the Feather Airstrike. Flickering forward, he's guessing. Skylar is still alive. This could be a potential dive. Yawi, he wants it, he finds it, and gets the kick. Benny QT he almost finishes him off. Yawi takes the kill, unfortunately. Vin finds the iron hook. Clay pulls him back, kicking back and forward, and Albert will secure the kill.
You see that? You can't get away, Yawi. We've got 2 pulls. He tries to run away, but also the highlight there is that Albert was able to pick up that kill. Big pickup here, Wolf.
So you saw that they were able to take out Carl TZ after what would likely be a snag coming out from Vin. Eventually, though, the dive, flicker in coming out from Sanji, forced Skylar to be very low, and then Yawi found the opening under the turret. Good thing though for RRQ, they have found some trades with Albert getting 2 kills.
Yep, and now they're going to be walking up. Echo looking to invade Albert, but they don't want to commit too much to this situation. Now, let's talk about the lane states, right? Because Vin, he's trying to make something happen. Oh, Clay, good Purify. Doesn't get kicked out of position.
Well, it's a good thing they have that. You were talking about the lane matchups here. I mean, this one specifically, Sanford's going to have the upper hand here. As we're seeing, I mean, R7's got to kind of make his way back from that deficit now in the early game. Again, Wolf, you called 10 minutes here, and it might turn out to be even less than that. But still, turtle up, RRQ in position.
And now Feathered Airstrike already being used super early on. They're just holding them hostage. They know that Sanford is ready to jump into the fight. Yawi finds the initial engagement onto Albert. He's in trouble, but Sanford in the back line making it tough. Martisi locks Albert down. He's finally dead, but now the rest of the team is here. R7 with the reinforcements. Yawi might be in some trouble, but finally it's going to be Sanford who ends up dying. R7 is able to secure his own kill onto Yawi, and Benny QT is on the run. Skylar doesn't want to be a part of this fight, but the Bound Mirror image is going to juke them out.
Wow, what a move coming out from Benny QT getting out of there. And even the fact that he threatened for a kill onto 3 of the members of RRQ Hoshi. It all started with a stack though.
Well, he's going to get pulled back. The Feathered Airstrike should be able... Oh, actually, there we go. Magic Worship going to do the last tick of damage.
Yeah, that burn does hurt, right? Able to secure the kill there of Sanji. That's 3 kills now for him. Yeah. Going to profit off that, build in. Let's take a look at the items, how this is playing out here, Wolf.
So at least a little bit of an advantage for the Karina, but with all the casual items like the Dreadnought Armor and the Molten Essence, there's no full item yet for the Karina. That's why they're not yet able to actually teamfight with that. And then, of course, Irithel, you need more items here. Windtalker, eventually the second item will allow him to dish out the damage already. So that's the power spike that you're looking for RQ. Benny QT though, with 0 deaths and 2 assists and the Avarice is now in a very comfortable spot. DHS, eventually Golden Staff. You can imagine his farming speed to go off the roofs when he gets that second item.
Okay, let's talk about, okay.
Whoa, Yawi! Oh, he almost finds the angle of the kick, but Skylar is able to get out of position in time, locked down with the Bloody Hunt. Yawi might be in some trouble here, but Call TZ looking locked down. Skylar, the Feather Airstrike is coming on through, but the Call Altar keeps him alive until he's gone. Benny QT now, with all the green lights, comes in, and it's pretty much done for the side of RRQ. They cannot survive this kind of aggression. What an execution from Echo.
Absolutely good chain of events for Echo as they utilize their lineup into its full potential. Yawi with the flicker, going in forward first. Surely, he missed the way of the dragon, but that allowed Echo to get into position. Then goes Kaltizi.
Oh no. Albert, he's in so much trouble, but he should be tanky enough to actually survive all the damage. It's getting close, and here comes Sanji. If he sees him, he might be done with a feather airstrike, but on the top side, Kaltizi all left all by himself, sacrificing his life for hire as Albert on his way to secure this turtle. What a move from RRQ!
Oh, wow. What a punish, indeed. You saw that there was a lot of focus in the bottom lane. They found Vin!
He's gone. He's gone. Nothing to say about that. Well played. Great punish from Vin.
RRQ picking up wins where they can, and it also looks like a little miscommunication from Echo too. Yawi has the vision here, but still RRQ finding now it's the two turtles they've got a little bit of gold lead. They just have to figure out this Sanji problem. If they can get that, shut him down, that's going to be another big play for RRQ.
He's going to walk up. They don't realize that he's there because of the conceal. He throws up. Oh, the hawk.
R7 though.
R7, he's pushing them out of position, but they're working as a team. This could be the turnaround now, but Kaltizi can't seem to find the angle just yet. They're going to focus on their jungle and back away.
Every bit is intense in this game because you're watching Vin. Maybe he lands a hook out of nowhere, right? We're all watching.
Bloody Hunt onto Kaltizi already started off, but Yawi's looking for an angle as Sanford jumps into the back. Nobody can stop Sanji with his feathered airstrike except for the Cole Altar. Skylar running for a slide battle mirror. Image takes it back. Sanford now left to die. Yawi can't help him out. Sanford is able to hop on over with the help of Sanji. R7 still on that chase. He's sick of it, but Yawi is able to stop the aggression.
I can't believe no one died from that exchange.
Like how?
So much back and forth and just masterful disengage from both teams there. But still, RQ holding on to this lead. They can play around with it, right? Still, if they can focus Sanji, if they can get a bloody hunt or a hook on him, they're going to profit massively, Wolf.
There was a lot of explosions in there, and he's surprised that nobody died. Bloody Hunt onto Kaltizi, a prime target. You want to go onto it, but he survived afterwards. Then Benny finds up BMI after the fact that the Paramis ultimate was already down. Kill threat onto Earthump, but wasn't able to find it as well.
Oh, Yawi's looking for an angle, but again, Vinda doesn't punish him just yet, knowing that he has the Shunpo. However, the mid lane, we do see Sanford. He's getting himself out of there. Again, the aggression pushed back.
This match is electric. This particular game, everything is so close.
It's
you can
so
feel
high
it.
stakes.
The tension, not just in the stadium, but in the game as well. Now this Lord being worked on here, half health.
Oh, he hits Kaltizi, and now Sanford has to save and feather airstrike as well, but R7 gets into the back line, forcing it out. They got Irothel. Sanford has done it. He's dealt the damage, and now RRQ are on the run. R7 is still in the middle of it, but a double kill coming in from Sanford is more than enough. Kaltizi is trying his best with a Hurricane Dance. He's trying to push him, but it's too late. Beniguti in the middle of it gets 3 already. Sanford, a triple kill all by himself.
Maniac make it, and now Albert the focus gonna be able to survive, but his team is taken care of.
Sanford literally destroyed RQ in there. The zone out with the combo. This is why they first picked this Lapu Lapu. He won his laning stage. He was able to pressure Albert, and then in the most important team fight for Echo, the first Lord of the game, he was able to tag Albert, take him out with the bravest fighter, the combo, then gets a double. The kick from Yawi allowed Echo to take that Lord despite Kaltizi being grabbed by that glue. The kick from Yawi displaced Albert, and this is a massive victory for Echo.
Right now, still Lord going to be on the bottom side. They're going to continue to get these turrets across the map, opening it up for themselves. Now they have the lead of 2K here. And at first I thought, Sanford was going to say, hey, Sanji, you can get the MVP this game, but now they're competing for it. RRQ has to have an answer for this.
Yawi, he finds the kick onto Vin. They want to take 1 by 1. And unfortunately for Vin, there's nothing he can do about it. Nicely played by Echo. Good bait from Sanford as the outer turrets will fall, and Echo will slowly creep their way in towards those inhibitor turrets. No big ultimates as of yet. RRQ can actually defend this relatively well here, unless Skylar gets picked off. Kaltizi gets pulled back, but he's too tanky to actually be punished for now. Albert is walking very close to the fire, but again, 1-for-0, all outer turrets are destroyed.
All right, so RRQ still in this game. It's 4K ahead for Echo, though. The time is up that you mentioned, Wolf. You said 10 minutes. I think Gideon agreed.
Yeah.
We're now at almost the 12-minute mark here. Is there any saving grace in terms of items or even macro play that RRQ can do to turn this game around here, Wolf?
Well, it's just really the hook coming out from Vin if they find an opening, right? And I think that they are focusing on Cartesi so much. Surely it's great in the first few minutes of the game. Yeah, they can take out the Akai, but I think it came to a point where when you go on to Cartesi, there's a lot of like supports coming out from Echo. And when you try to take attack hero, you put a lot of resources into taking out Cartesi.
Did he just flicker?
Eventually get out damage.
Look,
and
let's just move on from that. We're just gonna let's look at Cartesi, man. He's looking good. He's looking good. Let's pretend that didn't happen.
Yeah. As you were saying.
Yeah, you were back to what you were saying. 85 seconds on Vin's flicker. Yeah, that was totally there for sure.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
All Wolf can say is, yeah, wow. All right. Goes back to the game. Yeah. Yes, that is a detrimental for this Lord fight. It's going to be up now in about 6 seconds here. Echo, great positioning as they get set up. You're going to have to keep an eye as well on Yawi. He's going to be looking for the right target. Skylar having a very tough game on this Irithyll, even with that sprint. Clay trying to get some vision. And it's the same setup that we saw in the previous game, but this time it's just Yawi in that topside rush.
They're just waiting.
Can RRQ do this?
They're just waiting for this fight. I mean, Echo is baiting it out. They're going to reset topside. Yawi fights the kick on to Skylar once again. Call Altar. It's not going to be enough, but they have a spin. Wheel lockdown. Vin once more. It's just timed out. And now Clay is just left all by himself. Left in the hands of Benny QT with 2 down. That's a free Lord.
Yawi finding a big opening onto Skylar. I wonder how he got that, but RRQ wanted to bait out the Lord and Echo just styling on them. It really looked easy for Yawi to do it.
I mean, that's just, at that point, you know, the positioning of Yawi there, he knew that the best angle for Skylar to come from was that top side because you can just pop that sprint and kind of run around, hopefully to find a member of Echo, but it just didn't work out for them. Yawi sniffed it out. He knew exactly where to be, and they focused on Skylar. And again, this begs the question, is Irithyll the weak link here in this lineup for RRQ, Wolf?
In the latter portions, I would say yes. You understand why they picked it up. It makes a lot of sense when they did, but they weren't moving as if they wanted Irithyll to be successful.
Well, let's find out here at the very end as the inhibitors will fall. Feathered airstrike already down. Echo is going to take as much as possible. However, the mid as well as the top side have not collapsed at the same time. R7 is doing a very good job at keeping it alive, having a bit of a pillow fight with Cartesi. Nobody really winning there as the mid lane now clash, but Yawi, does he find the angle? He finds the kick onto Vin. They're trying to collapse on it. The Bravest Warrior is already in, but Skylar slows them down with the Queen's Call. Heavy spin activated with the call. Altar the backline being attacked. Albert as well, trying his best. Feathered airstrike comes back off a cooldown, but he gets stunned up. He has to move away. Top side is already destroyed, and a 4v5 has been already down. Falls into the favor of Echo. Benny QT not even participating in this entire sequence of events, and this could be a potential kill if they find the CC. Oh, Cartesi, you're just teasing. Yawi trying to go for it. Again, gets a kick onto Albert. And now the Blazing Duet activated. He's still alive. Queen's Call trying to clear those waves as soon as possible. Sanford, here with the Bravest Warrior again. We're seeing 3 ultimates. What's that? Now in trouble. Has to use the Wings by Wings to get on out of there. The Bravest Warrior is down. No more Sanford, and the defense complete.
You can't imagine to be the Skylar. Surely he died at the end, right? But it's difficult to play this Irithyll. Threat by Yawi, threat by Sanford, threat by Cartesi. Everybody targets Skylar. Eventually, after 3 tries with Sanford's opening, they have found him. And Echo, with all of the resources they have so many ways to engage RRQ Hoshi. It looked really bleak for the Indonesian squad. Oh, they had to pull everything just to survive there.
Now, I mean, at that point, it looked grim. They held on, but at what cost? Again, back to the question, is this Irithyll the weak link? And was there a better option here for a gold lane or a marksman pick? Because so far, it really has not been working out for RRQ.
I think regardless, the hardest part about this is that feathered airstrike coming in from Sanji. Like, it deals way too much damage. And unfortunately for Iritho, yes, you can be fast, go quick, or go home, but in this particular case, walking up is way too dangerous. And Yaoi, I mean, what can you say? He just lands the kicks each time. He literally says, just hit it. And he's like, okay, sure.
How did he get his hands on the Cho again, right? I mean, that's another big question because you talked about it. One feathered airstrike takes Skylar to basically half health, if not 1/4 at this point. So we're jumping back into the game here. Massive lead for Echo. Still looking to close this series out here. RRQ trying to hold on to keep this series going to Game 5, but at this point, it's looking bleak. Anything that sticks out here, Wolf, in terms of the items and how they can help here for RRQ?
I think the lack of the blade armor on Karina, they only have it on Vin. I think they need to against the Claw. That's the natural way to kind of counter it. While on the side of Echo, you have 2 blade armors on 2 frontliners, Karchis and Yaoi. What this does is to really nullify Skylar even more. He's already scared about like the damage output and the initiations coming out from Echo, but even his unstoppable, uncontrollable damage that you take out from the Iritho is going to be a threat.
I think the biggest way they stay in this game is have another moment where they somehow get the Lord here.
Benny's there.
With the truncheon, he's managed to survive for a little bit longer, allowing Sanford to actually turn this around onto Vin's head. They find the trade, it's not worth it, but Yaoi still has the way of the dragon. They can do something with this call. TZ in the middle of the fight, he's absorbing damage, and now pinning R7 against the wall. He's trying to get on out of there, and immediately, this might have just turned.
They know where Benny is.
Oh, do they know where Benny is? No, he's going to recall out of there. He's going to be fine, but this buys a little bit more time for RRQ and Echo. They see what's going on. Now, because of the recalls, they're threatening the Lord. They've checked the brushes. They know nobody is there, and even Clay making sure that there is no angle for Yaoi to get on in.
Look at Benny.
It's going to come down to a 50-50 here. Albert versus Carl TZ. No, they reset it. Sanford is threatening Clay. Whoa, okay, yo, Clay, you're getting too low. He's about to die, and Sanford flickers for it as the rest of the team looks to push on forward.
Oh, they're going to get pushed out of the base here. You saw Benny Cutie also pushing that mid lane. They have to respond, and this could, because of those decisions and Clay being down, Echo now in a position to take the Lord.
Way of the Dragon already onto R7, can split, saving him. No, the feathered airstrike from Sanji, able to take him out. Sanford is on fire. Albert locked against the wall. Occult Altar already popped. They're resetting the Lord just to get into the middle of this fight. Skylar, he's trying his best to dish out damage, but those blade armors are making a difference, and the Queen's Call isn't enough, and Sanford gets his ult again. Clay has to get on out of there. Ghostbusters ain't enough, and Sanford is going to slowly make his way forward. He takes on one, and now the end is nigh. Albert is still on the run. Can they do anything about this?
Oh no!
With so many minions on their side. Yaoi is already down. Pulling on already onto Benny QT, but Benny QT! Benny has done it! Wow. A game to make history. Once again, the Filipino dynasty goes on. The grand finals has been set. Echo loud, Echo proud. GG, well played.
The storm cannot be contained in this series, and a force to be reckoned with here. This Echo squad, definitely Echo loud, Echo proud. And it's a sad day for the fans of RRQ in Indonesia, as unfortunately they won't make it to the grand final here in M4.
Let me teach you a word that doesn't exist once again. Endable.
Endable.
It's not in the dictionary, but at least in Echo's vocabulary there is. They knew the call. There were so minions out there, ushered by Benny Cutie. And when RRQ looked at that, gonna have to give it to Clay. He defended that well with Ghost Bursters, but in the end, Benny Cutie found the opening. He went out with the BMI, got back in with the help of Carl TZ. The last HP of the minion allowed them to push that one back, and Echo goes to the finals because of that.
Now, they say their final farewells. That is RRQ, but you have your second grand finalist making their way down the stage. It's Echo from the Philippines.
The Kingdom has fallen, Echo securing the last grand final slot. And again, a rematch back from the MPL Philippines Season 10. It's going to be the defending world champions, Blacklist International, versus Echo.
Even when you look at that last match, RRQ didn't have the right to kind of be strong even in the latter portions of the game. We said that they had to end it by 10 minutes. We said that their power spike is gonna be just dawning afterwards. But RRQ Hoshi fought valiantly. It's just that in the end, Echo's better draft in the late game and better decisioning just was so good. And Sansan, even when they're like the rookies in here, they're very young. They are performing as if they're veterans here.
It's not like every game that Echo plays, it's not one player that carries that game, right? Yes, there might be the MVP for, you know, whoever on that squad. Lastly, it was Sanford, but now you have this game where Sanji popped off and then Sanford picking up again throughout the game. That's the biggest problem. Even for the defending champions, Blacklist International, they know this. They've had a taste of this even yesterday. And you remember how dominating a game that Echo won against them. So now, there's a lot of things here to learn, but that's going to be it for us here on the caster desk. Again, Naisu, Gideon, Wolf. Analysts, take it away.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the analyst stand. With me, Miracle and Leo. Miracle, how you feel right now?
Surprisingly, I mean, the game was amazing, right? So, sure, obviously a bit sad that RRQ lost, but hey, that was insane, and we still get to see the best against the best, and right now, it's the facto. Philippines is still #1.
For a long time, RRQ in that game seemed like that was going to take us to Game 5. I mean, break it down for us, Leo. Let's first start with the draft. What happened in the draft there with RRQ and Echo?
It's fair to say that RRQ had a solid plan, right? First, picking that glue made sure that Sanford had a lot to think about. It was clearly going into the hands of R7. But the response of the Farsa X, it doesn't even matter what you put into the other pick, made this Game 4 victory all the more clear because it went into the hands of Sanji. Every single time he went in with a flicker or a combo to get that stun off of her passive, that bought so much time and space for Echo for the rest of them, specifically Benny Cutie, to own the lane and then own, what, a quarter of the map?
Yeah, absolutely. Towards the late game, mid to late game, Win was landing every hook, you know? But there just wasn't enough firepower from the entire set of RRQ to finish the job. And because they weren't able to finish the job fast enough, you know, the backup came and then the rest is history. So let's take a look at the item here. You can see Skylar with the full build. It seemed like he just wasn't able to peel through all the front line from Echo.
The damage just was not enough, right? Usually when you go for a Franco, you want some burst to be behind it so that you can actually take people down. It's not just a random hook out of nowhere. Here, you can really see that RRQ were struggling in the damage department. Clay not dealing enough damage as a Faramis. Again, the glue is more of a distraction, and Skylar needs to get to the late game. We did see him finally deal damage in the later stage of the game, but at that point, it's a bit too late. So many frontliners from Echo, and I need to talk about this matchup, right? Because we were talking about it when it was picked in the draft. Glue versus the Lapu Lapu. Now, maybe, sure, Glue's gonna have a little bit more pressure when it comes to wave control and wave clear. But thing is, they pick up the Farsa, which is much more active on the map early on with the Wings by Wings compared to the Faramis. And it's also an X factor because Echo usually, they play around the gold lane, they play around Benny. This game, they said, no, we're going to the XP lane, we're gonna make R7 a non-factor, and they succeeded.
It's more of a byproduct how Benny Cutie was so successful in this game. He's both the rich guy and the forgotten one. And I think you can add to those total assists, damage to minions and turrets. The fact that throughout all this time that RRQ was fighting 4 members of Echo, I think it happened in a base push, wherein Benny Cutie wasn't even part of the fight. He was in the top lane just shooting up objectives. And that's the story of this game, essentially. I'm partly believing the fact that Sanford and Sanji are worth 3.5 heroes on the map. Just those two.
Man, again, just massive shout out to Sanford and Sanji. So young. So much potential, but look where they are already.
Yep.
They're young, they're 16. I cannot believe they're 16.
Now, I want to talk about the Faramis pick. That Faramis pick seems a little bit out of place, a little bit too early. You know, you talk about how it was countered by the Farsa, by the Claude. And ladies and gentlemen, let's unveil the MVP of the night. is going to be Kyle TZ on the Akai.
Hey, I've seen this before. I think it was M2.
Oh yeah, best in the world. Again, he's grown, all right, from a Lancelot to a Link to a Benedetta to now the Fredrin and the Akai. We talk about how Sanford and Sanji bought so much of the map, how Benny Cutie reaped all the benefits. TikToks per minute from Yaoi. Forget about it. It's all about how TZ confirmed all the major objectives, isolated the right targets, and essentially played distraction, much like how R7 wanted to do, all the while carrying the retribution.
Now, I want to say that Kyle TZ actually take out Akai twice in tonight's series, right? Every time they took it out, it feels like Echo had a plan, like an onion, right? Step by step. They're more structured when it comes to every objective fight. You know, with Akai pushing everybody away, with Sanford going to the back line, destructing the entire structure of RRQ. And let's take a look at the heat map of the Kyle TZ MVP of the night.
Yep, you see how the layers of the execution this time around worked out. They tried to do it in game 2. That's, I think, the game plan. Add layers to your execution so that your opponent gets confused, but now this is how it might look like, right? You see how Carl TZ starts up in that orange buff, goes out to the purple, and then tries a turtle, tries a little bit of a steal, and then bothers Albert. He's doing so much. Again, that's why he's MVP. You could say how well Sanford and Sanji did the roles or the other members, but Carl TZ was doing more than just what we expected.
Again, it's very similar to the heat map we saw when Albert got the MVP on the Karina. He doesn't really care about ganking. It's more of that the utility that he provides around the neutral objectives, right? That's what the utility junglers are made for. Here, you can see a rare case where he was able to gank in the early few minutes here, and it works. He gets to a point where he's already ahead when he actually can force these crazy engages and pickoffs to enable that kill pressure that's already present within Echo's laning.
And you can see here Sanford was just on the backline relentlessly, right? The whole early against Skylar, it just wasn't able to do too much. And look, how TZ coming in, even with R7 on top of him, he was like, yeah, it's not even heavy enough, you know? I'm gonna go ahead and jump in and take the Lord away.
Which is the story of the whole game, why he's MVP. He's doing so much, peeling, getting objectives, spacing out RRQ, dealing damage, taking damage, and again, the numbers don't tell the whole story.
Man, I don't know what it is with you Filipinos, but you guys practice your minds off.
Nicest Filipino.
Nicest Filipino, that's why he knows when Occupying Thrones back then was practicing their minds off. But here, you can even see, right? Everybody's talking about Indonesia and their mechanics. Echo can level the mechanics. That's what makes them so impressive here. And on top of that, they can add the macro game, which is just so amazing. And here, you get the best of both worlds.
Wow. All I can say is what a series so far. It seems like history is going to repeat itself. It's going to be MPLPH, but for the world on the world stage, right? In the grand finals.
It's the grand finals. I've seen this
Season
before.
10.5.
Yeah, but that aside, I'd like to say GG well played. Terima kasih to the King of Kings.
Viva RRQ, man, to all of the members in RRQ.
With that being said, I think our host has some interview for us. So without further ado, let's throw it to the host.
They are loud and they are proud. Once again, congratulations, Echo!
Whoa! They really did a great job in this lower bracket final, and they gonna face again the enemy in best of 7 tomorrow.
That's right, you guys did so amazing. You're making Philippines proud because once again, it's Philippines versus Philippines in the grand finals.
Pinas lang malakas.
Pinas lang malakas, but first, kailangan ko itong tanungin. Siyempre, kailangan ko malaman other than masaya. Ano ang pakiramdam nyo ngayon? What else do you feel? Sanji, rookie year, grand finalist in the world stage. Ano tumatakbo sa isip mo? Anong pakiramdam mo ngayon? What's going through your mind? What are you feeling?
Sobrang excited para bukas. Para gustong-gusto kasi namin bawian yung blacklist.
They're so excited because they really want to make a comeback with Blacklist. I want to know all your thoughts. I want to know all your thoughts, Sanford.
Excited. Bakal ketemu.
Yung unang reaction mo, your first reaction.
Speechless po kasi ngayon ko lang po naramdaman tong gantong feeling kasi first time ko lang din po sa world stage. So parang wala po akong masabi.
He's speechless because this is the only time he got to experience this and feel this. It's his first time in the world stage, so he can't express himself right now.
Yes, but
Carl, once again, grand finals.
Masaya rin po.
He's also happy. Okay, anong nakasalalay dito? para sa'yo. What does this mean for you? Gaano ka-importante to na nasa Grand Finals ka ulit?
Gusto ko lang po patnayan sa mga nag-doubt sa amin na kaya rin namin sumabay. Kasi since S9, pagkalipat ko ng Echo, lagi kami tinatawag na first round exit. Kaya, saan kayo ngayon?
He also wants to prove himself because ever since season 9, when he went to Echo, they always say first round exit. So now he's able to prove himself and he's going to the Grand Finals.
And they make really great job with two teams. Indonesia got beaten down by Echo Esports. And I want to ask, is there something, a message for an Indonesian team, or you have something to say to Indonesian team?
Yawi.
Hoping po kami na makalaban pa sila ng madaming beses sa future kasi sobrang lakas po nila tsaka ang sarap po nila kalaban.
They're looking forward to facing them more in the future because it's really great to face them and they're really, really strong. So they're such a worthy opponent that they're looking forward for the next time.
Yes, jadi dari tim Eko sendiri ngerasa bahwa tim Indonesia sangat-sangat kuat dan mereka benar-benar kepengen ketemu lagi sama tim Indonesia karena itu benar-benar menyenangkan untuk ketemu tim sekuat tim Indonesia. Be proud of you, Indonesian team.
Regardless what happens, you guys are winners. You guys are waving the Philippine flag. Regardless what happens, you guys are millionaires.
Woohoo!
What are you going to do after this? What are you gonna do?
Help my parents.
You're gonna help your parents. How about for you?
Menolongin keluarga, untuk keluarga.
Ganun din po. Treat ka din po yung mga parents ko. Tsaka yung si Lolo tsaka si Lola.
He's gonna help his parents and his grandparents. Anong gagawin niyo para sa sarili niyo?
Iyan mo namin yung time namin sa mga family namin since before Christmas nandito na kami. So, relax muna kami. And shoutout sa mga pamilya ko dyan, sa asawa ko. I love you.
They're gonna give their time to their family because since Christmas they've been here. So he's giving a shout out to his wife and he loves her. Yawi!
Bibilin po yung mga nagpapasaya sa akin kahit di kailangan.
Wow! He's gonna get things that he wants even if it won't make him happy. He'll just buy it anyway.
Semuanya katanya.
Now you're gonna face Blacklist International tomorrow, Philippines versus Philippines. What's going to be different this time around, especially to make sure what happened yesterday won't happen again tomorrow? What's gonna be different this time around? What have you learned? Of course, not the strategy, but within yourselves.
Ketemu lagi nih Blacklist International dan juga
Benny
Echo
Cuting,
Esports.
di ka pa nagsasalita.
Philippines.
Tatago ka. What's gonna be different this time around? Anong pagkakaiba bukas sa pagharap nyo towards Blacklist International?
Siguro po, yung mga nangyari nung upper finals, marami na po kaming lesson doon. So, more on mag-a-adjust pa kami ngayon dito sa Grand Finals kasi lalo na best of 7.
They've learned a lot in the upper bracket finals, and they're going to apply that. They're learning, and it's going to be even better, especially for the best of 7. I know you guys are really happy. I know you guys want to celebrate. So we'll take your last bow before tomorrow. Once again, they are loud, and they are proud. Echo Philippines! Congratulations!
Echo Philippines, they prove they're really strong in this country. Indonesia, they make a statement that they can win, and they really proved them.
For those people saying first round exit, look who's going to the Grand Finals now. Let's take a look at the updated brackets. This is the journey for the M4. Take a look at all those teams that have come and they have gone. We bid another team goodbye, and at the end, it'll be Blacklist International versus Echo
in best of 7.
That's right. This is tomorrow's schedule. Y'all know what it is. It'll be Philippines versus Philippines at 5:30 p.m.
But how does it
Blacklist
feel
International versus Echo.
Yeah, what does it feel like in MPL for Echo and Blacklist?
Oh my goodness, Echo, regardless what they say, Echo was really, really strong. And they've improved even more. And they've proven that in the world stage. Ever since Philippines have been winning, since M2, the teams have gotten better and better. The teams have gotten stronger. And they all want to make it to the top. They all dare to be great, and they're showing greatness.
Yes, and they really shown that their best, and sky's the limit.
The sky is the limit. And once again, we like to say congratulations to RRQ Hoshi because you have come so far as well. You have so many supporters. In fact, over 121 fans have voted for you. So don't lose hope because we know that you're gonna do even better for the next time we meet again. And tomorrow, it's going to be a best of 7 of Blacklist International versus Echo. It's gonna be an epic showdown, definitely, Clara.
Yeah, we couldn't wait to see how will it come because everyone know they meet times to times, and the result, is it gonna be the same or different?
But regardless, the real winner here is Philippines!
Wow, that's right, Mara. Philippines will be the winner.
Now, we also want to know your feedback. We're gonna put a QR code below. Scan that. Let us know about your M4 experience so we could make every year even better. And now we'd also like to thank our sponsors who made this event possible. M4 is powered by Muton, presented by TikTok, the official content partner, and supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair.
We have Esports Sharks, our analytical partner. We have Gang, our official merchandise partner. We have Mimos, our media partner. And last but not least, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative of Economy of the Republic of Indonesia.
You guys have been great. Clara, you've been so amazing.
You too,
We'll
Maura.
see you all tomorrow for another showdown. Philippines versus Philippines. You've been watching Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship. Dare to be great!
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. We shoot for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest. greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No.